Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Evil Heart Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mum. That one word. That one word was all it took for every maternal instinct in Inko's body to flare. Where her eyes were focused on the T.V screen in front of her, they were spun to her left in less than a second. There, she found the cause of her worry and the source that the shaky word originated from. Izuku Midoriya, Inko's son and only child, stood just a few feet from her. His right hand was rubbing against his chest, a painful expression written in his facial features. He looked to her with his innocent green eyes that took after Inko's own. My chest hurts. That was all he said, and that was all he needed to say to further fuel Inko's worry. She hopped up from the couch and kneeled in front of Izuku in one swift movement. From what she could see, there was nothing evident to what could be causing him this pain, but she knew better than not taking Izuku's word for it. "How bad is it, sweetie?" Inko said in her best reassuring voice. She was always quite timid, but she couldn't afford to be skittish for her son. It's a little hard to breathe. Like something is pushing against me." The sound of Izuku's 4-year-old voice was so pure yet scared due to this unknown harm to him that he could not see. His description of the pain was so very alarming that it made Inko pale at the thought of what could happen if this were to get worse. Without giving so much as a warning, Inko picked up Izuku around the waist with one arm, the sudden action inciting a squeak from the boy. From his position close to her boy, he isn't able to see exactly what was going on. All he knew was that Inko was moving at a quicker pace than usual. Before he knew it, he could see the front door to his apartment building was getting further away over his mother's shoulder. It was hard for him to really focus on what was going on around him as time went on. The pain in his chest felt like he had somehow managed to swallow a rock that had lodged itself in his pipe. But that couldn't actually be where it was at, right? Besides, the more he focused on it, he could tell it was mainly in the right side of his torso. And it hurt, a lot. Taking his attention off the throbbing in his chest, he found that he was laying in the back seat of Inko's car. He sat his head up just enough to see the back of her head facing the street ahead of her. He could also see the whiteness in her knuckles, gripping the steering wheel as if Inko's own life depended on it. Izuku felt bad at that. He didn't like to make his mother worry. He was supposed to be strong for her. After all, he was going to be a hero. A hero that put smiles on everyone's faces. Not ones of worry and distress. Another stab of pain throbs through his chest, causing him to curl up into a ball where he lay. Izuku then realized his body felt hot and he could feel his heartbeat without even trying. A double check made him notice that he was slightly tired. Like after playing with Kaken at the park. But Izuku hadn't done anything to make himself exhausted in any way. So far, this Sunday had been calm and quiet until he started to feel this sudden pain in his chest. He really wished it would just go away. Then it did. Izuku's eyes, previously shut tight, snapped open. He stared at the back of the front seat but wasn't really acknowledging it. One could easily see the confusion written in his expression. His body now felt as if it had been plunged under the surface of a pool after running under the sun on a hot day. He was still tired, but no longer continuously having his energy drained. Breathing was simple and easy as it's always been. And lastly, the pain in his chest was no more. Izuku was fine. The boy held his hand over his heart as a final indication. He noticed that it was slowing to its normal speed. "What just happened, Mom?" Izuku said in a questioning manner. This time, he was more curious and confused, which caught the attention of Inko. "Yes, honey? Are you doing okay back there?" Her tone was quick and ready to react at any given answer. It was obvious she was yet to realize his change. "Why yeah. I'm all better now," Izuku answered cheerfully. He was just glad that the weird pain was gone. He was still a little confused of course, and so apparently was Inko because she was quiet for a few seconds. You're sure?" she asked hesitantly, Izuku briefly meeting her eyes in the rearview mirror as the boy sat up on his seat. "Yeah. I feel normal again," Izuku half whispered to himself as he traced a hand over his chest once more. He was curious about the unidentifiable feeling in his body, but by no means wanted it to come back anytime soon. Izuku would be just fine without it, thank you. "Well, we are still going to go to the doctors just to make sure," Inko concluded, still wary for the immediate future if the problem were to come back. She had never heard of this specific pain that her son had described. Whatever it may be, it could possibly be a threat to Izuku. Inko would have found a way to help the boy much sooner before she would let that happen. "Okay," Izuku agreed. Despite saying that he felt normal a moment ago, he still did feel something lingering in the right side of his chest. This is peculiar." The man that was dressed in clean white robes and fancy clothes mumbled to himself. He stroked the small tuft of black hair on his chin while studying the singular photo he held in front of himself. His words were just loud enough to be heard by the alert ears of the two greenettes fidgeting in their seats. The mother of the two was obviously deterred by that statement as her patience began to wane. The small boy next to her was having a similar reaction, his mood being more frightened by the doctor continuously staring at the picture with his eyebrows furrowed. "What is it, doctor? If you know what it is, then could you please tell us?" Inko urged on the distracted doctor standing before her. The mother's question pulled the man out of his stupor, but only slightly. "Yayis. Well, congratulations, young man." The doctor sent his sudden praise towards Izuku, who jumped in his seat. "I'd say you just manifested your quirk." The only indication of either Midoriya's recognition of his announcement was the sharp gasp from Izuku, followed by Inko cupping both hands over her mouth. This was definitely not how they expected to spend this seemingly regular Sunday. Yet they really should have seen this coming. After all, Izuku's 4th birthday was only a week ago. Ever since Izuku blew out the candles on his birthday cake, he had been eagerly waiting for this day. A smile quickly grew across his lips. The entirety of his face lit up like the sun with overflowing excitement. "Really? You mean it?" Izuku shouted gleefully, nearly falling out of his chair from how far he was leaning forward. For as long as he could remember, he's been greatly waiting for this day. Now that it was actually here, he almost couldn't believe the doctor's words. That, or this is the strangest growth defect I've ever seen. The man zoned out again, looking at the picture that Izuku had seen him pull out of some machine a minute ago. His response put a stop to the boy's cheerful attitude as it quickly turned into shocked confusion. He didn't exactly know what a growth defect was, but it didn't sound like a quirk, nor did it sound good at all. His mom must have known because Izuku could see her tense out of the corner of his eye. The sight was accompanied by her sharp gasp. "Doctor, please. Just tell us what you found." Inko raised her voice enough to get the man's attention as well as cause Izuku to flinch. The boy knew well enough not to do anything that could anger Inko in any way. It worked well enough as the doctor recoiled, nearly dropping the photo in his hand and looking at the woman with a frightened expression. "You are ahem." "Yes, of course. My apologies. I am just quite bewildered at what I'm seeing here, which can be confusing until we take the proper tests to determine what this is." The doctor quickly composed himself before the intimidating mother. He shot one last look at the large photo before turning it towards the two Midoriyas. Izuku wasn't exactly sure what he was looking at. All he knew was that this black and white colored image was an X-ray of some kind. He's seen an X-ray once or twice, either in movies or from something he's read. For all he could tell, the image was of just a bunch of strange-looking shapes that formed to make something. It didn't matter what angle he turned his head or how much he stared at it. All he could make out was the two masses that were highlighted in the picture. What were they? He had no idea. But apparently, his mom did as she stared at the picture with wide eyes. What Inko saw made her heart skip a beat. Which is quite ironic considering that was what she was looking at. The X-ray image displayed the upper portion of Izuku's torso. The enhanced negative coloring showed what she could easily make out to be Izuku's heart. Izuku's hearts. Inko continued to stare at the picture in awe. Just like every other human being, Izuku had one of the most important organs that kept him alive. However, it was the second mass, identical to the first, positioned directly next to the first heart that took Inko's breath away. She couldn't give the right reaction. There were too many emotions and thoughts she was having to sort through that were all elided by the fact that Izuku had a quirk. "You must now understand what I meant," the doctor said, taking back the attention of both the greenettes. "Even in this day and age where people can fly, talk to animals, lift buildings, turn invisible, not once have I ever seen a quirk such as this. However, it is too much of a coincidence for it not to be a quirk. Considering that your son just turned 4 and all," the man told Inko as he used his other hand to point on the picture. "As I'm sure you've already guessed, this is indeed a second heart in the right side of his chest." Izuku's eyes widened when the man's words registered in his mind. A second heart? Izuku had a second heart? His eyes darted back to the X-ray image that the doctor was holding as he traced the second mass with his finger. "It would certainly explain the symptoms of why your son was feeling some pain. My guess is that his quirk manifested in a short amount of time, causing some discomfort within his body. It was also the main reason why it was difficult for him to breathe, as an entire new organ was forming, taking up room. Thankfully, it seemed to have worked out fine as I see no deformities or damage to any of the surrounding organs." The doctor pointed out the other shapes and figures as he went along explaining what happened. Although, Inko couldn't help but notice a hint of uneasiness on the man's face. "Why can't I feel it?" Both adults' attention was brought back to the child. His expression of excitement was undoubtedly mixed with confusion as he held one hand against the right side of his chest. This seemingly simple question caught Inko by surprise, as she turned back to the doctor with the same look of puzzlement. The expression the man returned did nothing to ease her worries. The same look of uneasiness had multiplied. That was when Inko realized that the doctor was keeping something from them. Well, when I did my basic checkup on you, you remember when I used this, correct? At the doctor's question, he held up the object that was hanging around his neck. Both Izuku and Inko gave it a quick look before he remembered that it was called a stethoscope. Aha! Izuku hummed upon recalling how cold it felt against the bare skin of his chest and back. You see, when I did so, there was nothing irregular that I could make out. His heartbeat that I could surely hear coming from his left side was normal. However, I heard nothing else that could indicate the presence of a second heart. The doctor's words were hesitant. The obvious nervousness in his behavior was picked up by the two greenettes who were beginning to catch on to what he meant. Inko paled. And Izuku felt his stomach plummet. This heart doesn't have a beat. If only Izuku had known what this day was going to bring for years to come. What that one sentence that was spoken so hesitantly through the grimacing lips of the doctor will do. Maybe, just maybe he would have been able to prevent the hell he would soon be living. 10 years later. Izuku's second heart has only caused him real physical pain once in his life, and that was the day it had manifested. Although, for what it lacked in managing to become a strain in his body, it had made up for in attracting tons of attention. And Izuku can tell you right now, not in his 10 years of having a quirk was it in any way good. His hands shook with the raging storm of emotion swirling in his mind, even as they gripped tightly onto the edge of the window sill. His original heart ached with phantom pain as it beat faster than normal, causing his lungs to release shaky breaths that he failed to control. Izuku's emotions were getting the best of him again, and it only continued to get worse the longer he stared down at the ground. The empty alley was only home to a single koi fish pond. He could barely make out his notebook floating in the middle, completely carefree of its surroundings. You want to know what I just realized? That voice brought pain all on its own. It always rang in his ears, indicating there were even more hurtful things to be said. And all for what? Izuku turned only his head away from the alley where his weak gaze barely met the figure that had become such a heavy factor in his life. Spiky blonde hair that was sandier in color but styled just the same as his explosions. Ruby red eyes that were as powerful as ever, using that power to shoot a challenging glare into Izuku's own green eyes. A confident grin that has never been bested, one that proved his ego was as large as his strength. That was who Katsuki Bakugo was. Once Izuku's best friend. Now, nothing but a bully. Izuku wasn't sure if bully even fully summed up the kind of person Bakugo was. Not anymore anyway. You and your quirk are perfect for each other now that I think about it. Bakugo spoke ever so boldly. His hands were buried into his pockets, his chest was puffed out and his chin up high. Two others stood at his sides, but Izuku had never bothered to learn either of their names. Useless is at the top of the list for the number of things you two have in common. Just dead weight that can't even do anything to help yourselves. It's pathetic. Are you even trying at this point? Bakugo's insults knew no bounds. The two at his side snickered with each word. Why you never let me? The words barely reached their ears. All three stopped to look at the greenette. There was no change in expression as there was no real emotion in his voice, none that they could detect. There was no accusation in his eyes, but only a look that said he didn't want to be here. TCH, Bakugo chuckled out loud. If you seriously think I'm making a big effort to hold you back or something, then you really must not have what it takes. Goes to show how weak you are. If you can't as much as lift a finger against anyone, then you might as well drop dead. The blonde growled through that grin as he always did. Listen up, Deku. If you don't want any more of your precious notebooks burned to ashes, then I suggest you take my advice and don't go to UA. It's not like you can actually pass the entrance exam, so you might as well quit while you're ahead. Kaken, PL please. Is it really such a big deal that I only wish to try? Izuku turned more to better face the trio, more specifically Bakugo. He couldn't help that his voice sounded slightly desperate in his attempt to alleviate his childhood friend's ire. Try? Try? It seemed to only make it worse as the grin wavered into more of a snarl on Bakugo's face. Try to what? Flail around like the weak little loser you are and hope for the best? If it were that easy, then scrawny bugs like you would become heroes left and right? No, they only accept the best, like me. The only thing you can ever try and actually succeed in is to pray for a better quirk and take a swan dive off the roof. Izuku's breath caught in his throat as he met the menacing glare of Bakugo. Both were silent as the greenette was shocked by the clear suicide bait. Bakugo merely regained his grin as he saw Izuku was greatly affected by his words. The two cronies at his side stayed in their places, amused smiles waiting for what would happen next. But neither said anything. Izuku couldn't say anything. He felt so defeated that his words were weightless in his throat, yet that was where they stayed. He knew that there was nothing he could do. He really was pathetic. HMP. Just as I thought. Can't even say a word to defend yourself. Bakugo's aggression was replaced by a calmness. He knew that he had won. Go make yourself as dead as your useless quirk. The blonde spat before walking away, not so much as casting a second glance as he walked out the door with his giggling followers close behind. In their wake, they left behind a single teen who could feel himself breaking apart with each passing day. Each insult and hurtful name. The pranks that were borderline abuse and assault. It was just too much for him to be able to handle for much longer. One hand still clamped tightly onto the window. The other hung at his side where he faced the trio that were long gone at this point. The hand balled into a fist, his limb filling with the pent-up emotions that made his body heavier every time he's left at the mercy of Bakugo. Whatever hint of a frown progressed into a grimace that eventually transformed into a face full of anger. He squeezed his fist so tightly that it hurt, but not as much as the pain that the explosive blonde has dished out over all these years. A scowl etched itself onto his lips. The softest growl could be heard rumbling in the boy's throat that caught the attention of no one. And then it all stopped. The anger that was driving in Izuku's veins subsided, not vanished, but just put away into the depths of his mind. He wouldn't break today. Not yet. He grabbed his along with whatever Bakugo had left intact and made his way through the school of Aldera Junior High. The halls were mainly empty as it was the end of the school day. The only ones that were still here either ignored Izuku entirely or chuckled at his mere presence. Exiting through the main doors was easy enough as Bakugo was usually the only one to keep him behind. Now that he had gone, Izuku was free to drag himself around the edge of the building where he found a familiar sight. Each heavy step brought him closer to the koi fish pond that sat alone in the dark alley. Mainly due to the seclusion of tall buildings on both sides. Just as Izuku expected, he found his notebook floating on the surface where it was accompanied by the 3 koi that inhabited the sad pond. Just the scene alone caused Izuku to stare with an upset expression for several seconds, debating whether it was even worth saving. In the end, Izuku turned away from the pond while giving one last glare to the fish. With his nearly destroyed notebook that read 13 on the cover, Izuku trudged his way home. Welcome to the life of Izuku Midoriya, where all of his friends have turned their backs on him, and his life is like riding a bike up the side of a cliff with only one wheel. Fantastic. And who does he have to thank for this? Unfortunate fate? Well, it's not so much as a who, but rather a what. His useless quirk, of course. What else would it be? The literally dead heart that wasted space in his chest was just about as good as being quirkless. Honestly, he would much rather be born without a quirk. That way he would at least have an excuse for why he's so weak and pathetic as Bakugo had told him for so many years. After that one DMN day where he had been officially pronounced as a quirked individual, he was excited for what the future would hold. Now, he scoffed at it without a second thought. Ever since then, Izuku went day and night trying to figure out how to use his extra organ any way he could think of. To find some sort of method that could possibly unlock some sort of hidden power that it held. At least to even make it pump in his chest would have been fine. Instead, Izuku has been living with a burden in his body for the past 10 years. Not even the quirk doctors had been able to figure out what his quirk was supposed to do. It got to the point where Izuku doubted it even was a quirk, but rather a growth defect as the first doctor had said that day. He wasn't sure how something like that would have been able to grow into an entire extra heart, but it would have at least been cooler than having it as a stupid quirk. That's what he thought, anyway. Whatever that could be would be better than his predicament. Over the years, he's been given small rays of hope here and there. The main one being that during one of his close-in checkups, they managed to discover that his second heart was actually discolored. Rather than being a rich red, like a normal heart, it was a nearly black hue with barely noticeable purple veins. Further tests revealed that the tissue of the organ had a high concentration of quirk cells. Izuku's hope didn't last long, however, when they also found that, despite the vibrant color, his extra heart had no blood stored within. With all of his findings, it was finally concluded that Izuku's quirk truly was just a dead heart. Black in color, silent as a grave, and the biggest disappointment of Izuku's life. His only feeling of uniqueness came from the fact that his quirk was just that, unique. He knew for a fact that it didn't come from his mother. From his father, on the other hand, there was one similarity. However, the results differed so much it didn't even matter. Besides that, there really wasn't anything else in the world that could help Izuku compare their quirk to his own RR from anyone at all, as the doctors have told him multiple times. Other than that, nothing special. And because of it, Izuku was a prime target for his classmates that undoubtedly had much cooler quirks, not to mention that ones that actually did things. Even the kid who could only pull his eyes from his sockets had more uses. From that point on, Izuku was the laughingstock of his school, an absolute disgrace in the eyes of his peers. The boy that was as useless as his quirk. Fitting. Izuku released a heavy sigh. His defeated voice whispered in his ears. Along with it, he could hear his footsteps. The boy noticed the small echo they brought. Finally reeling himself out of his depressing daze, he saw that he had walked further than he realized. Izuku was currently at the beginning of the underpath that he usually took on his way towards home. The thick shadows provided by the ceiling brought a coolness over him, causing the still wet notebook in his hand to send a chill up his arm. If he was lucky, he might be able to salvage some of the pages if the ink hadn't smudged too much. That was if he had the motivation to do so. Despite being held back by his quirk, he had made his best attempt to go beyond everyone's expectations of a practically quirkless kid. However, those dreams were starting to sound unreachable. Izuku honestly didn't know why he had jotted down UA in his career aptitude test. It was a dumb idea looking back on it. Guess all he had needed to realize that was one last shove from Bakugo. Well, what now? Haha. And here I thought my luck had run out. Izuku was about a third away from the other side of the tunnel when the voice interrupted the gloomy silence. It stopped Izuku in his tracks as the tone immediately summoned a wave of fear to crawl over his entire body. He spun in place. The caution in his eyes landing on what he determined to be the source of the voice. From the sewer lid in the middle of the tunnel, a disgusting ball of sludge formed into a massive amorphous body. The reason why Izuku connected the voice to this ball of slime was because of the mouthful of teeth that shaped into an evil grin. From somewhere inside the slime, two eyes emerged next to one another as both looked directly into Izuku's terrified expression. A medium-sized skin cloak. Don't mind if I do. At that, what Izuku could only assume to be a villain shot forth. Izuku barely had time to react as the villain moved way too fast for him to be able to get away. In the end, Izuku had managed to take only a single step backwards before the villain enveloped his body. First, attaching itself across his torso before wrapping completely around his back. Izuku knew firsthand from the years of trying to get away from bullies, there was no escaping the death grip that the villain had on him. The teen could no longer even touch the ground as the sludge held him like an infant with his legs flailing outwards and his arms trying to dig through the slop. Its texture was exactly what Izuku figured it to be. Like an organic gelatinous being that rushed over his body. He felt a sickening warm feeling as it compressed onto his form that then began to fill around his face. The slime covered both his mouth and nose, effectively taking Izuku's any means of breathing. Immediately, Izuku gagged and coughed as the same disgusting sludge poured down his throat. But no matter how much he pushes, the foul-tasting liquid continues to slither past his tongue. Izuku screams as loud as he can against the pounding of his heart in his ears with the hope to alert someone nearby. Anyone that could help him. Anyone at all. Only his attempts were futile, as his shouts never met the light of day, the unrelenting slime muffling his desperate voice. Quit struggling, kid, this will only take about a minute before I take over your body. If you work with me, then it'll be a lot less painful. The villain's gargled voice barely registered in Izuku's brain. All it did was make him want to struggle more. I'm really thankful that you happened to be here just when I needed you. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. One could go so far as to say that you are my hero. Even though his words spoke of gratitude, the sinister tone said nothing but mockery. Izuku could barely hear those words. His hearing was beginning to be blocked by a ring in his ears. Everything around him began to fade into a blob of faded colors and shapes. Darkness swallowed the very edges of his vision. His body began to feel numb to the pain. It began to feel numb to everything. He felt cold. Izuku's strength had been completely drained. The hands that had furiously attempted to swat away the slime now hung limply at his sides. Legs that kicked, trying to feel anything, gave way and swung ever so gently in the air. Izuku no longer coughed or gagged. He couldn't feel his throat. Not even the invasive slime that had rushed in. His head felt weightless. Most likely due to the fact that it lacked oxygen. In the end, all that Izuku could do was cry. Just like he had done his entire life. Cry. Izuku lost whatever strength he had left to keep his eyes open. He met nothing but darkness. His heart stopped. The heart that used to beat with life made no sound, no movement, and no effort to keep itself going. As a result, Izuku Midoriya was dead. About time you finally kicked the bucket. I don't have time to mess around with brats, I need to get out of here as soon as possible. I can't believe that of all times for that BSTRD to show up, it would be right in the middle of my escape. How annoying. Thump. The villain stopped himself when he was interrupted by an audible sound resonating from within the boy's body. He actually felt it more than he heard it. It was like someone had taken a plank of wood and smacked it against the kid's back. The hell? The villain looked questionably at the seemingly lifeless body of the greenette. Thump. There it was again. This time, it was stronger. Thump. It came a third time and was noticeably faster than the last. Thump. The powerful sound of the beat from the boy's chest vibrated within the villain's own body. But with it came something new. Life. The villain saw the very moment that Izuku shot open his eyes to meet his gaze. That was all the villain had time to see before one of his eyes was blocked from the world. The last thing he felt was a pressure squeezing around his left eyeball before pain rippled across his sludge form. On instinct, the villain releases the boy and darts far back away from whatever had caused his agony. Gargled shrieks left his mouth as he tried to soothe the pain that came from some unknown attack. Then he realized a terrifying fact. He couldn't see out of his eye. He couldn't even feel it besides the stab of pain where it once was. The boy, he did this. The villain was bridled with new rage as he set his attention back on the brat. He lay on his stomach facing away from him. The sound of retching and coughing indicated that he was currently puking the slime that the villain had already sent down his throat. You little sheet. What did you do? I thought you were dead. His feral snarl shouted the sentences. He wanted answers as to how and why this kid could still be alive and why his eye wasn't working. The boy didn't answer. Instead, he put one foot beneath him. He sat upwards before putting down the other for stability. Then, Izuku stood to his full height, his back still turned towards the villain. The sludge was just about to shout something else when something caught his eye. His other eye was in the hand of the teen. He could see it laying limp in his tight grip, bits of slime dripping from its edges and onto the ground. This BSTRD had torn out the villain's eye with his bare hands. Izuku spoke, bringing the villain's attention to the back of the kid's head. Just as he did, he saw something even more bizarre. The base of the greenette's neck was a tar black. Not only that, but it was shifting around. More specifically, it was growing upwards to cover all of the boy's neck. When it reached his hair, the messy strands stood on end. Where Izuku's hair was slightly curly before, it straightened out and spiked upwards. The forest green color shifted into a hardly visible dark purple. I have you to thank for that. Izuku spoke again. There was something about his voice that caught the villain's attention. It didn't sound right. Nothing like anything a normal person would say. His voice was too calm. Way too smooth for someone who had just died from a villain suffocating them. So, allow me to repay you. The villain noticed movement from the hand that still held his dismembered eye. It had also begun to change color into the same tar black, appearing from inside his sleeve and inching over his fingers. His hand rose up and backwards towards him. When it stopped moving, the hand was aimed at the villain with his eye held openly in his palm. Upon first sight, it looked to be that the kid was offering back his eye. Upon the second, the villain felt fear take over his body. Izuku was now facing him, allowing the villain a clear view of his face. It was entirely black just like his hands. Eyes that used to be green were now a royal purple. They were wide and filled to the brim with emotion. What was once a terrified grimace was now the creepiest smile the villain had ever seen. To put it simply, Izuku looked completely insane as he held the organ in his hand like a gift. Without another word, the villain felt unbridled agony as he witnessed the boy mercilessly squash his eye between his fingers. He howled as he sensed the boy's strength crushing his eyeball and oozing into a liquid. Mixed with his screams, the jelly squished out of his hand and onto the concrete floor in blobs. Screw his fear, the villain was said beyond belief from being blinded in one eye by a child that should be dead. Gah! Looks like you're about to die twice, you little sheet. The villain bellowed his rage as he lunged back towards the boy with maximum speed. The smile on Izuku's face widened. The villain extended a limb of slime to strike. The attack landed squarely in Izuku's stomach, causing a thud to echo through the tunnel. The boy was thrown backwards with little to no resistance as his feet were swept off the ground flying down the underpath. His flight goes on for a couple of seconds before gravity took hold on Izuku once more, pulling him to the ground and colliding with the concrete below. His momentum carries through into several rolls that resulted in scrapes and torn clothing. His body finally came to a stop just a few feet away from the edge of the tunnel. Now, he lay on his back facing the villain that is rapidly closing in. I was going to do this quickly, but I think I just might take some time to break the bones in your body. Death threats were followed by the sludge villain attaching a limb to the boy's chest and lifting him up high. Izuku made no move to retaliate as his head hung backwards. Break my bones, huh? So, you're just like them. The statement from Izuku caught the attention of the villain. He could have been wrong, but it sounded like there was bitterness laced in his accusation. The sludge villain in return narrowed his one eye as he looked up to the kid. Izuku slowly lifted his head. His wide purple eyes met the villain's singular yellow one. And once again, he was overwhelmed with a sense of dread upon looking into Izuku's sadistic face. He didn't even look fazed by his attack or his position. If anything, he only seemed to be smiling even more. The only difference was there was now hatred in his glare. From between his smile that was a borderline snarl, pitch-black blood dripped over his lip. It must have come from when the villain struck him in the gut. The dark substance spilled down to his chin in one singular trail. I don't know what kind of kid has a face like that, but I honestly don't think I can feel bad anymore for killing someone like you. This is revenge for my eye. The villain extended another limb behind him, ready to swing it forward and hit Izuku full force. Just before he could bring it forth, his attention is set back on the blood that was hanging from the boy's chin. He didn't know why he felt he should watch it, but he had done so just in time to witness a singular drop fall. The drop of blood that was darker than a moonless night descended through the air. Its journey was cut short by the villain's limb blocking its path. It plunged halfway inside into the thick fluid body of the villain. Immediately, it felt weird inside of him. The villain noticed how it seemed to actually sizzle against his arm. The feeling slowly began to progress. It began to sting. The villain was just about to ignore it to take care of the kid when a new feeling emerged in his limb. Burning fire was the only thing that he could describe the feeling that surged from the droplet. Quickly looking back, the single black spot had spread. Not only that, but it had burrowed into his body where it swam up his arm like several tethers of liquid. It felt like lava had been injected into his body. It only continued to get worse as it was spreading dangerously fast into the rest of him. Again, he instinctively let go of Izuku, who landed on his feet perfectly. Not that the villain could notice, as he was currently trying to rid himself of the invading substance. He noticed that the tip of his limb was numb and not responding to his commands. However, the part where the infectious blood was still thriving, the pain made itself known in the form of a dreadful scream from the man. No matter what he did or tried, it didn't matter, as the black blood swam too fast for him to counter. It was overtaking his body, changing his thick dark green appearance into the same pitch-black color. Into his main group of sludge, throughout his other flailing limb, and covering his face. The first to go of his facial features was his mouth. Once that was completely gone, there were no more screams. The second and last was his lonely eye. Its dark red pupil frantically searching in any direction for an answer to his situation. For any way at all to survive this virus that had invaded his body. There was nothing. Nothing at all. There was only the boy, who continued to smile sadistically at him. His chin was clean of blood, as if he was never harmed. And finally, the villain's eye was consumed. Oh, how the tables have turned! Izuku said to the black mass in front of him. Its form was unmoving and lifeless. That was until the survivor noticed just how hungry he was. What used to be the slime villain slithered forward. Its body was no longer made up of any kind of sludge, but rather the same fluid that coursed through Izuku's veins. The black substance came forth and swirled around his body. With a simple thought, the mass of blood enveloped Izuku's figure. It swirled around him like a hurricane. It got smaller and smaller until Izuku could be seen once more, the blood gone without a trace. With that, the hunger was no more. Odi Awakudo, Izuku said the name aloud. Grew up without a mother and had an abusive father. Quite the sad tale. Despite his words, Izuku still had a smile on his face. His age is, died at the age of Quirk, slime. Not very descriptive, but I think I can figure it out pretty well. Izuku snickered. He held up his hand in front of him, closely watching the details of his blackened skin. With hardly any effort, it shifted into a black ooze that wagged in place. After all, I have your memories. His hand reformed into that of a normal shape and texture but retained the same tar-black color. His black fingers balled into a fist before him. He could feel the strength in his arm. He could feel everything that the villain once was. And now, they were one. Two went into the tunnel, and only one came out alive. Hee, a light chuckle escaped Izuku's lips. It came again, this time louder and for longer. It continued to progress until it was full-on laughter. His joyful voice that was eerie to any other person echoed off the walls as he flung his head back towards the ceiling. Izuku was an entirely different person. If one were to not look close enough, they wouldn't even be able to recognize the same shy boy who enjoyed learning and everything hero-related. And this was just the beginning. All of a sudden, Izuku stops his laughter. He brings his lively eyes down to the ground. More specifically, down to where he had seen the villain emerge from. The sewer lid was still planted in place. Izuku continued to stare at the spot, his eyes narrowing at the metal circle but not dropping his grin. With his amusement going quiet, it grew silent in the tunnel. The only thing of interest was the boy himself, who continued to watch the lid carefully. The lid shot upwards. It flew nearly high enough to hit the top of the tunnel before falling to the ground with a metallic clang. Someone has arrived. Have no fear, citizen, for you are safe now. The very symbol of peace himself, the #1 hero, All Might emerged from the open sewer. He took one dramatic step out of the hole and stood tall. His other foot came just afterwards to stomp the ground and shake any nearby pebbles. His piercing blue eyes shot down the tunnel to face nothing. The tunnel was empty. Strange. I could have sworn I heard a commotion up here. Even what sounded like someone laughing. All Might murmured to himself. One hand up against his chin while the other gripped the bag of groceries. Well, if the villain isn't here, then I will just have to keep dash. The hero cut himself off this time, for he found that the tunnel was not as empty as he had thought. He walked forward towards what had caught his eye. His tall frame bent over to gently pick up the small object. He noted that it was wet and had what appeared to be burn marks. It was a small notebook. All Might acknowledged the name and that this was the 13th of its kind. An idea popped into his head. He opened the cover page, just behind the title. In it, he found what he was looking for. Property of Izuku Midoriya. Inko perked up at the sound of the front door shutting. She also noticed that it sounded to have been shut rather harshly. Welcome home, Izuku. Inko called out casually, just as she did every day when her son came home from school. Hi, Mom. Izuku's greeting barely registered in her mind as it was quiet and hastily spoken. Call it mother's instinct, but something felt wrong about the way he said it. Before she could even realize what she was doing, Inko turned her attention from the stove and towards where she knew Izuku would pass to go to his room. Izuku. Inko said his name quickly in order to catch him in time. She would have missed him if she had looked a second later. She spotted Izuku turning the corner before practically disappearing into the hallway. Inko blinked for a moment as he must have been moving much quicker than usual for him. He had gotten so far in so little time. Her son stayed put with only his backpack and the very edges of his back were visible to her. Izuku, is everything all right? Inko asked after a moment's hesitance. It didn't appear to be strange, but it was definitely out of the ordinary. Especially since he had already gotten home later than he normally does. Her reason to ask only grew when there was no answer to her question. Izuku just stood there. Izuku? Inko raised up a foot to walk towards the boy. Sorry, Mom. Izuku popped his head around the corner to grace her with a small smile and apologetic eyes. I was just a little distracted. There was a villain attack on the way home that I was interested in. The boy chuckled slightly as he gave a dismissive wave. Inko felt relief as she put her foot back down. A smile of her own matched with Izuku's. Oh, sorry to worry. Just be careful, you hear me? Inko told the boy that she knew would get himself involved in such things. She'd seen him once or twice in the crowds of villain attacks on TV. Of course. Izuku gave her one last wave before zipping past the corner. Another sound of a closing door and Inko concluded that he had gone to his room. She went back to making dinner without a second thought. Just as she suspected, that was indeed where the younger Greenette had retreated. Izuku stood behind the closed door facing his room. He was still and quiet. After what felt like hours, he moved his right hand. Each finger was placed against the left side of his chest. Thump. His heartbeat. The same as usual. He traced his hand over to the right side. Nothing, as usual. As if the last hour of his life had never happened. Yet, the memories were so vivid. The cold embrace of death. The fiery reawakening. The texture of the villain's eye in his hand as he crushed it. The pain as the villain struck him in the stomach. All of it. What stood out the most was the sweet taste of the black mass being absorbed into his form. And then there were the things he felt. Nothing but joy at seeing the sludge wither in pain as he was slowly dissolved as his blood ate away at his body. For the first time in Izuku's life, he felt powerful. And he wanted more. It was dark. Everything was dark. Even in the places he could not see, he knew that there was no light in this never-ending void. He'd been here for what felt like years. And for that entire time, he'd done only one thing. Stare at the black heart that hung from nothing in front of him. He knew nothing else. He felt no need to do anything other than to keep his eyes glued to the lifeless organ hovering before him. Even in the pitch-black darkness, it was able to make itself bright as day. At least, he thought so. There were no days and nights where he was. That was how long it felt like he was there. So long that it all blended together, a few seconds of the unmoving heart and its motionless body. He wasn't even sure if he had a body in this lightless realm. There was nothing that he could feel or anything that reacted with his thoughts. All there was is himself and the heart. Thump. Izuku shot up in bed. He was no longer trapped in the void, as there were faint traces of orange light streaming through his window. The limited illumination cast his space in a dull shade of color, barely outlining the details of his room. It was early morning, he knew that much. Much earlier than when he usually got up. Izuku swiveled his neck to face the alarm clock on his table stand. Nearly a whole hour before his alarm was to go off. That was peculiar. Izuku recalled staying up way later than he usually did. If he remembered correctly, he had only gotten a maximum of 4 hours of rest. His night was spent thinking about what happened, the experience of encountering the sludge villain and what followed. Especially how it ended. Izuku had to finally come to terms with the fact that he had killed that man. Well, he made it sound harder than what it actually was. He found no pity in the villain's death. That was what he had to come to terms with. The fact that he had taken a life and didn't feel any care in the world for it. Not even a sick sensation in his stomach at the thought of giving him a painful death. All while smiling at him. No, instead he felt pleasure in it. Even now, even after somehow coming back from that insane transformation, there was no regret in what he had done. Both of his hands were laid out in front of him, both limp with his palms being the target of Izuku's confused expression. 10 years. 10 years of being nothing but a weak loser, and he finally tilts the balance with this unknown strength. Strength that someone had suffered an agonizing death from. The dead heart in his chest made itself useful for once by somehow bringing Izuku back from the dead. So, what should he do with it? This was what had been on Izuku's mind the previous night. An absolute storm of ideas and theories nearly swirling the boy into madness. The way he felt, the way he thought, acted, processed, intended, everything that spiraled in his mind as his black heartbeat in his chest, it was something Izuku had never experienced before. But it was not unfamiliar. All of it came from the deepest abyss of Izuku's being. The anger he always pushed down. The idea of revenge on those who hurt him. The sinister urge to make them feel pain as he had. The strive to attain power that rivaled above them. To laugh at them just as they laughed at him. But this time, they wouldn't get back up. Izuku blinked back into reality. He quickly dropped his wide grin and cupped both hands over his mouth. Shock expressed itself in his features as he stayed silent for several moments. This was something he was not at all expecting to happen in his life, but something he was going to have to overcome. His eyes closed with defeat as his hands dropped back down onto his lap. He needed some way to clear his mind. Izuku went to let out a heavy sigh, but something stopped him the moment he inhaled. What mostly resembled a cough escaped his throat, but it wasn't what you could really call a cough. The knuckles of his right hand covered his shut mouth, as he tried to deduce what just happened. Izuku opened his mouth again and inhaled. Just as quickly as he did, he clamped it shut again. His tongue moved in his mouth, rubbing against the roof of his upper jaw. This was a surprise he was least expecting, despite yesterday's events. For the third time, he took a deep breath through his open mouth. The same tingle rippled across his tongue as a strange taste soared across his taste buds. The trace of it was weak. Not like it was faint, but rather it was like tasting a mild sweet. Things were just getting weirder by the minute. The oddest thing about it was that Izuku felt, or rather tasted, where it seemed to be coming from. Izuku knew that there was such a thing of being able to taste a certain smell if it was strong enough. But he couldn't smell anything. So how was it that he could taste nothing? He flipped the covers off of him and slid out of bed, all of his inner troubles forgotten for the time being. His apparel sported his usual nightwear of shorts and a t-shirt, which allowed him to walk out his door and peer into the empty hallway. There was light coming from the kitchen where he heard the vague sounds of utensils. Not as empty as he thought. Curiosity as to what was inciting this new sensation, Izuku decided to confront his mother. He walked down the corner, and sure enough, he spotted Inko at the kitchen counter. She looked to be preparing a meal of some sort. He would have questioned it if it weren't for the work clothes she wore. "You're going to work?" Inko nearly dropped the container she was holding as she yelped in fright, causing Izuku to startle. "Oh. Izuku, you scared me," Inko stated, hand over her chest to calm her excited state. "I didn't expect to see you up this morning. You're not usually up this early." A small smile tugged at Inko's lips from their amusing encounter. Izuku rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. He should have realized that he would cause something like this to happen. "Why yeah, sorry. I just couldn't get back to sleep," he answered. Obviously, that was a lie. The truth was that he didn't feel tired at all. To be honest, he felt rather energized, more than he ever had been for as long as he could remember. "But you know, you're not usually up this early yourself," Izuku mumbled loud enough to reach Inko's ears. Both adopted dejected looks that they tried their best to keep from each other. Inko did this by averting her gaze to the floor. "Not usually, no. Work called in again today," the woman mumbled, just like her son did. "On a Saturday?" Izuku questioned. It seemed like whatever chance her employers got, they would take any of Inko's time to work her to the bone. He would never mention it, but he noticed the physique his mother had taken over the years. Their limited income due to the nearly overwhelming medical bills had led to the woman eating less when she thought Izuku wasn't looking. But he was. He always was. As a result, she was much frilier and smaller than he remembered her throughout his lifetime. It was the reason why Izuku never asked for anything or ever sought for help in his own troubles. He was already enough of a burden to Inko that she was doing whatever she could to keep them sheltered and Izuku educated. To his question that was obviously full of displeasure, Inko merely hummed. An answer that Izuku couldn't say he enjoyed. I need to go, otherwise I'll be late. There's already some food in the fridge that you can heat up for later. Inko alleviated the mopey atmosphere, or at least tried to anyway. She walked over with her own packed lunch in hand and wrapped a hand over Izuku's shoulder in a hug. Of course, Izuku returned it without missing a beat. Too soon she let go, turning towards the door. His eyes remained glued to her back as she vanished along with the sound of the closing door behind her. Izuku continued to stare at the door. In silence, he stayed motionless as only his mind was active. Finally, he looked away and instead stared at his raised left hand. Why was life like this? Why was he entrapped in an awful existence? Picked on every day to have his flaws consistently shoved in his face? Being unchosen or acknowledged by anyone simply because he was weak? To make his mother, the only person whom he loved and loved him back, make up for his weakness? Was he weak? No, not anymore. He had power now. A power that he'll make his own, one way or another. That just brings him back to his first question. What should he do with it? Toshinori Yagi looked at the slip of paper in his hand. The numbers on it were quickly memorized in his head before he looked up to find a matching set. Sure enough. This was the address. He brought his left arm up to tap his knuckle against the door a few times. There was a short wait in silence. Among that silence, an uncomfortable rumble stirred where his missing stomach should be. Yagi winced slightly. He knew he shouldn't have tried to eat anything for lunch today. He had just enough time to bring his hand back down and compose himself the moment before the door opened. In its place was a boy who was of less than average height. His build was definitely on the thinner side that matched the timid and nervous posture of his freckled face. Green eyes that matched his green mop of messy hair that stuck out in every direction. So, this was Izuku Midoriya. All Might? The door swung all the way open, so the boy could fully view who was standing at his doorstep. Hello, young man. The hero greeted the dumbfounded teen. All Might needed to bend over a few inches so that his eyes were beneath the top of the doorframe. But you could please keep your voice down? I wouldn't want anyone to interrupt us. May I come in? All Might put a finger over his lips before gesturing to the apartment behind Izuku. Why yeah, sure. Okay. All Might felt rude for finding the boy's stuttering amusing, but that was just how he always found people's reaction to his presence. Izuku moved to the side, as to let the hero squeeze through the frame while his 2 locks of hair brushed against the roof. Thank you. All Might smile as he always did to help disperse the greenette's nervousness. He'd always had people act excited around him, and this was no exception. The hero entered the room which came into a short hallway. At the end, he saw the makings of a kitchen connected to a living room. Both walked into the living room, Izuku leading the way. They came upon the couch which All Might gently set himself on one side. He looked up to Izuku, who was giving him an incredulous look, standing in front of him. The hero dropped a bead of sweat as he realized he may have made himself a little too comfortable. Sorry, am I being too intrusive? All Might brought his hands up, preparing to leave. No, All Might. Why you're fine, I just wasn't at all expecting to see someone like you in person, let alone sitting on my sea couch. Izuku dismissed the adult's worry by waving his hands in the air. He took a moment to calm down and further comprehend that the number 1 hero was in the same room as him. It's just, what are you doing here? Izuku asked. All Might brought himself back, focusing on why he was before this seemingly random child. That's simple really. I am here today to do 2 things. First, I'm sure that you would be glad to have this back. All Might leaned forward while grabbing hold of the item in his back pocket. He presented it to the boy, and instantly, Izuku's eyes lit up with recognition and realization. Izuku slowly reached out with both hands and took hold of his lost possession. My notebook. Izuku said aloud. It finally dawned on him that he had indeed dropped it at one point and completely had forgotten about it during his retreat home. The teen lifted his gaze to meet the All Might's blue eyes. How did you find it, and how did you find me? Izuku was clearly confused as to how he was able to track him down. He knew that he had put his name on the back of the front cover, but it couldn't have been that easy to find his address just from that. Was it? I found it in the underpass. I'm sure you know which one I'm talking about. I was chasing a villain around the sewer system when I finally thought I had caught up to him. To my dismay, he was nowhere in sight and hasn't been seen since. All that I could find was this notebook with your name in it. It was easy enough to find your address thanks to a friend, which then led me here. All Might's explanation made plenty enough sense. But Izuku still couldn't figure out why the best hero in the world would take the time to give some kid their notebook back. Unless... That leads me to the second reason I'm here. A dangerous villain was last seen in the area where you've been. Did you perhaps see him by any chance? His body was entirely made up of a dark green slime. A crooked set of teeth and bulging eyes. Ring a bell? Oh, it rang a bell all right. Izuku vividly remembered hearing the gargled scream as the man died in pain. He could easily recall the texture of the ice sloshing between his fingers in a nasty warm ooze. Nope. All Might blinked at the curt response of the boy, who looked to be even more nervous than before. Well, that was very odd. You're sure? All Might asked again. He was skeptical as to this just being some kind of coincidence. I may have not seen anything, but I for sure heard a disturbance. You must have seen something. All Might pushed on. If there was anything related to the villain, then Izuku needed to come clean. I only know as much as you do. The truth is that I did hear something happening nearby, but I panicked and ran away. I must have dropped my notebook along the way, but I didn't see or hear anything else that could help you find him. Izuku urged that he wasn't lying. It didn't help that he was already uneasy, and his act didn't at all look convincing. However, All Might didn't seem to find any of this suspicious. Truth be told, All Might just chalked it up to a simple reaction of a fanboy meeting the symbol of peace. Not to slide his own ego, but he's seen it countless times. Instead, the hero merely hummed while stroking his chin. That is a shame. No matter. All Might grunted as he stood from the couch, the furniture creaking from the loss of weight. I will find this villain in due time, no matter where he hides. That is the duty of a hero. All Might flashed a bold thumbs up to Izuku, who couldn't help but feel his spirits rise from the scene. Well, that will be all. Thank you for your time and cooperation. Oh, of course. Izuku replied with disguised relief. He really was inspired by his number one favorite hero, but he wasn't sure how All Might would react if he were to find out the truth. I'll be on my way then, young man. Take care. All Might gave his farewell as he walked back towards the front door. He didn't get very far before he stopped in place and turned to look back at Izuku. Hold on. Izuku silently gulped. There was also something I was wanting to mention, about your book in fact. Izuku blinked in surprise as he traced a finger over the rough texture of his notebook. Oh? Sorry if it's an invasion of your privacy, but I couldn't help but taking a peek when I read the cover. And I must say that I'm quite impressed with your analytical skills. You have a sharp mind. That's not easy to come by these days. I'm sure you'll have a good future in your high school days. Another signature gesture of All Might's was given as he made a fist and held it up. The words he spoke were genuine, and it filled Izuku with pride. Wow! Thank you. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. I actually plan to go to the same school you did. Izuku felt a great big smile form on his lips. This was no dream. This was reality. All Might himself was really complimenting him. The same excitement could be seen in the hero's eyes as the mention of the school. Ha ha ha. That's brilliant. It's good to see striving minds reaching for the stars. I'm sure you'll take the general education by storm. All Might bellowed with his hands on his hips. It came as a thought to mention the greenette to Principal Nizu, with his great mind. That thought was interrupted by something he didn't expect to see. Izuku was looking at him confused and slightly hurt. No. I was actually. Izuku looked down to the notebook in his hands. It was a reminder of his years of effort to make himself as prepared as possible to become a hero by any means necessary. As of lately, his lifelong dream was beginning to fade. But no, maybe it wasn't so impossible. Despite what he'd done, it wasn't too late for him, right? Right. Izuku looked back up to All Might with a goal set in his heart. I want to be a hero. The confidence and determination that Izuku had built up over years came out with those words. He meant it, and he was going to stick with it. However, the look of uncertainty the hero gave him made Izuku question that goal. Why was he looking at him like that? Did All Might not believe him? Well, I guess I wasn't wrong when I said that you strive for the stars. I just didn't realize that you were trying to reach something beyond. Something that may not be there. With a nervous tone, the blonde chose his words as carefully as he could, for he had realized he may have made a mistake. What do you mean? Izuku's voice was flat as it was somber. There was a trace of disbelief in his eyes as he stared at the fidgeting man. Ahahaha. He chuckled nervously. I just mean that, Another invasion of privacy, sorry, but after reading some of your work, I was interested in you further when my friend searched you in the database. I was surprised to see the kind of quirk you had, but you must know that it's not really helpful for heroism. Well, to say that the atmosphere in the room took a sudden change was an understatement. All Might felt helplessly guilty under the betrayed gaze of the boy whose arms dropped with his notebook loosely held between them. The hero began to really feel like he messed up and said something he shouldn't have. However, that brought alarm to him. Izuku was trying to be a hero with a quirk that might as well make him quirkless. This would only lead to future disappointment and struggles that could have ended earlier. Oh boy. Young man. Listen. This is a dangerous world. Every day, heroes are risking their lives to protect those who can't protect themselves. Even me. I just can't see you being able to do that. You would only be an easy target to those who don't give a second glance to whoever they hurt or kill. Leave it to the pros who have the power to keep the villains away and keep you safe. It almost hurt All Might to say these words to the boy. He could see plain as day that he was throwing Izuku's dream away. But that would be better than having him throw his own life away. This world was too unforgiving to those who couldn't fight back. A quirk like Izuku's just wouldn't cut it in the hero society. All Might could no longer keep up his smile as he tried to find some other way to bring comfort to Izuku. He thinks he's gotten his point across. Izuku could not believe what he was hearing. Years of effort to keep himself strong to face another day. His entire life had been dedicated to one thing, and one thing only. His only mission in life that he'd protected with everything he had. The thousands of times he's gotten back up from something that should have kept him down. It all felt so meaningless under the crushing words of his idol. So, what you're trying to say is that I can't be a hero? All Might flinched at the voice of the boy. It sounded so defeated, so dead. His eyes looked like a vast ocean full of life had just been drained of its contents. The colorful sea was now but a hollow desert compared to its once full glory. All Might didn't answer for a moment. He truly had no intentions on hurting this child, but if he didn't do something, then something worse might happen that could put Izuku in a position where he couldn't be saved. This was always the toughest part of being a hero. It wasn't rescuing people from burning buildings or defending the innocent from villains. It was always reaching into their hearts to pray that they don't screw something up. I'm sorry. But no. I do not think it is possible for you to be a hero, Midoriya. The man's regret was evident with his head hung low. No longer did he look like the powerful imposing figure he always was. He only felt shame. But that doesn't mean you can't contribute to society. There are still plenty of other ways to help people. You just need dash. I think you really should go looking for that villain before he kills someone. Izuku interrupted with his head down. He couldn't meet the hero's eyes anymore. He couldn't stand it. All Might instantly got the picture. He's realized by now that he isn't welcome any longer. I wish you luck. All Might spoke just loud enough for Izuku to hear. Not that it mattered. Izuku's head was down to keep him from seeing the adult. He only heard the quieting steps reach the front door, which opened and closed with a soft click. Was this really how life was supposed to be? Was it just a constant struggle for everyone, or just Izuku? Of course it was just him. Why would it be anything else? Izuku had been trapped in this horrible fate the moment he was born. A fate that left him behind his friends. Made him a disappointment to his only family. It really didn't matter how hard he tried, it would always end the same. But why? Why him? Was the world so dead set on making everything in his life a misery? Not once, not a single thing in Izuku's life had gone right. Just one bad thing after another. All of it just sounded like some sick game to see who can make Izuku feel like a mistake. He would have never guessed that All Might was in on it. These thoughts were a blur in his head. His mind was soaring in dark places as his emotions took the wheel. Fate. A snarl slowly stretched across his quivering grimace. Everyone else. The notebook in his hands began to wrinkle from his tightening grip. All Might. Anger bubbled deep from within his core that came out a growl in his throat. Being a hero. Thump. In one beat, the life of his heart shot into his black unmoving organ. A new kind of surge rippled through his body like a wave of cold water. Black blood rushed through his veins and colored his body a sickly gray, borderline black. Messy hair stood on end that spiked upwards and turned purple. Tightly shut eyes snapped open just as his green irises were overtaken by a majestic purple that thrived with rage. Izuku took the grip on his notebook with both hands and ripped it in half as if it were nothing. The sound of dozens of ripping papers filled his ears to join the pounding of his heart. It took everything in his loose control to not scream with unbridled fury. He would save that for later. Heavy breaths rumbled over his tongue. He could taste the air's many flavors again. Izuku was starting to get used to it. But that wasn't what was on his mind. He had decided. If I can't be a hero, then, Izuku stopped. His wrathful snarl morphed into a wicked grin that could give death nightmares. He looked up. His widely insane eyes have found his goal. I'll be a villain. Izuku, I'm home. Inko called out into the house after releasing a heavy sigh of exhaustion. From dusk till dawn, she worked almost endlessly. Yet another hard day at work had left her tired and only wanting to go to bed, once she'd checked up on her son. The thing is, there was no one who responded to her announcement. It didn't strike her as completely bizarre, so she opted to take off her shoes at the doorway before anything else. Inko then moved down the short hallway into the main section of her home. A quick look around revealed that the living room and kitchen were vacant. But something did catch her eye. On the living room table, she located an object that seemed out of place. It was a piece of paper, most likely a note left behind by Izuku. Strangely enough, it wasn't a full slip but rather a torn corner that was wrinkled. That caused Inko to raise some questions in her mind. Hopefully, she could find them within the note. Focusing on the words, she read the message. Only 3 words greeted her. I'm going out. Inko blinked at the note in her hand for a few seconds. Those 3 words were almost concerning to her. Izuku didn't go out very much for any other reason than to go to and from school. Maybe even some errands Inko would give him every once in a while, but other than that, he was usually at the house. It was also the fact that he had left a paper note for her to read and not just sent her a text message. These few clues bobbed at the top of her mind, but she didn't think of it as something to investigate. Perhaps she was just overthinking this. She'd had enough of that today. Inko sighed once more and simply threw away the note in the trash on her way to her room. She didn't notice that the words on the note were heavily scribbled and messy. However, there was something that she did notice just as she put her hand on her doorknob. Flicking her eyes back to her son's door, she quickly found what signaled to her brain that something was off. She approached the closed door and inspected the sight. It wasn't her tired mind making her imagine it. The All Might-themed label that hung from Izuku's door was gone. Looking a bit closer, she saw that the nail that had kept it up was bent at an odd angle. Almost as if someone had tried to either bash it with a hammer or yank it, only to leave it in its deformed state. The note was one thing. But this was something else entirely. Inko bit her lip in thought. As she did, the woman raised her hand ever so slowly. The tips of her fingers graced against the cool metal of the doorknob of Izuku's room. She gripped it into her hand as she began to twist, the bolt of the handle coming undone. Ding! Inko shot her attention away from the door and blinked at the weird timing of the text message. She hoped it would be from Izuku, but upon seeing the name after fishing it from her pocket made her feel uneasy. After reading the message, she felt drained of energy she didn't actually have. Boss, I expect you to come back at the same time tomorrow. Inko let out another sigh, this one being more of a shaky whimper of defeat than anything. This was by no means the ideal job that Inko wanted or enjoyed. If she could, she would have quit a long time ago. But it wasn't about her. This was for Izuku. Her fist balled up tightly as she stared at the text message before putting it away. This is for Hisashi. This job worked her to the bone while barely giving enough money to feed herself and her son, all while paying for the immense amount of medical bills. But that didn't matter. As long as she could keep those 2 alive, then her true job was complete. Inko turned away from the door and returned to her own room. She greatly needed rest. Izuku, wherever you may be, I hope you're safe. Whatever it is that you may be doing, I pray that you have the strength to do better than I ever could. The canvas of colors that the city projected drowned out the stars above, allowing only the crescent moon to shine its pale light down onto the city of Japan. The sun had long since vanished behind the horizon of tall buildings. The coming of the moon brought the dwindling of human activity. For they knew of the dangers that lurked in the dark corners of the streets. However, in the busiest parts of Japan, almost nothing changed among the crowds of people doing as they please under the dark sky. Lit-up streets and the sounds of the population kept the villains at bay. That is exactly why 2 young men found themselves much more willing to remain within a dark alley, where they felt they were the safest. Yo, pass me another one. One of the men said to the other, holding his hand out expectantly. The second person scoffed with amusement as they gracefully slid a cigarette from his pocket and tossed to the other. It's your funeral. He said with a slight smile just as his friend caught the item in his hand and stuck the butt end in the corner of his mouth. PSH. I'd rather die doing this than find myself in some shitty prison. He said back with a hint of seriousness to his tone, fishing the lighter from his own pocket. Huh. So, you were worried that you'll get caught. I told ya, now, you shouldn't have tried making a deal with that creepy BSTRD. The second man teased his friend, who lit the cigarette with his lighter, before stuffing it back into his pocket. Oi. I don't want to hear it. I knew that something was up, but I went on with it on my own free will. Now pointed to the man accusingly before crossing his arms with a huff. Besides, I got my money in the end and I only needed to get my hands dirty just a little bit. He mumbled that last bit to feel reassured of himself. HMP, yeah? And guess where that almost got ya? The mention of it causes now to groan with disapproval. If it weren't for me coming in at the last second to save your butt, you'd be in prison this very moment. The man teased the other with a large grin at the other's annoyed expression. Yeah, I know. Would have helped a ton if you were there sooner, though. Now once again mumbled his words, causing the other man to raise an eyebrow for what he said. But thanks. I appreciate you sticking your neck out for me, Hansuki. Now finished his pout with shy gratitude. Don't worry about it. You got my back, I got yours. The man named Hansuki gave a smile to Now. The latter couldn't help but give one in return. His new amusement brought him away from his friend. Immediately, he shot up from the trash can he sat on. Hansuki obviously noticed the strange action, looking towards the man with a puzzled expression. Looking at his face, Hansuki saw that he was on guard and cautious. By quickly following his gaze, both men were now standing on high alert as they stared at the figure at the end of the alley. The silhouette of a person stood motionless out in the open for them to lay their eyes upon. The dim street light that hung high above added to the ominous scene. It looked as if their clothes were slightly baggy and they had a hood over their head. Aside from that, neither men could identify anything more about the stranger. Hey! Hansuki calmly called out to the individual. Whatcha doing over there? He spoke in a friendly tone, but Now, who was right next to him, could sense the uneasiness. There wasn't an answer of any kind. They didn't so much as move. It was almost like watching a statue stare them down from underneath the streetlight. Just get on out of here, pal. We're minding our own business. Now took his turn calling out to the figure. Again, they did not respond in any way. A short silence fell upon the three of them as they stared at one another. Now slowly leaned over to the other man as before whispering. Do you think it's a hero? Hansuki took that into consideration. It was one of his first thoughts when he saw the figure. But there was something awfully peculiar about this if it was a hero. No. This is something else. Hansuki whispered back in a much more cautious voice, one that signaled to Now that he best be ready for anything. Even so, seeing the figure walking towards them caught them completely off guard. Both men tensed as they glared at the hooded figure taking one step after another. They were maybe about 50 to 60 feet away, but if this kept up, then that would be gone in no time. Hey! Hansuki yelled, with aggression this time, taking a step forward in front of Now. The latter saw his friend's hand nearly balled into a fist with his pointer finger sticking straight out, the clearest sign that Hansuki was about to use his quirk. But the person kept walking forward. Look, whatever it is you've got planned, we don't want any part in it. We don't want any trouble. Well, that's a shame. Both men froze in place as the voice entered their ears. The youthfulness in it indicated that this was just a young boy, perhaps a teenager. However, the tone in those words were wicked to the core. He was finally close enough for them to get a glimpse at the face that hid beneath the hood. Insane eyes and an evil smile greeted them. Because I do. Both men are ultimately stunned as the hooded figure is suddenly rushing down the alley at speeds that rivaled speed quirks. Hansuki jumps in front of Now before sticking his right arm up with his hand in the shape of a gun. Activating his quirk, a bright blue ball of energy shot from his pointer finger and straight at the attacker. Without skipping a beat, the attack was dodged by a simple tilt of the boy's chest. A smaller motion would have nailed him in the shoulder. It didn't so much as make him slow down in the slightest. Hansuki flinched in shock as he began to fire multiple shots. The sound of the small energy ball zipping from his finger and through the air goes silent as not a single shot meets their target. All they manage to achieve is flying harmlessly off into the distance. Each missed attack is another large step that the person makes towards them in great haste. If they were lucky to have the 60 feet of distance from the start, then the figure would have crossed at least 35 of it in a couple seconds. Hansuki cursed to himself that this kid was able to dodge every single one of his bullets. Hansuki considered himself to have one of the best aims in Muzurafu, but even in this restrictive alleyway, he couldn't land a hit. Before he knew it, the person was less than 10 feet away. From here, he could clearly see the boy underneath the shadow of his hood. Just as Hansuki thought, the person that he was aiming his quirk at was no more than a young teenager. He wore a dark red jacket with gray details, including the hood that barely kept the spiky purple hair from sticking out all over the place. That same purple could be seen in the sinister eyes that stared at him like he was prey. The most attention-getting detail about this kid was the black skin. Skin that was darker than the night sky above them. More importantly, how can this kid give off this much killing intent? Hansuki aimed his finger for the last time. The distance between them was a mere 5 feet. There was no way he could be able to dodge in time with their closeness. With his pointer finger being between the boy's eyes, Hansuki took the shot. With his experience, there was no reasonable way the kid would get away in time. That was until time seemed to slow, the boy practically exploding into a giant blob of a dark purple substance. The body bent perfectly around the bullet, which only managed to light up the sludge with a blue hue as it passed on to the other side. Once the bullet was clear, the purple sludge redirected itself to one central point. From within, Hansuki saw the clothes of the boy shift back into place, the sludge filling into it with precise control. He couldn't do anything. The boy was before him with a fist ped back, just before it launched forward to crash into the man's jaw. The impact was cruel, barely avoiding breaking bone. However, that didn't mean it wasn't painless, the force throwing Hansuki far back into the side of a dumpster. Now immediately jumped into action as he lunged forward with his knife drawn. A powerful move brought the blade straight for the boy's chest. However, it would seem that Now didn't have the luck of landing a strike. The attacker twisted to the left, knife barely missing his body. Now was given an extra surprise as the kid grabbed onto the front of his shirt before pulling him in. Now let out a shout of pain as the boy's head smashed into his nose. Now was sure he heard a crack upon the impact. It hurt like hell, but Now had learned to take hits. He recovered, still being held onto, and went for a slash of his knife across the BSTRD's eyes. The attack was caught like it was nothing, his blade trapped in the tight hold of his opponent. Now realized that this guy was a legitimate danger. He tried to pull away, in hope that he and Hansuki could just run. That plan quickly went out the window as the grip on his arm proved unbreakable. The teen then used his other hand to clamp even tighter around Nao's throat, causing him to choke out in pain. How the hell is this kid so DMN strong? Nao can only think the words, speaking is far beyond what he could do with the death grip on him. He grabs onto the hand on his neck to try to pry it off, but his efforts are all in vain. He looks into the eyes of the hooded figure that was so much shorter than him. This small fry that was able to overpower him in an instant was giving him the most devilish grin he'd ever seen. The pure insanity of his eyes stood out against the tar color of his skin, bringing out the bright royal purple of his irises. Just as Nao was beginning to feel his lungs burn with the lack of air, he heard something was past him from behind. Not even a fraction of a second later, the boy is screaming with agony, an energy bullet hitting him directly in the cheek. The grip on Nao's arm and throat is released as the boy stumbled backwards, holding his face with both hands. Hansuki burst into view on Nao's left, charging towards the boy with a brick in his hand. His opponent managed to look up just in time as the brick bashes against the side of his head with a heavy thud. Either the brick wasn't that sturdy, or the kid really was tough as hell, but the concrete piece broke upon impact, crumbling to the ground. Hansuki didn't let up however, taking this opportunity to send a barrage of shots at the attacker. Since he was dazed, the kid was unable to dodge a single one of the blue ball of energy that blasted over his body, each one creating more pain. Nao was a little amazed at the sight, which left him distracted for a moment. Once he snapped back into reality, he noticed that this was his chance for some revenge on the little sheet. Taking some notes from his friend, he set his eyes on a trash can that looked rather heavy. Quickly pocketing his knife, he took it into both his hands with a fiery grip. He rushed past Hansuki who was still yet to stop his relentless shootdown. He stopped in time for Nao to get into position with the trash can, ready to swing full force. It went crashing into the teen's side, sounding like it knocked the air out of him. It sends the boy colliding with the wall in yet another loud thud. This time, Nao was sure the air was knocked out of his lungs. He didn't stop there, closing the distance and beginning to launch a powerful punch. It hit the purple-eyed boy in the side of his head, followed up by another strike to the other side. Nao then grabbed hold of the boy, just as he had done to him earlier, and threw his knee into the brat's gut. Nao was unable to do more as a hand on his shoulder forcefully pulled him back. That's enough. Hansuki yelled to get the other man's attention. Nao nearly shrugged it off but does as told in his better judgment. If it was anyone other than Hansuki, Nao would have turned around to punch them too, but his friend was the only person he would hold himself back with. He's done. Nao took a second to calm down. He was still sad from how the two of them were caught off guard at first, but surely his continuous attacks were justified. At least in his mind. If this kid could take several shots from Hansuki's bullets, then a few more punches shouldn't be a big deal, right? Nao had to second-guess himself when he turned back to look at their attacker. In his stupor, he hadn't even realized the true damage that had been inflicted. You could see each individual bullet hole, a burn mark wherever Hansuki had shot him. They weren't as deep as they usually were, but the damage done was simply still too much for anyone. Especially as Nao looked at the exposed muscle and teeth on the boy's left cheek, where Hansuki had shot him the first time. Black blood dripped from every single wound that stained his clothes. The boy looked stunned in this state as he seemed shocked to have been defeated. He slid down the wall stiffly as he slumped to the ground with a grunt. From the fight, the hood over their head came off. Now and Hansuki saw a boy with a thick mop of dark purple hair that stood on end. That was why Hansuki must have stopped now. He must have realized as soon as Now started to attack that they did this. It was definitely more than they intended. However, that didn't matter much. TCH. We should just leave him. Now spat with the last of his ire. He no longer saw the brat as a threat. He stuffed his hand in his pockets, his body posture indicating that he was ready to leave. Hansuki didn't say anything for a moment as he looked at the boy who hadn't made a move since being defeated. His purple eyes looked to the ground, but with no focus to show that he was aware of it. The man softly huffed as he also turned in place. This was your own DMN fault, kid. Just stay down. If you're lucky, someone might find you and get help. Hansuki said dryly as he looked away towards the end of the alley, Now's cue that it was time to ditch this place. No. That single word caught them off guard just as it did the first time they heard the boy speak. They stopped and turned to face the kid. He still hadn't moved an inch as the blood continued to run down his beaten body. However, his expression did change. There was a hidden wrath behind those glaring eyes. I've stayed down my entire life. The boy hissed with an aged fury that crawled over the men's skin. Both questioned what he could possibly mean by that. Before they could even think of an answer, something else had captured their gaze. The black blood. It was moving. From the bullet holes, the blood that leaked out no longer spilled downwards, but rather back to where it came. The pitch-black dribbles entered back into the fresh wounds. Things kept getting more bizarre for the men as they witnessed the blood form around the injuries and take the place of the lost tissue. To put it simply, all of the damage was being healed before their eyes. The boy's cheek reformed itself as the blood expanded into strings as they stitched the tear with ease. His purple eyes finally left the ground to glare up at them with a blazing expression. It was a mix of insanity fueled by hatred that made the hair on the back of the men's neck stand on end. Never again. The boy lunged from his spot like a predator rushing towards his prey. Hansuki immediately formed his hand into the shape of a gun once again and took aim out of reflex. Neither of the two noticed what the boy had in hand before Hansuki took the shot. They were completely stunned to see it blocked by the lid of the same trash can Now had used as a weapon. At the same time, the teen spun forward to build momentum as he chucked the lid like a frisbee. This ranged attack slammed Hansuki in the forehead with a resonating metal whack, flinging him backwards so he hit the ground several feet away. Now and the boy locked eyes for a second time. He used his quirk to retrieve his knife from his arm and flip it outwards just in time to react to the approaching menace. Now brought his weapon forward to sink it into that teen's head and hope that it would just finish him off once and for all. For a second, Now thought he actually did as he felt his blade sink into flesh. However, it had not landed anywhere near his target. The teen had used his hand as a shield to hold onto the knife, the blade coming out the back of his hand. Black blood gushed out around the wound as the hand closed in on Now's own hand and knife. With a simple pull, Now was brought into the heavy fist that rammed into his gut. He coughed, the air being knocked out of him along with the sensation of throwing up. Before any of that could happen, he was pulled again as the boy spun to his left where Now's arm was pulled upwards and over the kid's right shoulder. The arm was pulled downward with great force, breaking Now's arm at the elbow with barely any effort. The sound of his bone snapping is overshadowed by his own scream of pain. It makes his mind go hazy with adrenaline, fear, and agony. So much that it prevents him from noticing the boy yanking the knife out of his hand, until it is being shoved straight into his right knee. Now would have screamed again if it weren't for the fact that he had never stopped. The boy has his back turned to him with his knife reversed in his right hand. His purple eyes turn to look at him, pleasure pulsing in his expression as he twists the knife, causing it to tear apart his knee entirely. The man dropped to that knee the moment it was torn from his bone. In a flash, the boy jolts behind him while slashing the blade across his ribs. Now couldn't even have a moment to feel that pain before the knife plunged into his back. The feeling of this brat ripping into him was torture. With the last bits of his strength he had before it drained from him like his blood, he urged himself forward and away from the monster. His dying efforts were in vain. He felt a hand grip his hair and pull him back without giving Now a chance to fight back. As a result, the knife sinks deeper into his back. The pressure of the blade took a new direction as it cut down his body with a fleshy slash. Blood was flung everywhere as it sliced out of his back, the sound of it splattering on the pavement. Now! The voice of a confused Hansuki shouts from behind him. If only he could blast this freak to smithereens, then both of them could survive. A short chuckle comes from the kid. Now couldn't see him, but the boy no doubt had that same sinister smile on his face. Hold this for me. The kid said right before the knife is stabbed back into him. Now's scream is cut short with a grunt when he is kicked down to the ground. You bstrd. Hansuki yells with a guttural wrath at seeing his friend being mercilessly beaten. He brings up his hand to shoot the boy dead. The first energy shot is followed by a barrage of bullets at the teen. But, for some DMN reason, they're not hitting him. Each bullet passes through the kid like he's some ghost. He doesn't even seem fazed by the bullets. Even so, he keeps firing relentlessly at the figure of the purple-haired fucker for several long seconds. It keeps going until Hansuki feels a wave of quirk exhaustion hit him like a truck. He was suddenly tired and his right finger was swollen with pain. "Are you done?" The kid speaks in a demeaning tone as if he was bored. Although that smile he still had revealed that he was still having a great time. How?" Hansuki shouted at the boy while cradling his worn-out finger. The kid's response is an evil grin that looked down at the man. "Simple really. You caught me by surprise earlier, so I wasn't able to concentrate and use my quirk in time." As he said this, Hansuki saw the boy's body ripple gently. He finally noticed how he was suddenly shiny just like he was when he shifted into a giant sludgy liquid. Each time Hansuki shot a bullet, it was merely passing through him. "It hurt pretty bad, you know." His words didn't sound all too serious, with his lackluster tone, as if he were teasing Hansuki. The man was only reassured of this when the teen leaned forward with a dangerous glint in his eyes. "But there is nothing you could possibly do to amount to the years of pain I've already endured." His cold whisper slithered through the gentle breeze that flowed into the alley like a snake in water. It sent chills down Hansuki's back. The boy burst forth in yet another astonishing show of speed. Hansuki acted fast as he brought his left hand up to use his quirk. However, with how close they were, he would only be able to get 1 or 2 shots off before the kid would be upon him. Not to mention that his previous attempts proved to be a waste. But Hansuki didn't have a choice. He fired. To his dismay, it merely passed through the boy's liquid body like a hot knife through butter. Only now the boy had no wounds left behind and was now reaching for the man. The teen grabbed hold of the finger that Hansuki used to fire. With one swift JRK, the finger was twisted backwards, effectively breaking Hansuki's last means of self-defense. The sickening crunch was followed by the man's grunt of shock at the speed of the attack. Despite his right arm feeling numb, Hansuki balled a fist and swung at the teen with all he had. In the end, it wasn't enough to matter as his fist was caught by his attacker like it was nothing. Just as it happened, the punch was returned with a hit to Hansuki's nose. Another punch from the boy hit Hansuki in the gut. The next punch struck his ribs. Another in the jaw. Hansuki was being given a brutal beatdown from someone who was nearly half his size. Things suddenly switched up when Hansuki was spun half pi radians to his right, where the boy followed in front of him before sending a straight kick to his chest. Its force was great enough to send the well-built man flying into the brick wall. No amount of rest was given as he was immediately grabbed by the left shoulder and thrown forwards with the kid's right hand against the back of his head. Hansuki wasn't fast enough to react, but he saw it coming. If his nose wasn't broken before, then it surely was now after having his head smashed against the other wall of the alley. The first hit easily sent the man in a daze. The second made it feel like his nose was dumped in a bowl of acid. The third resulted in his 2 front teeth falling to the ground. The rest repainted the wall. Each time the boy slammed Hansuki's head against the hard surface, the gut-churning sound of blood splattering and bones cracking intensified. After several more times after the poor man stopped resisting, his attacker finally let up. Hansuki fell limp to the dirty pavement where he didn't so much as make a sound to voice his utter agony. Blood dripped down the wall like thick streams. Once they reached the ground, they joined the building puddle that formed beneath the motionless body of the man. With half-lidded eyes, the boy looked down at Hansuki, an expression of being unimpressed on his features. Even so, that didn't falter his hunger in any way. Gliding his tongue over his canines, which had grown more prominent, he bit down on his lip. His pointed tooth sank into the flesh of his soft lip as black blood built up around it. He raised a hand and used his thumb to wipe up the drops. With the poisonous liquid dangling from his finger, the boy hovered it over the man's deformed head. The small drop fell through the air. Its landing created a small, plop sound as it created a small splash. In an instant, the blood got to work. Like a venom, it attacked the man's body, flowing through his veins and infecting the tissue. It only took 10 seconds before the man's entire figure was taken over, now formed out of the same black substance. A simple thought brought the blood alive as it swarmed upwards to surround its user. The shape of a cyclone swirled around and into the boy's body, absorbing it through his skin. What was once Hansuki's blood was now the boy's. He felt his body ripple with the added strength of another human being coursing in his bloodstream. At this point, it was getting addicting. His body relaxed into a sensation of absolute comfort. The teen's head was craned back as his satisfied gaze stared up at the sky. A relaxing sigh rolled past his tongue and out into the cool night. The night that was still young. He slowly tilted his head to his left. There, he set his eyes upon the figure of Now staring at him with an expression of horror. The man's pale face brought further detail to his twisted features. Now lay on his side, a short trail of blood between them indicating that he had attempted to crawl away. The boy chuckled innocently at the scene, but there was nothing innocent about his intentions. Now, where were we? He asked with words that were as cold as they were rhetorical. Now's breath hitched with fear. His lip wobbled while his eyes began to shine from tears beginning to fall. An expression of realization came upon the boy. As fake as it was, it caused Now to whimper with anticipation. The head of purple hair tilted in such a way that the light of the moon reflected perfectly off of his gleaming purple eyes, making them look like they glowed in the night. Ah, I remember. No, Now whispered his total feeling of defeat. He really was going to die. No. No matter how much he tried to come to terms with it, Now couldn't let his soul instinct to survive go. It drove him to turn back over on his stomach and use his hands to drag himself along with his one useless leg, revealing the knife protruding from his back. The boy, the one who went by many names, grinned at this display. With a carefree attitude, he took one step after another towards the struggling man. This must have been what the others felt like when they had him down on the ground, making him beg for them to stop. This must be what it's like to have power over others, to force it upon them until they screamed for forgiveness. To be superior. No longer was the boy weak. No longer was he useless or pathetic. Being a loser was something that didn't define him. No. He was strong. He wasn't Deku. He was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stepped onto Now's back, pressing him down onto the ground. Nah. Now let out a shout of frustration. You bstrd. You absolute piece of shit. With each word, Now's anger grew. Although, Izuku's smile did the exact same thing. Izuku made this choice. It felt like it was the first one he'd made in his life. There was no backing out from this. And you know what? He couldn't find a single problem with that. After all, it wasn't much of a choice to begin with. This sad life that he's lived so far wasn't something that was decided. It was something given to him. And Izuku would be dead if he didn't make the most out of it. As he watched the second drop of black blood fall from his finger, Izuku knew it was official. He's a villain, through and through. Inko jerked upwards into wakefulness as a familiar sound blared in her ears. Groggily turning to her side, she turned off the alarm clock that had been set for 4 in the morning. Upon turning it off, she was met with two things. First was obviously the soothing silence, and the second was the heavy temptation to plant her head back into the softness of her pillow. Of course, she pulled away from these temptations as the woman sat upwards. Inko could immediately feel the strain from all the work she did the previous day. Even so, she sat up and followed through with her usual morning routine. Once she was dressed, she opened her door and walked out. As soon as she did, the view of Izuku's door reminded Inko of her son's absence before going to bed. She noted the All Might-themed tag was still gone from his door, which refreshed the sensations of strangeness of those small events. To the paper, the message, and the missing tag that Inko remembered seeing daily for almost a decade. Surely, Izuku must have come back at some point last night after Inko had fallen asleep. As a matter of fact, this was proven to her when she heard a faint sound barely coming through the closed door. This was yet another confusing sign to the mother, as this was the second time Izuku was up way earlier than usual. But this time, earlier up than her? Inko's confusion mixed with her curiosity brought her to opening the door without a second thought. A gasp of surprise came the moment after. Mother and son stared at one another. The former wondered what she was looking at while the latter looked like a deer caught in headlights. Izuku? What are you doing? Inko asked the young teen who was sitting at his desk. The only light was the small lamp that illuminated the radius of his workplace. Inko could clearly see that Izuku was a little stumped at this question. His evasive eyes moved to several parts of the room as if trying to find an answer. When it landed back onto the contents of his desk, his face lit up for a second. I was working on a project. He finally said with confidence. For school? It was the only thing that made sense to Inko as to why her son would be up at 4 in the morning. Yeah. It was difficult for me to get some sleep last night, so I figured I would go ahead and get this work out of the way. Izuku explained. It sounded reasonable enough and made sense. Although, this random behavior was strange. Also, Inko couldn't help but notice how Izuku had his arm up on his desk, in a way that made it difficult to see exactly what he was writing down with the pen in his hand. And couldn't sleep? If that were the case, then Izuku looked plenty awake for someone who apparently had less hours of sleep than Inko did. Izuku, Inko said in a slow manner that caught her son's full attention. Is everything okay? The worry in her voice was just as evident in her expression. A PRD of silence fell between them. Izuku looked at her with eyes of an unidentifiable emotion. What Inko could tell, however, was that he was deep in thought about her question. He calmly dropped his gaze back to whatever he had on his desk. His eyes slowly wavered over its contents. It only took a few moments before Izuku looked back for their green eyes to meet. "Yeah. I think things are pretty good right now," Izuku had said with undeniable satisfaction in his answer. It made Inko feel more reassured than she thought it would. It was one of the most straightforward answers she had gotten from Izuku in a long while. Inko didn't think any more questions were necessary after that. "Oh, okay. Just don't be getting into any bad sleeping habits, alright?" Inko knew from experience from a few times in her school days that such things can rabbit hole. All-nighters were not ideal when you had an important assignment due the next day. "Yeah, Mom," Izuku easily answered with a small smile on his face. Good. It felt natural for Inko to return a smile of her own. Although, it slightly faded as she remembered what the day brought. "Now, I need to go back to work again this morning. I'll see you later, okay?" As soon as Inko mentioned her work, Izuku's face lit up. "Oh, I actually got you some lunch for today. It's ready on the counter," Izuku said, slightly excited. That really threw Inko through a loop. Did Izuku sleep at Al last night? At least it was a Sunday, otherwise Inko might have gotten onto Izuku's case. But, again, he didn't seem affected whatsoever. Not to mention that Inko never taught Izuku anything about cooking since she never had the time. "Oh, okay. Thank you very much, sweetie." Inko wasn't exactly sure what to say at first. It caught her completely off guard, but she was able to voice her appreciation in the end. Izuku widened his smile by a bit while giving a nod. "Have a good day." "You too." The mother and son exchanged goodbyes as Inko turned out of the doorway and shut the door behind her. Now she was curious beyond belief. Inko walked into the kitchen by the counter where Izuku said he had left the lunch that he apparently had gotten. Sure enough, it wasn't something he made as the brand on the box was from a nearby restaurant she knew of. However, she also knew that it wasn't particularly cheap. Did Izuku buy this? He must have. Inko didn't give him much of an allowance due to their tight income, but Izuku also didn't buy many things for himself at all. Inko opened the small box to be immediately met with a mouth-watering smell. The greenette closed it again to keep herself from getting hungry before the day even started. Before she did though, she managed to get a glimpse of what looked to be ikura. Possibly even some miso soup based on the steam building on the lidded styrofoam bowl. There were a few other things that weren't recognizable in her short glimpse, but Inko knew that the small box was loaded with goods. She'd ask Izuku about it later. Inko needed to prepare and get going. As soon as she did that, she collected her things, the food box included, and called out to Izuku. "I'm heading off to work," she said. A moment later, she heard his voice call back. "Bye," Izuku said from inside his room. Inko nodded to herself as she closed the front door and off she went. Izuku sighed, feeling as if he had managed to dodge to a bullet. Quite ironic considering last night's events. After hearing the front door close, he knew that he had the house to himself. Truth be told, Izuku never fell asleep last night. He simply couldn't. There was too much energy rushing in his body and too many things on his mind. So, he decided to use that time to record last night into a fresh journal. He was nearly about finished with it when his mother woke up. Looking at the clock for the first time in hours, he gaped at the realization that it was in fact 4 in the morning. Time had become a fickle thing as his experience all happened in such a rush, yet it felt like a lifelong event. In a way, it sort of was. This is Izuku's new life as it just started out. He smiled to himself as he got up from his chair and walked over to his door. And a new life requires a new environment, one that suits it. He flipped the light switch, turning on the middle bulb in his room and illuminating its entirety. It was a good thing that he only had his desk lamp on, otherwise Inko would have asked further questions. Izuku's walls that used to be lined with hero-themed items and posters were removed. His trash can was full with broken figures and torn paper. A mix of it being the same posters along with his 13th hero notebook. All he had now was the single item he had resting atop one of his shelves. A souvenir you could call it. Izuku took it into his hand. The handle felt natural and smooth in his palm as his fingers rubbed against the texture. The blade reflected the light above him, showing Izuku's own reflection as he smiled back to himself. A new life indeed. Izuku chuckled as his memories soared to the 2 men he faced last night. An experience he'll never forget. Ding. He perked up with surprise as he was able to recognize the sound of his phone getting a message. It was odd as he didn't usually get texts from anyone. He put the knife back down and walked back to his desk where his phone lay. Checking the message, Izuku was given a completely different feeling as his focus was averted to the contact on his device. A real smile of warmth spread across it, excitement buzzing in his heart. Dad. Today is a good day. Well, probably should rephrase that. Today is better than usual. Even so, he just wanted to live in the moment while it lasts. It won't take him long before this good day pulls him back into that sad life he was now living. He only needed to make the most of it while he can. Most of his body didn't fall victim to the stinging waves of pain. Today, it stayed within the center of his torso. Of course, it still hurt. No amount of painkillers, medicine, or temporary treatment can rid of the swelling agony in his chest. Remember, this is a good day. All that was left to make it complete was to see his two favorite people coming to see him. And it would seem like his wish came true. A knock came at the door. 3 quick taps resonated through the metal. He didn't so much as say anything before the person on the other side went ahead and let themselves in. The door opened at a noticeably faster speed than what he's grown accustomed to, further accentuating that the visitor was in a hurry. Once it was wide open, it was revealed exactly who was on the other side. But he didn't need a second guess to know who. A moderately sized young teenager. Wondrous green eyes that were a few shades brighter than their unruly mop of forest-like hair. Freckles spotting around their cheeks that he found to have been spread into a light smile. Upon them meeting eye contact, that smile grew. "Dad." Izuku said the title full of emotion. That same emotion could be easily seen on the teen's face as he walked up to the bed without hesitation. Both of them raised a hand. They softly grasped onto one another around the shoulder as a sign of affection and embrace. Not a hug, however, due to the man's condition. Yes, this is indeed the father of Izuku Midoriya. Hisashi Midoriya did the best he could return the gesture, but his weak body never ceased to be a burden in his life. It didn't matter so much as all Izuku needed was to see his father in high spirits, a sight that he didn't get to see all too often these days. "Thank you for showing up, Izuku." Despite the small wheeze in Hisashi's voice, the statement was genuine. "You make it sound like there's something more important," Izuku said back without a moment's hesitation. The boy pulled up a chair from against the wall and placed it next to Hisashi's bed before sitting into it. "You make it sound like there isn't," Hisashi retorted jokingly. "You're beginning to get around that age where you need to take control of your life instead of worrying over mine." The man's tone fell, knowing that his son wouldn't change his mind so easily. Izuku say anything to this, however. His gaze lowered from Hisashi's eyes, as if there was something he wanted to say but didn't. Hisashi knew that this was probably harder on the boy than himself. He quickly moved on to a different subject. One that he was wondering about for the past minute. "Where's your mother? It's unlike her to be right here with you on these visits." It was almost immediately that Hisashi noticed the absence of the second greenette when Izuku came in alone. He also noticed that upon asking, Izuku adopted the slightest bit of annoyance in his expression. That was unusual. "Yeah," Izuku mumbled before releasing a short sigh. "She was called into work earlier this morning." At that, there was a familiar groan coming from the man. "And yesterday morning too." Hisashi mixed his second groan with a small hiss, one that he quickly regretted when he felt a burning sensation in his chest. He didn't show his pain, however, as he was more fixated on his next question. "Is she seriously still working for that a-hole of a man?" Hisashi asked incredulously, obviously displeased with his wife's work environment. Izuku didn't give a straight answer as he looked to his left and rubbed the back of his neck. The expression he wore said that the boy was also against the job that Inko had taken on during their trying time. "You really don't like Ricky, do you?" Izuku had never met Inko's boss, but he knew that his father has, and he knew that Hisashi did not like him. Just saying the name, Izuku saw the man scowl while glaring at the ceiling. "Something about him just rubs me the wrong way," Hisashi grumbled. This behavior caused Izuku to give a small chuckle. "Isn't that how you are with all businessmen? I'm sure it's simply because they have so much going on and all." Izuku knew of Hisashi to be suspicious of others on a number of accounts. So, he simply chalked it up to his dad being dad. Hisashi seemed to narrow his eyes in denial, causing Izuku to chuckle again. "Well, why yeah, but, something about him specifically." Hisashi finished his sentence in a more serious tone. It was Izuku's indication that his father really meant what he said. The man turned his head to look at Izuku. "You know that I used to be the head of a security team. I've seen all kinds of businessmen day in and day out, and I tell you what, I've never met a man quite like Ricky." Izuku couldn't say anything against that. He remembered nearly 4 years ago when Hisashi used to come home with a security guard outfit. Plus, he trusted his father, the man that provided for them when he was still healthy. These simple thoughts dragged Izuku back. A little too far back. Where Izuku was just as good as quirkless, yes. But it was also where he was unconditionally loved by both his parents. If Hisashi hadn't gotten in that incident, then maybe that wouldn't have set the chain of events to lead to Izuku having blood on his hands. Of course, Izuku doesn't blame his father not one bit. How could he? No. He blamed that DMN villain that put Hisashi in this bed. To be confined within the walls of this hospital until he dies from either old age or his destroyed chest decides to give out on itself. Izuku's gloomy eyes dragged over to the several cords trailed underneath the blanket, all of which Izuku knew to be connected into Hisashi's torso. He hated those cords and the machines they were attached to, but it was all that kept the man alive. Izuku still remembered what happened as if it were yesterday. Just one day he looked up at the TV to find his father's workplace was a battleground. The news showed the events of everyone evacuating from within. But it didn't show the fight that happened inside the walls. A small villain group with unknown motives was the cause of the disaster. The cause for his father's condition. If it weren't for Hisashi, those villains would have gotten what they came for. However, the sacrifice was great. Hisashi's quirk is fire-breathing. On the outside, it looked simple enough. But on the inside, it's a little more complicated than that. It was never so evident that it caused someone to immediately catch someone's attention, but it would for sure raise an eyebrow when someone got a good look at Hisashi's physique. He had a bigger chest than most people for his size. It made perfect sense as the cause of it was from the few adaptations of his quirk. To put it simply, Hisashi had a third lung. Like muscles, quirks can be worn out. Sometimes, they can be broken. In Hisashi's case, he worked his quirk to its highest limit. The third smaller lung between his original two is specially made to handle extreme temperatures. It was the source of special gas that acted as the fuel to his fire breathing. A flame sack is what it was labeled as. The day he fought those villains was the day he overused his quirk to the point where there was no return. His third lung couldn't handle the immense continuous stress. In one final attack to defeat the villains, it burst in a ball of fire inside his chest. The surrounding organs were bathed in his own flames. Mainly his other two lungs. Hisashi was never a smoker. However, the aftermath of what his own quirk did to him surely made him look like one his entire life. The doctors were outright bewildered that he managed to survive the surgery to put him in a stable condition, let alone survive at all. But again, the sacrifice was too great. As a result, Hisashi was bedridden to a boring fate. He didn't even get the recognition that Izuku knew DMN well he deserved for beating those villains. Some dumb crap like him being charged with illegal quirk usage if the full story got out. Stupid. But besides all that, besides the fact that Hisashi can no longer live a normal life, the aftermath on his body rendered his third lung completely useless. So, they removed it. His charred and ash-filled flame sack was surgically taken from his body to prevent any further damage. Inko couldn't raise enough money with her current job to pay for the way too expensive surgeries to fix the rest of Hisashi. His chest was still so messed up in ways that Izuku didn't even know fire was capable of. All she could manage was to pay for the steady treatment to keep him alive. To barely keep him off death's door each and every day with temporary medicine and several machines manually pumping food into his stomach and oxygen into his damaged lungs. Even his throat was almost lost in the end. He about lost his esophagus due to them being overburdened with flames. Just what else could possibly go wrong for their family? Hey! Izuku snapped out of his deep thoughts when he felt a hand on his as the voice pulled him back to reality. He and Hisashi met eyes. His were knowing while Izuku knew his own must look sorrowful. Didn't I tell you not to worry about it? His voice was soothing, just as it always had been. If it weren't for the small rasp in the back of his throat, then Izuku would have thought he was speaking to a perfectly healthy man. The boy's eyes fell, not able to keep eye contact. How can I not? The few words were just above a whisper. Within the silence of the room, it might as well have been a yell. And now, the silence continued between them. Izuku wished he had said nothing then as he regretted his words, but it was true. How could he not live with this painful fact every day and not think about the father that he loved and respected like no other besides his mom clung onto life by a few strings? It was so hard. I managed to eat a cookie earlier today. Hisashi broke the silence as if it was never there. Izuku blinked with confusion at the seemingly randomness of the statement his dad had just told him. He looked back up to see Hisashi turn towards the ceiling again. There was a small smile on his face, but the look in his eyes expressed a trace of woe. That was when Izuku realized what he had done. This was one of Hisashi's better days where his spurts were high and the pain wasn't so great that he could take it easy for a short while. This was one of his few times that he was able to get away from all that's happened to him whenever Izuku and Inko would visit. Yet, here Izuku was, reminding Hisashi of exactly that. Talk about selfish. Izuku could never truly do anything to help other than give Hisashi this short escape. A bit of relief from the cruelty and pain of the life he lived. Izuku would do anything to help Hisashi. It was just some empty thought before, but now, Izuku felt true to these words. That Izuku would kill for Hisashi. He smiled. He looked his father straight in the eyes. Oh yeah? How was it? The morning idle sounds of the world were muffled. Nothing but unimportant background noise. The only sound that did matter, or rather the one that was able to bypass its way into his deep train of thought, was the tapping of his finger. It was like a drum against the whispers of passing cars and people shouting. Its repetitive presence in his mind made his trance that much more hypnotic. His body moving on auto-drive. Both ironic and dangerous for what he was doing, but he simply couldn't keep himself free from the words that replayed in his head over and over. Not to mention that person that spoke those words that made the situation a bit more worrying. However, by some luck, he arrived at his destination with incident. He easily recognized the car that was parked alongside the curb. He did the same, pulling over and turning off his vehicle. After he opened the driver's side door and got out, he searched for his partner. Wasn't all that hard when he saw his ears sticking up over the few people that were passing by. He walked over to see that they stood in front of a small blocked path, the obstacle being yellow police tape. Right after, the person noticed them as they faced each other. Detective Tsukachi. The cat-headed man known as Officer Sansa Tamakawa greeted him. Tamakawa. The detective returned the gesture. Must be something urgent if you called me. Tsukachi didn't sound so pleased for what was to come. I'm not sure what this is, which is exactly why I did call you. As he said it, Tamakawa turned back towards the blocked path. An alleyway to be more precise. Upon first glance, nothing seemed out of place. But upon the second, Tsukachi immediately began to pick up some signs of a struggle. The first one was a pair of clothes. After that, he spotted the smaller things. A struggle of some sort, that was for sure. Tsukachi ducked under the police tape, Tamakawa followed behind. Side by side, they slowly walked down the alley to look for clues. A trash can was knocked over and had a rather large dent in the side of it. All of its contents were spilled out all over the place. Not too far away, what he presumed to be the lid had a part of it blown off. Small burn marks and melted metal lined around the empty space. This was right around where the first pair of clothes was. But, it was the strangest thing. It wasn't like someone balled the clothes up and tossed in some random alleyway. No, they were positioned exactly as if someone were supposed to be wearing them. As if they were supposed to lay on their stomach and their arms strung upwards in front of the right side wall. Tsukachi knelt over to the perfectly placed clothes. Carefully, he slid his hands into any pockets that could have any possible items. Nothing. Not even a wallet. I saw another one over there. This was the reason why I thought I should call you. Tsukachi's attention is drawn by his partner as they both walk further into the alley. There, they see another set of apparel aligned just as if a person used to wear them, but simply disappeared into nothing. This time, on their back and the arms spread out. Compared to the last, there was nothing different. All except for? Is that, the detective's eyes caught it almost instantly. It was hard not to for how large it was. The tear in the left side of the shirt. Upon closer inspection, Tsukachi could clearly make it out to be cut by some sort of sharp object. Normally, Tsukachi could determine the size of the object and possibly even whether it was a blade or quirk from the cut in the body. But of course, with no body, there was no way of being able to find anything else from the cut shirt. They're gonna need to use some different tactics to figure this one out. So, do you think, Tamakawa started his question only to trail off, having figured his partner would know what he meant? Yes. All the signs are here. All except the bodies, and the blood. Tsukachi answered before her turn to look up to the cat. No corpses are strange enough, but not a single drop of blood in a scene of obvious struggle, there for sure would have been at least some of it somewhere. The cut on the shirt strongly indicates that. Do you think the cut came after the bodies disappeared? Tamakawa raised the question. That very well could be the case. In fact, there are several explanations for this so far. Because of the lack of blood and identification, this could be a prank by someone. But at the same time, a prankster wants their work to be easily seen and able to understand. Tsukachi turned back over to the road where his eyes landed on the destroyed trash lid. I can't possibly know how that happened, at least not yet. A citizen much less. Same thing with the cut shirt. There's too much detail and unknown factors we aren't seeing here. The detective paused in his explanation. His eyes narrowed at the clothes he was crouched over. It's too real. There are no records of anything similar to this. Nothing that I can think of on the top of my head anyway. Do you think a new villain has resided in the city? Tamakawa's hair on the back of his neck bristled at the thought of the idea. The last thing they needed was another muscular incident. It's too early to tell. I hate to say it, but the only thing we can really do is wait and see. If this goes on, we'll know that this is most likely a long-term plan. Tsukachi finished. Tamakawa hummed with a tone that he wasn't looking forward to the future if the worst were to come. Whoever they may be, the man lowered both his hands to gently grab the shirt on the shoulders. He lifted it upwards before turning it around. Both men felt anxious upon seeing the several cuts and stab marks littering the area. They are dangerous. A weak loser is all you'll ever be. A well-known voice growled as a shoulder bashed against Izuku's own. There was a sting of pain as the brunette's physique was much smaller than the other boy. It didn't last long however, but that didn't mean Izuku was fine. No, he could already feel his anger bubbling up at a rapid pace. It didn't help when he turned to see Bakugo's back turned towards him as he walked off with the confidence of the world. He can't go a day without being the biggest a-hole. Izuku exhaled furiously, something he was getting used to. Ever since his inner declaration, he's noticed his emotions are harder to keep down as he's always done before. Now, it felt like his second heart could go off at any point. That was a dangerous game to play if Izuku slipped up somewhere down the line. He needed to learn how to better control himself and his quirk. Never thought that sentence would cross his mind. Heh! A weak smile spread Izuku's lips before he was finally able to grab the rest of his possessions out of his locker. With the click of the door being shut, he turned the other direction and walked home. Despite the relentless and upsetting encounters with the menace of his life, Izuku was in a rather good mood. 1. The talk with his father yesterday was something that always stayed with him for a while afterwards. And 2. This was the perfect time for him to test out what he's been meaning to ever since his awakening. He couldn't remember the last time he felt this jittery with excitement as the sound of his lock entered his ears. His door had been shut and his school backpack had been carelessly tossed to the side. It took almost no time at all for him to swap clothing in exchange for a set of looser apparel. This was all perfectly timed for Izuku to go all out with this. Inko was still at work and Izuku had already done his homework during school hours. He could actually feel a bit of adrenaline just from the thought of getting the chance to finally train his quirk. But first, he stopped to calm himself. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He didn't want to get too worked up and make a mistake. In a gradual process, he slowed his heart to a normal pace. Once he achieved that, he flipped the switch. For a moment, he felt the same sensation he first felt with his encounter with the sludge villain. That sense of nothingness as death rippled through Izuku's body. His heart stopped and everything felt numb. Only for it to be washed away as quickly as it came with another heartbeat. This one coming from his black organ. A different kind of sense filled his core and all the way to the tips of his limbs. It was evidently the black blood his heart produced at a fast rate. His skin turned dark and his muscles felt comfortably tight. His hair spiked upwards as a strange side effect of his quirk activating that he was yet to figure out the cause of. His green irises were completely overtaken by a vibrant royal purple. The same thing happened to the ends of his dark hair. The rush it gave him never got old, even if this was only the 4th time he's transformed. Still, it gave him what he has yearned for his entire life. Power. He eyed his fist as he tightened it into a fierce grip. He felt like he could crush bone with just one hand alone. Honestly, he couldn't wait to test that out. For now, however, he would stick to learning things by himself. First off, his increasing suspicion of being able to take other people's quirks after consuming them. After he had gone up against the sludge villain, he knew from the start that he now had access to the ability to shift his body into a similar mass of sludge. Izuku took the villain's memories, his experiences, as well as some idea of skills and talents. Firstly, being that the villain was a decent escapist and liar. That much became obvious as after Izuku realized that the man had tried to use Izuku's body as a disguise. Izuku saw all this. He sensed it. The very being that was Odi Awakudo was now coursing through Izuku's veins. His quirk was now Izuku's quirk. Just to see it once more, he activated the hidden ability to shift his raised arm into a liquefied state. It rippled and bounced like a mass of thick water without gravity. As easy as it was for him to turn it on, he did so to turn it off, the result that his arm was back to normal. Now, it was time to see what his latest victims had in store for him. Now Rin. Izuku said the name to himself. This was the person that used the knife on him in the alley. Casual at a young age, but quickly grew up to be a mischievous delinquent. Met Hansuki Tomoya just before becoming an adult. Got in way over his head when Hansuki introduced him into the villain life. HMP, the two were rather good friends as they did a life of crime together. Izuku chuckled to himself. But was abruptly ended when a young stranger encountered them in a dark alley, killing them both. It was a strange concept to Izuku, but one that fascinated him. He could fly by through the memories of these people, yet he has never known them beforehand. As he had watched a lifelong movie within the span of a few seconds. The most interesting part, the quirk. Its name, Body Pocket? User has the ability to open pockets on any part of their body to store items within, so long as they can fit. So, that would explain how he was able to pull out a knife on me so quickly. Izuku thought back to how the man had seemingly called upon the weapon from nowhere as he looked to the knife he had set aside on the shelf across his room. Time to try it out. He smirked before he walked over. The knife sat comfortably in his right hand. The memories of now showed him how to properly hold it. Izuku thought deeper. He thought to every time now used his quirk. How he saw the flesh on his arm, leg, torso, or even sometimes his neck spread open like a hidden chamber. And just like that, Izuku was staring at a hole in his arm. He had to admit, it caught a little off guard, but quickly took his interest, especially when he realized that it wasn't just his skin that turned black. The muscle inside was an equally dark color. Guess that made sense now that Izuku thought about it. He looked to the slitted hole and to the knife. After he made sure the hole was big enough, Izuku rested the knife on the still white bone that peeked out. This was the technique that now used most commonly. It would be a good start for Izuku to get used to this ability. Exactly as he did when he opened the hole, Izuku commanded it to close back up. The knife gradually disappeared as muscle and skin morphed around and over it, soon to look just like it had before. With that done, the blade was perfectly stored inside. Well, that's peculiar. Izuku's unhinged giggle filled the room as he waved his arm around. There was a small sensation that he could feel it inside him. Like a small signal from his brain that something was different, a little nag at the back of his head. While it was a funny feeling, it wouldn't take long for Izuku to get used to it. Besides, it would be a good surprise attack. Lastly, Hansuki Tomoya. Born into a life of crime to survive on the harsh streets that raised you with only yourself watching your back. Known as the finger gun, you had a decent reputation among the villains. A fitting name considering your quirk, laser bullet. Izuku recalled the man's ability. He shaped his fingers into that of a gun. Just like how Izuku would sometimes do when he used to play at school with the other kids. After he did just that, he imagined the blue bullets of energy that whizzed at and through him. With his hand in the shape of a gun, Izuku pointed his hand into the palm of his other. Since he didn't have anything in the room to spare for his experiment, he figured he would simply use himself. Another trigger in Izuku's mind for the quirk to go off resulted in nothing. The greenette raised an eyebrow, obviously confused as to why it didn't work. No energy was shot from his hand and nothing felt different. He tried again. And again, nothing. Why isn't this working? The other two quirks worked just fine. Izuku was baffled at this change of events. Due to him having his victims' memories and skills, it was beyond easy to use their quirk. But for some DMN reason, he could not get Hansuki's to work. A couple minutes went by as Izuku attempted multiple ways to shoot out the blast. He finally gave when he realized he was pressing his finger unnecessarily hard into his palm. Well then, that's enough of that. Izuku exhaled with a growl when he noticed how stupid he probably looked. I need to get more information. As neat as this quirk is, it's totally bizarre. Izuku mumbled while he looked over himself. His black skin definitely stood out, not to mention his newly colored hair and eyes. Actually, Izuku looked like a completely different person. Interesting. He said aloud with his chin between his pointer finger and thumb. This form of his could be used as a disguise. No. Shouldn't do that. I should try to keep this appearance as concealed as possible. The brainstorming greenette concluded as he casted a glance to where he stashed the clothes he used 2 nights ago. He couldn't wear them anymore as they were littered with bullet holes, but it was better to keep them rather than someone find them in a dumpster and raise questions. Izuku was way too early to start taking risks. He'll be as careful as possible. After all, the fun has only begun. Later that day, a small knocking sound came at Izuku's door. Inko must be home. Having remembered to pick up the habit, Izuku inhaled through his slightly parted lips. A small taste tingled over his tongue, the same one from this morning. It was indeed Inko. Come in. Izuku said to the person on the other side of the door. Just after he did, the door opened for Inko to appear into view. She was clothed in her work outfit, just as Izuku knew she would be. I was coming in to ask you if you had any preferences for dinner tonight. The mother asked. It was almost immediately that Izuku noticed how fatigued she looked. Inko attempted to hide, but there was simply too much to hide. Her thin body leaned up against Izuku's door frame for support and she blinked way too often as her tired eyes fought to stay open. I'm good for tonight. I think I'm just going to make myself something later on. Izuku answered with a reassured tone. Inko blinked with surprise as it didn't happen too often that Izuku would deny her cooking. You're sure? She asked to be certain. Yeah. You go on ahead and take care of yourself. Besides, I'm studying. The boy gestured to the notebook he had in front of him where he sat at his desk as usual. Oh. Inko chuckled as she should have found it obvious, while she was also proud that her son always seemed to be working on something. All right then. Inko offered the boy a smile to which he quickly returned. Inko turned to walk out and closed the door while Izuku reverted his attention back down to his journal. Hold on. Izuku raised an eyebrow when his mother's voice came back with a noticeable confusion in her tone. He looked back up to meet her gaze, only she wasn't looking at him, but rather around him. Ah, Izuku had wondered when she was going to realize. What happened to all of your posters, Izuku? Inko was puzzled and in awe as it's been years since she's seen this much surface of Izuku's walls. And she trailed off when she started to find that almost anything hero-related was now gone. The empty shelves that used to have rows of action figures looked strange in his room. Even the bedside table was bare without the All Might-themed alarm clock. Izuku started before Inko looked back to him for an answer. Trying something different, I suppose. It wasn't exactly what Inko had looked for, but was that all there was to it? Nothing to worry about. The boy finished with his head back down to his desk and pencil in hand writing on the paper. Inko sort of stood there for a moment, not sure how to react or respond. She was curious, that was for sure, but there was something that held her back. The idea of sleep. Inko hummed as that was all she could figure out what to do. Then, she simply closed the door and moved on. For now, anyways. Meanwhile, Izuku smiled for 2 reasons. He was able to let his mother care for herself for once. There normally wasn't enough spare food in the cabinets for fridge for Izuku to hang around for too long without the need for Inko to make a meal for the both of them. Now, he had the option to go out. The second reason? While the mother is away, the boy will play. Izuku could honestly say that this was a new experience for him. He's been getting a lot of those recently. A moonless sky above him gave the otherwise bright city a darker and calm atmosphere. The only lights came from the buildings and the few neon signs of restaurants and stores around him. During the day, this part of town had a steady flow of people, but not as much as the thickest part of the city where citizens constantly bump into one another. However, with the sun set, there were very few individuals who passed Izuku on the sidewalk. It was strange to think that he's never taken a simple stroll out at night. He always taken the night hours as time to sleep or do whatever work Izuku had left with school and whatnot. Then again, he's never had a reason to ever go out at this time. Chores were always done during the day, and Izuku had no friends to hang out with. As always, Izuku was alone. And honestly, he preferred it. Especially now. There was comfort in hearing only his own footsteps. The footsteps that slowly brought him closer to his destination. The soft yellow illumination of an open building signaled to the boy that he had arrived. He tilted his head as his hand pushed the hanging cloth to the side. The light casted his body with light. Another simple pair of dark pants for his legs. Instead of a shirt or jacket, Izuku wore a thin blue sweater with the arms being a dark gray. Welcome. An older man behind the booth greeted Izuku upon his appearance. Hi, I would like a to-go, please. Izuku responded in a casual smile. Minutes later, Izuku has left with a small bag in his hand. The package lingered with a mouth-watering aroma. Izuku by all means wants to dig in but decided he should take this to a secluded place. Even further away from home, Izuku picked a building at random. He headed into the alleyway just next to it where he figured he would be hidden enough. After he peeked at both ends to ensure this, Izuku activated his quirk. The change to his body itself made him more eager for the coming hours. But for now, it was dinner time. He turned towards the building and set his eyes on the edge of the top. He focused just as the slime villain would and morphed his other arm into a near black-purple slime. His arm stretched upwards until it was able to latch into the edge. His next move was to pull himself up to land on the top of the building. Izuku wasn't able to get very far before he has to kick his feet out to prevent him from smacking into the brick wall. With a confused expression, Izuku really must have overestimated his overall strength. After his food was safely clenched between Izuku's teeth, he used his other arm to grab the along before he used both to hoist himself up the wall. It was a reminder that just because his quirk awakened, he wasn't automatically powerful. He needed to train and continue to increase his strength. He managed to find a comfortable spot on the edge of the building that looked down on the city below after he turned back to normal. A peaceful sight that urged Izuku to take his time and enjoy the feeling of freedom. He opened his bag of food and didn't take long to chow down. This was something he could get used to. At least until he could find a way to help spend his money properly without Inko suspecting anything. His mother's cooking was one of the great joys of his life, but if he just stared filling the shelves with ingredients and food, she would for sure think something is up. Of course, he didn't get this money from a job of any kind. Izuku was lucky that the now guy had a large amount of his money on him that he got from his last act of villainy. That was when the boy realized he could easily get money by taking it from his victims. Heh! Izuku scoffs in amusement. To think that just a week ago, his life was nothing short of a timid little nerd that was basically quirkless. Now, a body count of 3 and an urge to raise that number. Funny how life works. Izuku finished his meal with a satisfied sigh and a full stomach. For a short time, he only looked out over the city. All the lights that blinked and danced, all the sounds that whistled and hummed. The way it all came together. Such a beautiful night. He whispered, before an inhale brought him the several trails of taste in the area, one of them that came specifically from behind him. Hey! The slurred shout followed the sound of a bang. A man had come through the rooftop door to see a stranger who sat on the edge. "The hell are you doing on my roof?" His shouted question was mixed with the swashing of his half-empty wine bottle Barley held in the man's grip. He slammed the door behind him and took a few steps towards the younger-looking person. A beautiful night indeed. The words crept into the man's ears, for whatever reason, that sent a chill down his spine. The back of the person's neck changed color from a normal skin tone to a dark sickly gray. Their hair shifted unnaturally as it stood on end and also changed colors to a vibrant purple. The person turned their head, their face revealed it to be a young teen with the same purple-colored eyes. And possibly the creepiest grin on his face. Due to his drunken state, the man didn't even know what happened until he was already on the ground with the boy on top of him. The surprise caused him to drop the bottle as it shattered up on impact with the ground. The purple-eyed stranger looked down on him. There was one hand clenched around the man's neck and the other was raised back as far as it could go. It struck down right into his nose. A crack from both his nose being broken and from his head bashing against the ground, the man was even more dazed. The fist ped back again, and again, came down for another punch. Again and again and again and again. Each time bloodying both the man's face and Izuku's fist. All up until the man stopped resisting, falling limp in Izuku's grip. A week ago, Izuku would have screamed out of shock and fear if he ever came upon a scene like this, or even somehow in this situation. But now, he only smiled with glee as he has taken his fourth life. "Honey, what is all that noise you're, ing?" A feminine voice, one that was confused and slightly annoyed. However, near the end, the words quickly died in her throat. Izuku turned back to the door. A woman stood there. And she looked utterly stunned and terrified. His eyes met hers. Make that 5. There were good things and bad things that came with the change from simple civilian to villain. Most of which were good, obviously. Otherwise, Izuku wouldn't be doing this. But about a week into this change, he's already found some of the cons. First off, he couldn't tell a single soul. This was a secret he would have to take to his grave if he managed to keep it for that long. And because he couldn't tell anybody, he also couldn't refer to or reveal anything related to his hidden persona. That made his life in school even worse than before. To just sit there and do nothing as everyone around him did as they pleased. The bullying, abuse, mental strain, it all got old really quick when Izuku knew he had the ability to kill them all easily. Maybe not Bakugo, not yet. Compared to his goal, Izuku was still weak. Someday though? Thankfully, this seemingly boundless pool of energy he gained from consuming others allowed him an unmeasured amount of sleepless nights. Izuku would have to study it more, but he thought it might have to do something with his body, basically condensing a whole human being within him, giving him their own energy and whatnot. Something along those lines. So far, he hasn't slept in 2 days since he killed that couple on the rooftop, only leaving behind their toddler son who said themselves the moment they saw Izuku's purple eyes staring at him from within the dark home. It was honestly a hilarious sight that Izuku still chuckled at, even in his normal form. He noticed the movement in front of him. Izuku came back from his thoughts and looked up. His gaze met that of another classmate that sat directly ahead that looked at him. Incredulously. Guess Izuku chuckled just a little too loudly and caught some unwanted attention. The brunette merely broke eye contact without saying a word and left it alone. Izuku was astounded that he could take the quirk of other people as well as other things. However, it only seemed to work partially. The woman he killed had a telepathy quirk and the man was able to transmog any liquid into another form of liquid by focusing his energy into it. Unfortunately, Izuku couldn't get either of those to work. Another con was that Izuku has had some trouble keeping to himself. Especially in his other form, his emotions came spilling out into every word he said. His hidden maniac thoughts he kept down all these years were finally showing themselves. Almost like the awakening of his quirk opened a door Izuku had locked so long ago. He didn't plan on locking it again. He just needed to better learn when he should and shouldn't open it. While in school, like he was now, the door for sure needed to stay closed. This was his last year in middle school. All he needed was to get past this and he was home free to do whatever he wanted after. But what should he do when that time comes? That question went unanswered for the time being as the bell rang loudly in the class. Thank God. Izuku murmured, finding it very hard to deal with his classmates anymore. He grabbed his things into his backpack and was prepared to head out. Unfortunately, it would appear he would have to deal with this for a little bit more. Deku. A deadly look shot across Izuku's face. The impulse to spin around and break the blonde's jaw came as an idea. An idea that he quickly scrapped. No, instead, he put on his mask and was once again the same boy before he died. Why yes? Izuku put little effort in his stutter as he turned to face Bakugo. It was as natural as breathing. What wasn't natural was the odd expression the other boy had. Bakugo still scowled, of course. But there was curiosity and confusion hidden in his red eyes. What was even more odd was that Bakugo was alone. He almost always had at least one kiss butt following him around for a reason Izuku could never understand. For a moment, neither said anything. What are you doing? Bakugo's question caught Izuku off guard. Again, he wore a scowl, but the question was fueled by something else. What do you mean? Izuku was curious himself. Bakugo furrowed his eyes slightly. What the hell are you doing? Bakugo made it sound like Izuku should obviously know the answer, but he had no idea. His mouth was hung just agape, for no sound came out of Izuku's throat. You're doing this weird shit all of a sudden. The explosive teen said bluntly. You're not writing in that DMN notebook anymore and you keep spacing out during class. The FS your deal? Izuku held his breath for a second. Had he really been acting that different ever since the sludge villain? Izuku's idle acting wasn't as good as he thought. Time to bullshit his way out of this. I can't. He said at first. I mean, I don't have it anymore, my notebook. You completely destroyed it. Of course, that was a lie, but there was no way Izuku was going to reveal that All Might himself brought it back to him. So? Why aren't you writing another one? I expected your nerdy but to already be scribbling down more crap the day after. Bakugo scoffed while Izuku hid his fury. Does this BSTRD just expect Izuku to make more for him to destroy? No, Izuku said a little more sternly than he intended. He quickly brought back his act to catch himself. I stopped. You stopped? Bakugo raised an eyebrow of disapproval. Yeah. I'm not writing anymore. I'm done with those. Maybe if Izuku admitted that he no longer had any intention on making more of those stupid notebooks, Bakugo would just stop. TCH, pathetic. Bakugo scoffed again. His voice was nothing but demeaning and full of superiority. What happened next couldn't be helped. Look who's talking. Izuku said just loud enough for Bakugo to hear. The latter obviously had a negative reaction to this. The F, did you say? Bakugo demanded. He had never expected those words to come from the short teen's mouth, yet there it was. Again, Izuku spoke without thinking. The words flowed like a river from his mind over the tip of his tongue. You call me the weakest loser of the class, yet you're always fixated on me. You call yourself the strongest of all, but you always come back to someone like me. If you're so worthy, then why do you constantly exert yourself to someone who's not? By the time Izuku had realized what he said, it was already too late. A small bubble of anger had popped, and there was no going back. That was made clear when Bakugo's face scrunched up in rage. The blonde had been completely taken by surprise, but that wouldn't change anything for him. Why? Why? I'll tell you why. Because no matter how small they are, gnats are an annoying little insect that won't stop buzzing until you squash them. That's all you've ever been doing your entire life, Deku. Just being a little pesky bug in my path that won't go down. You're constantly in my way, and if I don't swat you down for good, then you'll just get back up and keep doing the same thing over and over again. Bakugo unleashed his anger, both through his words and his hands. Just as the last word spat from his mouth, Bakugo slammed his palm into Izuku's chest. The smell of nitroglycerin and smoke wavered through the air as a small explosion pushed the greenette into the desk behind him. It wasn't strong enough to cause injury, but it for sure knocked the breath out of him. The only thing that kept Izuku upright was by catching hold of the same desk he collided with. Fortunately for Bakugo, no one was left in the room for them to have seen what happened. But the noise was enough to catch someone's attention. When will you learn? The more you try to crawl yourself up to something unreachable, the harder someone is going to kick you down. Bakugo was almost yelling at the teen who was hunched over and leaning against the desk with a hand to his chest. He couldn't see his face as Izuku stared at the ground. If you ask me, I would be more than happy to be the one to grind you back into the dirt. So, anytime you feel heroic or like you can actually accomplish anything, come calling. I'll set you straight. Bakugo leaned over Izuku's curled form. The blonde clenched a hand on Izuku's shoulder, smoldering it with his heated grip. I don't think that will be necessary anymore. Izuku's cold voice filled the other boy's ears. Bakugo flinched in disbelief as his hand was gently pushed away by Izuku's forearm. He stood up and gazed deep into Bakugo's eyes. He looked completely unaffected by Bakugo's torment. Despite that his clothes were slightly charred in the middle of his chest and on his right shoulder. I'm done playing hero with you. I don't even want to be one anymore. Izuku finished with a whisper into Bakugo's ear as he passed the blonde. Bakugo was stunned. Never has Izuku retaliated like that before. Izuku's never even acted like that before. It's been a while since Bakugo has beaten him that hard, but he didn't seem hurt at all. Not in the end anyway. It was as if he brushed it off. TCH. Bakugo felt his anger peak again. Now he was frustrated at this new development of the nerd. But, he said he didn't want to be a hero anymore. What was going on? Izuku hissed out a groan. His shoulder stung and his chest ached with every step. He would have to heal himself when he got back home. Good thing he had some command over his black blood to fix injuries, otherwise Izuku wouldn't be able to do this too often. The same couldn't be said for his clothes. He had no idea how he was going to explain this one to Inko. The burn marks on his chest and shoulder were plain as day. Getting out of school without everyone looking at him was hard enough, which was exactly why he opted to go a more secluded path on his way home. As well as to let himself calm down from possibly his worst confrontation with Bakugo in a long time. I wonder if I can get a healing quirk from someone. Izuku mumbled aloud as he tried to remember anyone who had a similar quirk. What's this about a quirk? A voice came over Izuku's shoulder as an arm hung around his other shoulder. Izuku almost panicked at the possibility that he was being attacked by another villain on his way home. One quick look at the sudden appearance, Izuku calms down a little, but stays wary as to why an Aldera student is walking next to him. And nothing, and who are you? Izuku didn't see the reason to keep up his usual act as he expressed a defensive look. The boy that was way too close for personal comfort was taller than Izuku. He had short black hair that spiked through the middle and pale yellow eyes. All right, keep your secrets. The boy said to himself for Izuku to hear but shrugged it off. Anyway, Midoriya, I just so happened to notice your little situation. He went on while completely ignoring Izuku's question. The greenette scoffed at the hypocrite. Oh, yeah? What about it? Nonetheless, Izuku played along. Yeah. You know, you have a bit of a reputation in Aldera. The boy used the arm around Izuku's shoulders to nudge him in reference. That so? Izuku asked, already not liking where this conversation was going. Since you know my name and all, despite that I've never met you before. At that, the boy grew his seemingly permanent grin. Well, when an entire class picks on one kid who has what they call a dead quirk, then word sure does travel far and wide. He said it in an obvious tone. His smug expression increased the mood of his statement, causing Izuku to question what his intentions were. HMP, Izuku scoffed before he turned to look where he was going. Sounds about right. So, what does this have to do with you here now? He shot his earlier question for a second time. The boy softly hummed at this. It's so easy to learn about others when you simply listen and watch. People tell you things they don't even realize they said. All one needs to do is just wait. His voice turned low, like he was remembering something. Izuku narrowed his eyes at this. Just listen and watch? Is that what you were doing peeking around the door of my classroom? Izuku went ahead and revealed his knowledge of this stranger watching them while Bakugo was too occupied yelling at Izuku. The boy looked surprised for a moment but kept his grin. Hee, yup. Just like that. If anything, he looked more amused that he had been caught. And you want to know what I learned? Again, his tone went low and had an edge that brought Izuku's gaze back to him. What? The greenette asked slowly, now more aware of how firm the arm was around his shoulder. You'd be pretty easy to kill. Izuku's eyes widened. Before he could respond, he saw the boy's hand hanging over his shoulder raise up from the corner of his eye. He stuck up his pointer finger in front of Izuku's mouth that made him hold his breath for what was about to happen. Actually, he couldn't hold his breath. He had lost it. Izuku wheezed as the air was sucked out of his lungs in less than a second. With it came the sensation that his lungs constricted on themselves, causing a lump of pain to swell in his chest. He fell to his knees and curled in on himself. This feeling made him panic. He felt so helpless as his brain surged with signals to pump out adrenaline, but no fresh oxygen to support it. It always comes as quite the surprise, doesn't it? The presence of the other student still loomed over Izuku's shoulder. With his other hand, he gripped Izuku's opposite shoulder and tilted him upwards. Since I know something about you, why don't I tell you something about myself, The boy hung out the same hand that was around Izuku's shoulder to hold it in front of them both. Even as Izuku tried to choke, he could see what looked like a bubble of condensed air that floated above his attacker's pointer finger. I love to pick off the weak. The sinister whisper crawled into Izuku's ear. It's so easy to rile up their fear and to make them cry out in terror. Or at least, I think they would. Hee. After all, none of them can ever scream as they try to breathe with their deflated lungs. He cackled through his words. There was no mistake that he took joy in seeing Izuku's struggle. Because of that, Izuku knew the teen was an actual threat. Earlier, Izuku merely saw him as an annoyance. But as Izuku saw black spots enter his vision, he realized his life was very much in danger. Just like how he died against the sludge villain. I gotta say, this is pretty exciting for me. You'll be my great number 2. At the boy's statement, Izuku turned to glare at him in confusion. The boy saw this and grinned from ear to ear. Having killed 2 people is no small feat, you know. He said that sentence with pride, like it was the most amazing thing a human can accomplish. Izuku, on the other hand, only grew annoyed at this. To kill someone isn't that simple. Something I'm sure you wouldn't know about. But I'm more than capable. My quirk lets me do it without getting my hands dirty without a struggle. I'm the perfect murderer. An insane laugh mixed with his monologue. He was very dedicated to the path of villainy that he has chosen. Too bad he crossed another's path. Huh? The boy raised an eyebrow when Izuku went limp in his hold. His grin returned when Izuku's head hung. And this is only the beginning. He smiled with satisfaction and the belief that he had claimed his next victim. That was until his skin started to turn black. What the? The boy trailed off in a mixture of confusion and curiosity. The black skin spread up his neck and over his hands, covering every inch of his body and even changing his hair. That was when Izuku turned back to look at him. Holy shit! He recoiled back from the sickening aura those purple eyes shot at him. It was enough to make him lose hold of his quirk. Izuku sprung up in an instant. He sent the knuckles of his right hand straight into his attacker's throat. The boy did a combination of a scream, a wheeze, and a cough. The struggle had taken place at the backside of a building, so the other teen fell back against the structure's wall. But Izuku didn't let up in the slightest as he rushed forward. He grabbed hold of both the boy's shoulder and pulled him in as Izuku threw his knee into his gut. The so-called murderer wheezed in pain. A look of shock and terror replaced his earlier smile. He would have fallen to the ground if it weren't for Izuku holding him up. What was that you said earlier? Izuku's voice whispered closely into the boy's ear. That this is only the beginning? He grunted in pain as he looked up. Their faces were side to side. Izuku leaned in more while he gripped his shoulder tighter. The kid now knew he was way in over his head the moment he saw the expression of absolute insanity that side-eyed him. Well, now it's also the end. His eyes widened out of realization and reaction as he was lifted off the ground in the blink of an eye. Izuku hoisted him over his shoulder and slammed the wannabe villain into the concrete ground. He yells out in pain again with breath knocked out of him. Quite ironic. Izuku leaned over to grab the boy's black hair. The greenette pulled him up harshly with one hand. The boy squirmed under the grip with his own hands trying to pry himself free. There came a surprise when an arm wrapped around his neck. The boy choked out in terror when he realized Izuku had him in a choke hold. He thrashed, pushed, pulled, he did everything he could to get away. His legs kicked against the ground to get lost. Izuku pulled him backwards until his back went up against the wall. He slid down and forced the other teen down with him. They stayed there for a few seconds, the only sounds were of the stranger's kicking feet and choking. SSSHHHHHH, SSHHSSHHSSSHHHH. Izuku has once again whispered in his ear. This time from behind and much like how he had done to Izuku earlier. Oh, I can't tell you how glad I am that you decided to crawl out of whatever shithole you came out of. I wasn't having a very good day with Katsuki being the a-hole that he is. In a strange scene, Izuku started to talk like it was some normal conversation. Meanwhile, his soon-to-be victim struggled with his limited oxygen. Just the kind of stress relief I need. Izuku finished with a relaxing sigh. Then, a look came over Izuku's face like he had a good idea. Hey, he said as he forced the boy's eyes to look at him. Since I know something about you, why don't I tell you something about myself? The boy jerked harder to no avail. You say you killed someone before, right? Although the other student had no way of answering, Izuku still gave a pause. Then, I've killed 5. Somehow, the boy was able to struggle even more than before, but Izuku's grip was not loosening. I know. Not a huge number to brag about, but killing 5 people in less than a month is pretty good, don't you think? Izuku once again have a pause before he continued. You see, each time I consume someone, as you'll see in a moment, I get stronger. But not quite strong enough to kill Katsuki. That's why I put up with his bullshit, I just can't wait to see the look on his stupid face when I make him suffer. So, I must thank you for your contribution. At this, the boy puts everything he can into letting out a scream. It quickly ended when his mouth was filled with a thick liquid. When he looked down, he saw Izuku's other fist had turned into a dark green slime that poured itself inside him. There were quiet gurgles every second that the dark sludge invaded his throat. How does karma taste? Like shit, I'm guessing, Izuku taunted. If being suffocated to death wasn't enough, there was sudden agony in his stomach. He convulsed and retched, but nothing came out. There was only the slime that came in. It caused this steering pain to spread within him. Oh, it looks like it infects you through ingestion. Interesting. Izuku cooed with a sick fascination. The pain coursed outward into his limbs. That was when he began to feel weak, and then numb in his torso. The next to go were his shoulders and thighs. He couldn't use them anymore and fell limp at his sides. Past the excruciating pain and the fight for air, the boy was able to notice his hands turning black. It crawled over his palms and down his fingers to the point he could even feel them anymore. He didn't know exactly what was happening to him, but he knew he was dying. He knew that as the fiery pain soared up his neck, he would soon take his last choked breath. Izuku felt the last bit of life slip from the boy's body just as his eyes were overtaken by the black blood filling his veins. "Serves you right for trying to pull that sheet on me," Izuku remarked. His sixth victim's body turned into a dark liquid and seeped into Izuku's own body. All that was left behind were his clothes. "Ah, you shouldn't have." Izuku made his voice sound appreciative as he picked up the clothing. They weren't too much bigger than his own, so it would work out well. He only switched his burnt shirt for the other boys and took some other items that were of use. He made sure to take his wallet and other means of identification. Whenever someone inevitably finds the remains, they won't have any way of figuring out what happened. During which, he learned that his name was Ikkyo Itamada. His quirk led him to literally leave people breathtaken. Hence the name, breathtaking. It basically held the user's lungs victim. A harsh quirk that was efficient and useful. Hopefully, Izuku could get this one to work. And just like that, Izuku went on his way with a smile on his face and new energy in his blood. Izuku dash. Both greenettes turned to look at one another. There was a long pause as their gazes locked with wide eyes. Both stood like deer caught in headlights. Izuku stood in the center of his room with a notebook in hand and Inko stood at his doorway. It finally took one of them to start chuckling to break the awkward silence. Once Izuku presented his amusement of the situation, Inko wasn't far to follow. "We have to stop doing this," Inko joked. "It would appear the tables have turned," Izuku said in reference to the last time they scared each other on accident. "But anyway, I just came in to make sure you were all right. You didn't answer me when I called out." Inko could now relax to know nothing had happened while she was gone. When she had gotten home and announced her arrival, there was no response from her son. "Oh, sorry. I guess I was more distracted than I thought." Izuku mentally flicked himself for having been surprised twice in one day. He really needed to get into habit of using his strange taste buds to sense when other people were around. "I can see that." Inko hesitated when she looked over her son's figure. "Why are you shirtless?" she asked. Izuku only wore a pair of pants as far as she could see. "Yeah, that," Izuku replied embarrassed. "I had a shower when I got home and had some shower thoughts. I wanted to hurry up and write them down before I forgot and just haven't put on a shirt yet." Izuku admitted that he had gotten some interesting ideas earlier, but not of their details. He put the notebook down on his table and headed over to his drawer. There were a few seconds of him finding the right shirt he wanted until, "Have you been working out?" Inko questioned after a few moments of watching the boy. Izuku sputtered a bit, a little caught off guard with the question. He looked up to his mother to see she had a thoughtful expression. "You what?" he said as he looked over himself. "He most certainly has not been working out recently. At least, not yet." "Oh. It's just, you looked a little more fit." Inko was hesitant in her words. She wasn't sure, but her son definitely looked different in some way. The first thing that came to mind that his thin muscles stood out just a little more. Izuku didn't exactly know how to go about this. Good thing the few villains he's already consumed were decent liars. "I've been trying more in gym classes at school. Plus, the gym teacher gave me some tips for bodybuilding. The best way to tell a lie is to sound confident." Izuku did his best in that, and it appeared to have worked swimmingly. "That's good, Izuku." Inko sounded proud that her son had started to improve his body. "Thanks," Izuku replied right after he found a shirt to wear. Of course, Izuku didn't feel great about lying to his mother, but it wasn't like he could tell her the truth. He wasn't even sure of the truth himself. He hadn't noticed any kind of growth about his body. He'll have to start taking some more notes. "Okay. Well, I was just checking. Sorry to bother you." Inko concluded with a friendly wave. "It's all right," the boy said back with a wave of his one as Inko disappeared behind the now closed door. And so, Izuku was alone again. Letting the air flow over his tongue, he detected that strange taste in the air to be moving away. He needed to find a good time to test that out. But anyway, his mother's words raised questions of his own. Izuku looked over himself carefully. As far as he could tell, there was nothing different. Hold on. His shirt that he put on. It felt a little tight? Very interesting. Status, not ready chapter text. Another weekend, another few days where Izuku is free to do whatever he pleased. On this fine Saturday morning, Izuku decided on a more relaxing method of spending his time while simultaneously being productive. The closest park did nicely for such things. People, young and old and far between, roamed the expanse of cleaner air and green fields. The kids relished in their childish behaviors on the playground, and the adults walked around or sat in the shade somewhere. A place of peace and a calm atmosphere. No reason to suspect the young teen with dark green hair to be a murderer as he simply sat up against a tree along the main path of the park. A half-eaten apple was his clearance as to not look somewhat strange to the passerbys. This was one of Izuku's experiments after all. It was kind of hard not to watch the average citizen as he took a bite while they caught his gaze. Some paid no mind while others didn't so discreetly pick up the pace. It didn't matter to Izuku. The more people that passed him, the more he learns. Every time he took a bite, the boy inhaled. Just enough to get the surrounding air to curl on his tongue. With it came the new sense of taste that had been accompanying him ever since his awakening. Today was a perfect day to test it out and learn its secrets. And so far, he's learned much about it. No matter who they were, everyone that passed Izuku had a taste of some sort. The best way for Izuku to describe it is like a sense of smell, but instead with his mouth. He could taste something in the air that people had. A sort of aura or presence. They all had it, and despite that they were all similar, none were the same. The biggest tell was the certain effect it had on Izuku's tongue. There were some people that when they passed by Izuku felt a pressure. Others made his tongue tingle stronger, or even tense. Some even had familiar effects like making his tongue feel like he tastes something spicy or sweet. Kids had a collective sensation that Izuku thought of as an unripe fruit. The elderly tasted like something stale, or something that had lost its flavor. Like flat soda. Just thinking about what it all meant made Izuku yearn to figure it out for himself. In all due time, he will. But firstly, he needed to learn how to utilize it. The range varied. Even though it came from a completely different part of his body, it acted almost identically to the sense of smell. Wind could carry or hide scents. The one thing that wasn't the same was that there was nothing to block the taste. Izuku could only taste the presence of other people and nothing else. That was a good thing so that no one can use a stronger smell to cover themselves. The bad thing is that he can't use it to track anything other than a person. Pros and cons, pros and cons. Izuku sighed. He had lost himself in thought that he almost didn't see the person walking down the path. The movement of them approaching caught his eye and he turned his gaze to rest on the man. He looked to be in his 30s, fairly tall and decently built. His clothes were average. Most of his clothes anyway. Izuku happened to notice that his shoes appeared somewhat worn down. A normal thing to have. What wasn't so normal was his mean demeanor. Back straight, hands lightly balled into fists, long powerful strides that weren't rushed. This dude was your typical tough guy. And as all tough guys, they don't simply look away as soon as they realize someone else has been watching them. Izuku and this man made eye contact. And holy shit, Izuku actually felt slightly nervous when that piercing gaze stared him down the entire time their eyes were locked on each other. For what it was worth, Izuku didn't back down. Instead, he figured he would show off and take a bite of his apple while getting a taste of what this guy was made of. He opened his mouth and took a small breath. There wasn't much the teen could do to prevent the involuntary cough. Not even being able to cover his mouth in time was enough to save his pride as the man scoffed with a smirk and continued walking along. "Oh, F you." Izuku whispered under his breath as he glared at the back of the man's head. If there weren't any people around, he would have been tempted to kill him right then and there. Obviously, he couldn't do that. Besides, something had piqued his interest. The reason he coughed was because of the reaction the man's presence had on his tongue. It wasn't a taste exactly, but a feeling. There wasn't anything Izuku could imagine comparing this to, but it felt like a thin film formed over his tongue and nearly to the back of his throat. Due to the unfamiliar sensation, it caused his body to react appropriately. Too bad the result was him losing a stare down and feeling bad about it, otherwise he wouldn't care. But like he said, his interest was piqued, and he still had one more test to do. A grin spread across his face as he eyed the mostly eaten apple. Challenge accepted. Izuku tossed the apple to the side and stood up. At the same time, he took a big inhale of air. He sampled each different taste of someone in range of his new sense. From what Izuku last saw, the man headed west, so that was where he went. It was after a couple more inhales that he finally caught the man's trail. The same strange sensation came across his tongue, and he knew that he was well on his way to becoming an efficient tracker. The further he walked, the stronger the taste became. Something Izuku noticed was that once he picked out the certain taste, the rest dulled in comparison, even though there were people that were much closer to him than the man he still couldn't see. It was like his senses had locked onto him. Pros and cons. Izuku chuckled lightly. He continued to track the man far out of the park and back into the city. Even then, with the dozens of people surrounding him going about their day, Izuku could still make out the man that had passed him almost 10 minutes ago. It was slightly more difficult, however, with there being so many other sources causing their own unique effect on him, but Izuku prevailed. Found you. Izuku whispered triumphantly among the crowd the moment his eyes once again set on the back of the man's head. He recognized that short dark brown hair and the light leather jacket he wore. Izuku made sure to keep him in his sights from here on out while keeping a distance. There was too big of a crowd around him for Izuku to stand out, so he shouldn't have to worry too much about the man spotting him if he happened to turn around. This process lasted for another 15 minutes. Along the way, the man stopped by a liquor store and bought a bottle of whiskey. Drink up while you can. Izuku mumbled with a dark glare and grin as he watched the exchange of money and alcohol from a distance. Not long after, he saw him enter through the doors of a building. Izuku stopped some distance away. He inspected for a moment and quickly found that it was an apartment building much like the one he lived in. A big difference between Thin One and his was that this one was noticeably nicer. But most of all, Izuku could see the security camera through the glass doors. A slight inconvenience. But nonetheless, Izuku kept his grin. After all, he had already accepted the challenge. The sound of a door opening and closing alerted Inko that her son had arrived home. She turned to look at the beginning of the hallway where her suspicions were correct. Izuku rounded the corner with a thoughtful look on his face. In both his hands was a few bags of groceries that Inko had asked him to get while he was out. "Thank you. Enjoy your walk," she asked to get his attention. "Yeah, and I did. You should come with me sometime," Izuku responded when he met her gaze with fondness as he said on his way to the kitchen to put the food items away. "Oh, I wish I had enough free time to do those things anymore. With how work had been lately, I'm surprised I even had this weekend off." Inko sighed with relief at the memory of her boss telling her that everything was clear for the end of this week. But also, at the same time for longing of a lighter lifestyle. Izuku furrowed his eyes at this in confusion when he turned to look at her. "Has something been going on recently?" His question came with a curious tone as he finished up and walked over and sat on the couch next to Inko to join her in watching the TV. Just the usual. With society never seemingly slowing down with heroes and villains causing a ruckus, it's been hectic for the company. Inko couldn't recall exactly how one of her coworkers explained it to her, but it sounded far more complex than what she was willing to learn about. Not to mention she didn't have the time for it either. Izuku gave a hum after a couple seconds of contemplation as they both watched the show on the TV. It remained silent between them as they both relaxed for as long as life let them. There weren't too many opportunities anymore for them to enjoy each other's companies like this, despite that they lived together. The rest of this day was just for them to relish. From lunch to dinner, from dinner to the setting sun that bathed the city in a warm gold color. Since it's been a while, both Greenettes liked the idea of watching a movie to start off the night. On the couch they sat together again in a peaceful and comfortable quiet. It was not many nights that Inko had, and so she held them closer with each passing day. This world was rough, so she had to do everything in her small power to keep herself and her son alive. And she'll continue to do so until the day she dies. But, for now, in this moment of calm, she could sleep soundly. Her eyelids grew heavy as the light from the screen grew blurry. Until finally, she slept. Izuku watched the movie with barely any attention. It wasn't that it wasn't a bad movie, it's just that his focus was elsewhere. He's been piecing together his plan for some time now. Watching the movie gave him a good PRD of time to be alone with his thoughts while simultaneously keeping his mother company. Speaking of, he turned to his left to see her fast asleep on the couch. She was leaning onto the arm of the couch with her head resting on her shoulder. She was sound and relaxed. All that moved was the slow and steady rhythm of her breathing. Izuku smiled faintly. He was glad that she was getting her well-deserved rest, but still didn't agree with how hard she worked herself. It reminded him of his goal. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll make everything better." He spoke in a soft whisper as he leaned his elbows on his knees. Once he was sure he was ready, he stood up and walked to his room. A few minutes later, the boy that came back out was different. His clothes had been changed and his demeanor was not the same as before. He fashioned the same clothes he wore since his last planned kill. The blue sweater with dark gray arms and the equally dark pants. That was all he needed before Izuku headed to the door. With as much silence as he could muster, he opened it and closed it back behind him. The fresh coolness of the night air washed over him. It was a comfortable satisfaction with his warm sweater. A couple steps brought him to the edge of the catwalk of the building where he could look out to the city. The view was decent at best, but the smile came easily to his face. He leaned forward with his hands were posted on railing. Izuku took a deep breath through his nose and closed his eyes as he tilted his head back. A trigger, a small mental flick, and Izuku's body felt cold just for a second. It was replaced by a new sensation. Not exactly warmth, but a kind of feeling that was hard to explain. But to put it simply, he could feel his black blood filling his veins as his black heart mass produced the toxic substance. As the final strand of hair on his head turned to a rich purple, the smile turned into a grin. His breath released and his eyes opened at the same time. They soft gentle green irises were replaced by piercing lavender. Now then, let's have some fun. He awoke with a small JRK. His hazy mind worked on trying to get him back fully conscious as he did his best to survey his surroundings. He was sitting in his chair, exactly where he last remembering being. The TV in front of him was playing some random show at low volume as to not wake him up. So, why had he woken up? There was a single fragment in his mind that recalled some sort of noise that stirred in the otherwise silent night. Looking around, he saw nothing out of place. Nothing that should alert him to anything suspicious. He hummed to himself and shrugged it off as one of his apartment neighbors causing a ruckus. The end table at the side of his cushioned chair caught his thirsty gaze as he leaned over to pick up the half-empty whiskey bottle. He downed another large swig with a satisfying gulp before holding it up to contemplate if he should take another. Before that answer could come to his buzzed mind, something caught his eye in the reflection of the glass bottle. Spinning in his chair, he caught sight of the scene. His window was cracked open. A hum of confusion rumbled out of his throat. He sat the whiskey bottle down and stood to walk over. Once he approached, he stood to inspect the area for a moment. There was a small wisp of cool air that slithered between the half-foot crack. It crawled over his hand that sent goosebumps up his arm. He jerked his hand back out of instinct and brought it up to his mouth. Warm air puffed out of his mouth to warm the spot. Fall was just around the corner. These nights were getting cold, and soon, so would the days. He held his hand in front of him after he effectively warmed it back up. His hand was the only thing he looked at for a few silent seconds. The moonlight cast through his window and bathed his hand in the pale glow. He balled it into a fist where the light seeped down his knuckles. This effect was greatly enhanced when his hand reflected the light like metal. He spun in place in the blink of an eye and threw his fist in a punch. There was the sound of a hard surface bashing against soft skin. Immediately after came the sound of a large weight colliding to the floor. He looked down at the figure of a person laying awkwardly on their stomach between the chair and TV. They groaned with pain as they slowly put one arm beneath them. He huffed with amusement before he walked over to the end table and picked up his whiskey bottle. The lid pressed against his lips as he took a harder drink than earlier. He then looked down to the person once he was done. Out of all the places you could have picked, you chose mine. The man spoke. Too bad you didn't realize just how much you effed up before it was too late. He chuckled with another swig of whiskey. Oh? No, I didn't pick at random. I chose your place on purpose. For a reason. The voice of a young male, a boy even, came from the figure that stood up from the ground. The hood he wore over his head protected any details. If anything, I'd say you were the one who effed up. Is that so? The man questioned with a little more seriousness as the tone of this stranger was cold and malicious. And why is that? He raised an eyebrow with his anticipation for an answer. With his back to the man, the stranger turned his head for the side of his face to peek from behind the hood. The man tensed out of instinct. The expression that glared at him from the darkness was only illuminated by the moon and the purple eye. Because now you really set me off. The boy launched towards the man in surprising speed. A right-handed punch came for the man's gut. The punch was grabbed by the man's free hand and pulled it downward to knock off the boy's balance. In his other hand, the man swung up the nearly empty bottle into the invader's face. The glass shattered upon impact as both whiskey and glass fly into the air. The boy hisses a gasp out of pain. Only one of high eyes opened to glare at the man while the other bled profusely along with many other cuts on his face. The boy used the grip on his hand to pull himself up and forward with a jump. He twisted his body for his legs to buckle in and face the man. He shot out his attack to send both his feet into the man's chest. The force broke the grip, and both are separated. The adult is thrown into the wall next to the window while the teen lands back to where he had been punched in the beginning, this time softening the landing with a roll onto his feet. You slippery little sheet. The man growled with a smirk as he seemed to find this fight somewhat entertaining. He rushed forward to tackle the boy. In response to this, the boy grinned. My turn. Before the man could get close enough, the boy revealed that he had grabbed the end table behind his back and swung it forward into the man's face. Chunks and splinters of wood flew off the man's head. He recoiled in pain because it felt like his nose just met his brain. The boy used this chance to run forward and kick into the man's lower abdomen. He used the footing to kick himself upward where his right forearm locked around the adult's neck and used it as leverage. The boy leapt over the man with his hold still on his target's throat. He landed with his stomach against the other's back. The man was caught in a choker's hold as the boy hung from his throat. However, the man only smirked at this. Never put someone in a choke hold unless it's a trap. He chalked out as he ran to his chair and used the middle part to jump straight up into the air. Both his hands pressed against the ceiling when he met his greatest height and pushed himself and the boy back down to the ground. Since he was much larger than the young-looking teen, his plan was to squash the boy under his weight. However, midway through the fall, the grip disappeared. The man crashed to the floor with a gasp as the air was knocked out of his lungs. He expected to feel a cushion of some degree from his attacker, but there was nothing. He had only caused himself to wheeze out of confusion. That was when he saw the thick slime form above him and create the figure of the boy sitting atop his chest. One hand was now clutched against his throat once again and the other hand was ped back. The fist was moved into the man's jaw that caused his teeth to clack together uncomfortably. But it didn't stop at a single punch. The boy kept it up in a flurry of brutal haymakers that targeted every part of the man's face. One of the two seemed to be finding much joy out of the beatdown while the other grew slightly annoyed. He didn't feel it at first, but he quickly started to hear it when his punches made a different sound with each swing. The teen expected the punches to get more wet, but for some reason, they got harder. Harder than his fist could handle. Upon the last strike that sounded like he had punched a metal wall, the boy shouted with pain as he jumped off the man and stumbled back to the window. He held his right wrist in his left hand where his bruised and disfigured knuckles twitched with agony. The boy looked back up in time to see the man stood to his full height and with a glaring expression on his smooth face. It looked as if the skin on his head turned into a kind of material. It was difficult to tell exactly what with the limited light, but how the moon reflected off his shiny face was a dead giveaway. The boy may or may not have been a little distracted by this discovery that he didn't realize how close the man had gotten until both the man's hands were slapped firmly against both sides of his head. "Oh no," the teen said with a nervous grin. The solid grip pulled him in for a headbutt from the man's solid face that made a resonating sound like metal on bone. The force alone was enough to send the boy back into the window that cracked under his weight, but the dizziness was more than enough to make him wobble to the ground as the world spun in a haze. And that was just the first part. It literally felt like his skull had been fractured and a concussion was well on its way. What the hell just happened? Whoa, the boy's voice came out shaky. "You sure don't hold back against a 13-year-old, do ya?" he joked to the man. His vision was able to focus enough to see the adult crouched down in front of him. He could see past the blurriness that his face was normal again. Besides the few splinters and bloody lip and nose, of course. "Well, you're not exactly the nicest 13-year-old I've met, so that's on you," the man responded with a casual tone after he spit to the side. He was finally able to get his first clear look of the boy with his hood barely hanging on his spiky hair. His skin was black, and so was his blood that leaked from the cuts on his face. "Fair enough," the purple-haired teen scoffed. "While I found our little wrestle fun and all, I think it's about time we ended this. My DMN neighbors are probably wondering what the hell is going on if they haven't already called the cops. I just gotta make sure they don't find your body by the time they get here." The man finished his causal explanation with a bit of maliciousness in his tone. The boy merely laughed at this. "Oh man. I should have known you were villain. I've been meeting so many of you lately. Just around the corner or hiding in plain sight. Although, I should be thankful. I'm sure you have plenty of skills I could find use of. And your quirk looks like it could make a fine addition to my collection. I couldn't get the quirks of the last few people I've killed to work for some reason. I really hope yours does." The boy gave away a lot of excess information. A lot of it didn't make much sense to the man, but it didn't matter. "You sure talk a lot for someone who's about to die." The large man wrinkled his face as he stepped closer to snap the boy's neck. It was a little difficult to make it out as the boy's face was out of the moonlight that was directly above him. "Of course. Keeping you distracted gave me the perfect chance to heal myself." The man raised an eyebrow at this statement. His outstretched hands hesitated for a moment, and that hesitation gave the boy the only chance he needed. Faster than before, he jumped forward. In the split second that he was shown in the moonlight again, the man could see that not a single wound littered his dark face. The hand that was broken was now completely healed and speeding quickly towards him. A thumb and middle finger jabbed themselves straight into his eyes. A squelched sound began to the scream of pain that roared from the man's throat. He shook himself away and was able to dislodge the fingers from his sockets, but the damage was already. His sight had been lost as he was met with a dark world full of agony. "What the F dash? I'll break every goddamn bone in your..." The sentence was cut short when a force slammed his mouth shut. He felt several of his teeth crack and some even fall to the ground. "You will? Haha, because by the looks of it, you're the one who's about to be broken." The last word was spoken with a level of evil that made the man feel fear. "Shut up!" He took a swing in the direction that he heard the brat talk. His fist met empty air. "What are you punching at?" "I'm over here." A tone full of sadistic amusement called over his shoulder. The man grunted and retaliated with a backhand that again met nothing. "That's a funny dance you have there." This time, the voice came from his right. "Rarea. Stop it." Another swing. Another miss. "I don't care if I can't see. I'll gladly crush your skull, and then drop your corpse at the feet of your family before I smash in their ribcages." Silence. The man didn't expect no response from his threat. It almost unnerved him a little. But what did unnerve him was what he heard next. 5, 4, 3. The man heard the voice come from in front. He didn't hesitate. The man jumped forward and threw a fist. Nothing. 2. On his left, but he didn't move fast enough. 1. Crack. He howled with pain as his knee was kicked from the side, breaking his joint as his kneecap is thrown out of place. He catches himself with one hand, but not before his broken knee hits the ground, increasing the pain by tenfold. 5, 4. The man twisted his body to lash out with his free arm. So far, all of his efforts have been met with one disappointment after another. 3, 2. Despite this, he tried again. But this time, he did not meet air. For a moment, he thought he had finally landed a hit. This false hope lasted only until he realized his arm was stuck and he heard the boy speak again. 1. Crack. His elbow gave way under the sudden impact. The grip on his arm was released and his broken limb fell limp at his side. The amount of pain and feeling of helplessness he was in was too much. It bared down on him in a sudden rush that it felt like gravity had increased several times over. This was a kid. A DMN brat who looked to be barely in his teens. He thought he could just beat him up a little and be done with it. He had gotten cocky and careless. Now look at him. A villain beaten down by a boy. No, this was no regular boy. He said it earlier. "I've been meeting so many of you lately." Did that mean he killed them too? Put them through just as much torture? What did he want and why? The man was starting to panic. It was finally starting to settle in that he was about to actually die, and there was nothing he could about it. 5, 4, 3, 2. Let's see if you can kill me before the cops show up. The same smug attitude returned to the man's face. Although he could not see, he pictured a confused look on the boy's face. That was when he used his quirk. And the boy knew it too. Because in his pause as to what the man's statement could mean, he saw what was happening. His entire body, all at the same time, shifted into that same metallic material he used earlier. His figure halted entirely. As if he was frozen in time. That was when it hit him. He turned himself into a statue. He scoffed with amusement as he looked down at the unmoving figure of his target. The boy tapped the knuckle of his pointer finger on the man's forehead. The sound came out as a mix of hard materials. It wasn't quite metal. More like a mix of metal, stone, and marble. A big grin spread across his face before he leaned in to speak into the statue's ear. "But did you really think that would save you from me?" As he said this, he watched the still flowing blood oozing out from the man's sockets. Where there is blood, there is a way for Izuku Midoriya. He bit the tip of his finger. A single droplet of black blood built up on the end. Izuku brought his finger up close to the bottom of the line of blood that flowed down the man's chin. At a rapid pace, the red liquid turned black as it spread up his cheek. It was basically like lighting a stick of dynamite. And the moment Izuku saw his blood invade inside the man's eye, he knew it was already over. The man was suddenly animate again when his quirk disappeared in less than a second as he jumped up with a blood-curdling scream. It didn't matter if half of his limbs were broken, the searing pain that shot through his skull was like a fiery poison. The man was only able to let out that one scream before he fell dead to the ground. The black blood didn't act as sadistic as its user and it didn't save the best for last. It traveled along the nervous system of his eye straight to his brain where it put an end to man's life instantly. The rest of his body was quickly taken over right after. Izuku watched on with sick fascination and an evil gleam in his eyes that reflected the moon against his purple irises. Bang! 3 police officers barged through the door without warning. Each held up their own firearm, ready to take aim at whoever was on the other side. All of their eyes lay upon the scene in front of them. Stuff was destroyed. Furniture was tilted over. Glass was shattered. And a big but hole in the ground that nearly broke through to the lower floor. Other than that? Nothing. There was no one in sight other than the officers themselves. The only movement within the entire apartment came from the curtains that gently rippled from the breeze of the fully opened window. Quirk acquired. Status, not ready. Izuku hummed in a fascinated tone. He eyed his hand from front to back to fully inspect the result. To put it simply, he was not disappointed. The dim orange light above him reflected off the smooth surface of his hard right fist. Just as it presented on the man he killed last week, it looked to be a hardening quirk of a material of something you would get if you mixed a few different solid structures. His arm didn't feel much heavier. The material was like plastic in terms of weight. It reflected light almost similar to that of metal, but the coloring and texture could be best described as marble. From the middle of forearm all the way down to his hand, this strange material overtook his arm like a natural exoskeleton. A very nice addition to my arsenal. Izuku cooed over his new ability after his last few failed attempts at taking his victim's quirks. He turned to look to his left. Don't you think? The question aroused the attention of the woman who sat next to him on the ground. She slowly landed her drowsy eyes on him that were slowly draining of life. Even though she couldn't answer, Izuku figured he would be nice and include her, despite the fact that her jaw hung only from one side. Izuku softly scoffed in amusement with a raised eyebrow. This lady didn't put up much of a fight. It honestly looked like she wanted to die before Izuku pulled her into the alley on this cloudy night. Well then, I suppose it's about time we finish this. Izuku got up and stood directly in front of the woman. A single drop of black blood was all it took before her body began to be usurped by toxicity of the dark liquid. Even then, she hardly reacted. Not even an attempt of a scream. What was once her body was replaced by a mass of new black blood that obeyed Izuku's call as it swarmed towards the boy's extended arm. It spread around him, formed and sunk into his skin, the blood entering his veins as the DNA becomes his own. They were now one being, so Izuku was free to dig through the memories and life of who this woman was. Not gonna lie, it caught Izuku a little off guard. Perhaps even sorry. Quirkless, huh? Izuku furrowed his eyebrows into a weak scowl. Guess that makes sense. Then he saw something in the memories. Something that took place not too long ago. Something that greatly interested Izuku. The other memories were shoved away as a smile grew across his face. Things are about to get real fun. Another weekend, another successful hunt. Izuku was really getting into the hang of this little routine he's got going on. Well, not exactly a routine per se. But his ability to find opportunities of which he didn't realize were there before came much clearer. He's not noticed until now just how much people let their guard down and how easy it is to end someone's life. Guess that's what happens when they depend on a hero coming to save them instead of fighting for their own life. That was also how Izuku lived for a long time before he died, and then indeed? That's how that works, right? Whatever. No need to explain what he can't talk about. Especially to any of these dumbass. Izuku looked up from his paper to see one of his classmates throw a paper ball at the back of the student a few seats in front of him. The boy quickly turned around with a confused look as no one paid absolutely no attention to him. He slowly faced back forward, which was the signal for a few students to restrain their chuckles. Basically, a presentation of one of the reasons Izuku chose to sit as far back as possible at the beginning of the year. Unfortunately, he couldn't get all the way back. But he did at least manage to get some distance from Bakugo, so that's something. That reminded Izuku of a strange difference in the blonde. Bakugo has been mostly quiet ever since Izuku's confession that he was done with his dream of heroism. Hopefully, that quietness will last for the rest of the year. It was already so noisy for a short time when it was reported that the other Aldra student Izuku killed was reported missing. Some people made such a fuss about it while others couldn't give a damn. Izuku was one of the latter, of course. Even so, Izuku sort of felt robbed of his position in school. His life changed so much for the better out of school, but in it, he was still the same small weak little nerd to everyone. Really set him off, but there wasn't much he could do about it except keep his cool and wait for the end of the year. Izuku groaned to himself as he remembered that was still a long way away. And the week had only begun. School went by peacefully. With Bakugo almost not even looking Izuku's way anymore, the rest of his classmates weren't as persuaded to follow suit. If it could stay like that, then this year could go by faster than he thought. Izuku just needs to figure out what he's going to do after that. He has time until that day comes, but time is never on anyone's side. Before then, he needs to get as strong as possible. The woman he killed last night gave him a good lead. He'll have to go check it out this weekend. Until then, Izuku also needs to come up with ideas. Inko wasn't home yet, and she wouldn't be getting home until later. So, Izuku grabbed himself one of his notebooks and sat down on the living room couch. With his pencil in hand, he brought it down for the tip to poke the paper to begin writing sheet. Izuku exhaled at the lack of anything to come to mind. He slumped into the couch with a lost look on his face and a mind as blank as the paper in front of him. Ways to get strong was what he wanted to accomplish, but he already knew a way to do that. But he just couldn't constantly devour people for their strength and only some of their quirks. Well, he actually could, but what he wanted was a strength that no one else had. Not just to have what other people had. Something of his own. Something that no one else did nor could do. Still, it was difficult for Izuku to generate a simple thought of genius that could benefit him in his current situation. That was a mouthful. Anyway, even if Izuku was smarter than most others in his age group, it was sometimes best to start from step 1. Izuku flipped back through his previous pages. He stopped when he landed on one in specific. His own quirk. Blackheart, mutation transformation type. Basically allows me to feed on people like a spider. Izuku mumbled aloud. He remembered how the poison of most spiders liquefy the insides of their prey that allowed the spider to drink the liquid right out of the corpse. Unlike spiders, Izuku gained much more than a full stomach from this. He got their memories, skills, experiences, talents, and in some cases, their quirks. That reminded Izuku of his suspicions. So far, he's killed 8 people. And out of those 8 people, he was only able to take the quirks of 3 of them. At first, Izuku saw that ratio as random. However, after comparing all of them, he was able to find a similarity to the ones he was able to take. And it is because of that similarity that Izuku thinks he actually isn't taking people's quirks, but rather he can replicate it. Not a perfect replication, otherwise he would have all 8 quirks. No, the only ones he can replicate are those that his blood can simulate. The slime villain was perfectly compatible with Izuku's own quirk for him to use as his blood is already a liquid. One of the 2 villains he killed after that also had a physical quirk, Body Pocket, which allows the user to open up spaces within their body and store items. The other villain had an emitter quirk made from a kind of energy. Izuku's blood was not capable of producing that effect, therefore unable to replicate. Izuku let out a sigh when he finished scribbling down in his notebook everything that went through his mind on the matter. While I'm glad to finally learn the condition, it's a little disappointing that I can only replicate certain quirks. Naturally, every good thing has a drawback. The limitation on quirk taking, quirk replicating isn't a hard one to deal with, but an unfortunate block from any strong quirks Izuku would happen to come by. Oh, how much Izuku would grin if he were to turn Bakugo's explosive quirk into a murder weapon to PSS him off in hell. Izuku could actually name a few powerful quirks that his blood is unable to replicate. A shame, really. But that doesn't mean there are plenty of physical-type quirks out there that are just as strong. Hell, if Izuku is lucky, he might even be able to get some heroes that have. Izuku tensed in his seat. A massive cold chill ran over the entirety of his body. Both corners of his lips spread as far as they could go into an evil grin. I can take All Might's power. That realization filled Izuku to the brim with heat that replaced the chill. At first, Izuku relished in the idea of killing All Might to begin with, but if he could take the number 1 hero's power for his own, he would be unstoppable. With that strength, he could eliminate anyone in his way, take whatever he wants whenever he wants. Kill those who say otherwise and take their power. Their deaths would only fuel him and his undying goal for revenge on this merciless world. Well, guess what? Izuku can be just as merciless. All of them. He'll crush all of them. Wow, my head really flew with that idea. Izuku had plans, but he didn't think world domination was on his mind. Oh, that's probably why. Izuku refocused himself and saw that he was in his Blackheart form. The pencil in his hand was snapped in 2 as a few splinters specked the paper in his lap. Must have happened in my excitement. Izuku exhaled with a soft chuckle to relax himself. Blackheart form had a large impact on his psyche. Sometimes, it was almost too much to handle. Especially when he sees the terrified faces of his victims. Really gets the blood going. Good thing this form and his regular self were 2 separate people, to an extent. Well, since I'm already like this, might as well as test some things. Izuku said aloud. He set his broken pencil and notebook down on the couch and stood in the middle of the room. As of now, he has 4 quirks in total. The first, his own. The second, the slime form he obtained from the slime villain that allowed him to change either parts or all of his body into a thick dark green slime. The third was the ability to store things within his own body. Izuku still needs to test some things out with that one. Lastly, the hardening quirk, also known as solid state, he got from that man. Izuku hasn't gotten a whole lot of opportunities to test that out much, but from the memories of the man and from his own experience there were just as many strengths as there were drawbacks. Thankfully, it wasn't anything complicated as a hardening quirk shouldn't be. Izuku can harden any part of his body, but whatever part he hardens can't be flexed like a normal limb anymore. Like an actual statue. Of course, these quirks by themselves as their uses. It was only a matter of putting these uses at their maximum efficiency. Izuku had all of the memories behind these quirks, so learning what they didn't know is the goal. Shouldn't be too much of a problem since he's been doing it since he was, but that can't all that there is to it. There has to be something else. Come on, Izuku. What can you do that no one else can? Izuku held his chin and closed his eyes in deep thought. Even now, there had to be a way to use what limited power Izuku had to. Son of a beach. Izuku whispered out as he opened his eyes. The idea swarmed his mind with almost as much as excitement from earlier. He extended out his right arm in front of him. All 5 of his fingers stuck out flatly forward. Using the slime quirk was easy at this point. Almost no thought went into his arm as it turned into sludge. That was the easy part. Now for the next. Izuku focused on the shape of the dark fluid. It responded accordingly, but the amorphous shape made it squelch around in places he wanted to hold still. That just caused it to bounce around rather than follow orders. It was much easier to turn his body into sludge and keep his basic shape, but to make a new shape and control it to stay that way proved to be a more difficult task than Izuku anticipated. Slowly, and with enough focus on every part, Izuku worked his arm into the shape he was trying to achieve. There. Izuku grunted and immediately called to the hardening quirk to activate below his elbow. His efforts were frozen in place as it was formed into a statue. Like inspecting his art, Izuku raised his arm and admired it. Not bad for a first try. Little rough around the edges? Okay, yeah, it looks like sheet, but I'm pretty sure people aren't going to care when I'm stabbing them in the chest with this. Izuku debated the subject of whether he did a decent job at turning his arm into a large blade. Starting below his elbow, the slime and hardening quirk combined into the messy shape of Izuku's attempt of a sword. Is this thing even sharp? Oh well. Hopefully with enough practice of trial and error, he could get this down into perfection. Either way, Izuku found his answer. What made him truly unique because he could do what others could not. He could combine quirks. Later that same day, Inko had long since gotten home. Izuku remained in the living room, in his regular form of course, and continued to jot down in his notebook so long as his mother wasn't too close to see. Inko was currently in the kitchen almost done with dinner for the 2 of them. The T.V had been turned on for some time as Inko liked to hear the news as she cooked. It also gave Izuku a chance to see any hero news as of late. Not that he had a fascination with them anymore, but rather a chance to see if there were any he could encounter. Not just to avoid, but also to kill of course. But Inko didn't need to know that. As far as she knew, it still looked like Izuku was writing down the usual information down about them. But anyway, there hasn't been too much of interest today. Just the usual with nothing that stood out relating to heroes or villains. Right now, the news was talking about crime rate as well as some related cases. Honestly, Izuku wasn't paying much attention to it at this point. Izuku, dinner's done. Inko called out from the dining room as the sound of dinner plates connecting with the table. Izuku was reminded of his watering mouth ever since he could smell the food coming. Izuku replied and flipped to a safe page in his notebook before he sat it down. He was also about to turn off the TV as it was what they usually did. However, just before his finger fully pressed down on the power button, the news channel caught his ears. A few strange cases of missing people around in the Muzurafu district. Some close investigations on these cases and the sightings where people have disappeared reveal similar scenes and that they are related. It is not known for sure if a villain is responsible for this as there is no evidence other than complete sets of clothing left behind with no identification. The man spoke fluently and swiftly. A talent of someone who's been a reporter for years. It filled Izuku's ear as he stared at the screen. The reporter stood at a scene colored by the autumn sunset of the same little alley Izuku had been in the previous night. It would seem like people have finally started to catch on. Must be because of the couple he killed in their own house. If it weren't for that, then maybe no one would suspect anything yet. The child he let live in that house was far too young to remember Izuku or even speak for that matter. Izuku was still safe, otherwise he would have people knocking on his door rather than allowing the news to reveal that they are aware of what he's done and warn him. But that didn't mean he could let his guard down either. No, there's no way he'll let anyone find out. Izuku looked past the reporter. A couple cops and 2 other men that stood out. One with a cat head and the other with a cliché detective outfit. They can fucking try. Izuku thought. Izuku? Inko called out again as she wondered what was taking her son so long. Coming. Izuku said back in a happy tone like nothing had happened. Besides, he wasn't just doing this for his own selfish desires. When Inko wasn't looking, Izuku would put food on the shelves with the money he took. Some of that money was being stored away to hopefully one day pay for the surgery that would take his father out of the hospital once and for all. He was doing this not just for himself, but for the people he loved, even if they may not know what he's doing. And they never need to. Found you. Izuku said in a smirk as he laid his eyes over the inconspicuous building. At first, it looked nothing more than a ran-down warehouse. However, the more he looked, the more signs he was able to pick out that there was more than meets the eye. This was the place that came up in the memories of that quirkless woman he killed. Strange how someone like her was able to get involved in a place like this. Izuku sighed with a fallen gaze. There was another pang of empathy for her crap life. The building before him was a majority for it. Izuku shook his head of the feeling and glared at the warehouse near the spot where the entrance was. Let's get this started, shall we? Under the chilled cover of the night, Izuku approached the building. The swing of a massive fist left an equally massive mist of blood to fill the air. It escaped past the blood-dripped lips of the poor BSTRD that took the punch. Credit to him, however, he still stood with clenched teeth and a fierce glare to his opponent. Didn't matter much when another punch smashed into his stomach and dropped the man onto the ground and into a fit coughing. The crowd on the outside of the chain-link fence rose in cheers and taunts alike. Crackler once again crushes his opponent with brutal fists like it's nothing. Give the man a round of applause for the guy. In a stand on the outside edge of the fence was a small catwalk where the voice came from. Another man held a microphone in his hand as he relayed the exciting details to the crowd. Crackler, the one who won the fight, raised his red-stained knuckles into the air in triumph. He gave a few victorious shouts while he did a round inside the fence. Without so much as even checking his opponent, Crackler turned and walked out the open fence directly next to the booth. A woman was there to meet him that held out a small package. He didn't slow and snagged it from her hand. The crowd parted for the muscular man as he exited the ring. Still in the ring, the beaten man struggled to his feet. His blood dripped from his mouth down his chest. He walked to the same gate on wobbly legs. There, a very different reaction came from the crowd. There was absolutely no respect as they all shouted and cursed at him. Some even shoved him almost enough for him to fall back to the ground. Eventually, he did finally make it out. Both a decent amount of blood and his dignity was left behind. "Whew, what a wonderful night we have here." The man with the microphone brought back the same excited, entertained attitude to the crowd as they cheered in response. "Since Crackler and the poor fool are finished, we now have an empty ring here." With that statement, the excitement spiked for anticipation for new fighters. "So, who would like to test their mettle in the ring?" He called out even louder before since everyone else was shouting like their life depended on it. If it weren't for the extra thick walls, the warehouse would do little to mask the noise from the outside world. Among them, some people shouted their reply to fight within the fence. Some pounded on the fence. Others beat on their chest like apes. Yeah, it was crazy here. Almost as crazy when all of that excitement died out into a quick silence. All of them stared at one thing. The one person that now stood inside the fence. "I'll fight." Izuku smirked at all of those who stared gobsmacked at his presence. It was understandable as most of these people were adults in their middle ages. To see a very young teen in a place where brutal beatdowns take place is not common. And apparently, humorous. The crowd burst into laughter. Izuku hummed at this warm welcome and how it reminded him of his numerous times in Aldera. Normally, he would be upset about this. But here, there was one big difference between here and school. These people were not protected by the law. Haha, well what are you doing here, kid? Hee. The commentator chuckled through his words. He was as amused at the rest, but at least asked Izuku what his deal was. "I already told you. I'm here to fight." Izuku said like it was obvious. In the background, most of the crowd was still coming down from their laughter. Some had managed to hear his answer and looked to the man for his response. "That so?" He tilted his head up to look down to Izuku. "Hate to break it to ya, but you have to pay in order to participate in Dash." Yato?" The woman from before got the man's attention. He looked to her as she had a surprised expression. He did pay. She confessed just as he held up the small stack of currency in her hand. 50,000 yen to be exact. At this, the commentator and any nearby people had wide eyes at this announcement. He sputtered for a moment before he turned back to Izuku. There was a pause as he seemed to contemplate something. Don't see why not. Kids are growing up so fast these days. There was slight mockery in his tone that resembled that of a parent. "So?" He turned back to the crowd in his normal commentator voice. "Who wants to fight the boy who bet 50,000 yen in the pot?" He shouted eagerly for the events to come. Almost the entire crowd responded in kind. Izuku smiled at this reaction. It would appear his plan had worked. It would also appear that someone was desperate as they pulled the same move Izuku had. With movement in the corner of his eye, Izuku saw a man with younger and thinner physical attributes place a similar stack of money in the small dish that the woman had. Behind him, some people called him out in annoyance that he was the first to get to it. However, with the memories of the quirkless woman in his head, Izuku knew that their fight was now set in stone. "Getting desperate now, are we, Genkei? Yato questioned the man with a grin. This man, Genkei, eyed the commentator for a moment before he stared back to Izuku. I'm not going home empty-handed. His words were given through a faint smile. A smile that was hungry, and just as Yato had said, desperate. Well, folks, you know the rules and so do I. We have ourselves an unexpected newcomer and Genkei in the ring, Yato announced to the crowd. At first, their reaction was slow as, yes, this newcomer was unexpected, let alone that he was serious on fighting. But after that, it didn't take long before their excitement reignited. I don't know what's gotten into your head that a boy like you wants to wrestle with men, but I'm glad that I got to you before anyone else did. Genkei nodded his head to Izuku as he walked within the walls of the fence. I was betting on it. I'm sure 50,000 yen was too good to turn down for someone like you. Izuku replied. Genkei circled around him to the other side of the fence. Guess you bet right. Too bad you'll be losing something rather than winning. Genkei obviously let his confidence show in his voice. He even went the extra mile and turned his back to Izuku as he removed his shirt. But that's not what I mean. You're lucky that it was me rather than some of the other people in here. Genkei hung his shirt up on top of the 9-foot fence. His build was of moderate muscle, but not much compared to Crackler. Why is that? Izuku asked with his head turned halfway to the man, but he didn't move his feet from his initial spot. Genkei didn't answer right away. He looked to both his sides to the crowd as if it were part of his response. Some people here don't have much of a problem killing kids. You know that, right? The man faintly smiled for intimidation. Although, it was all for naught. Oh, I know. Izuku said lightheartedly. Wait, what? Genkei was suddenly very confused. Yeah, I know that half the people here are villains, murderers, thieves, all of the above, blah, blah, blah. I know the risk that comes with fighting in this place. Izuku expressed a calm and relaxed attitude that threw off the man before him. And just so you know. Genkei refocused back on Izuku to see him begin to unzip his jacket. You took that same risk putting that money in the pot. The man couldn't help but feel a little uneasy at his words. Izuku took off his own shirt after and hung them up just as Genkei did. There were a few raised eyebrows among the crowd as this boy had a decent build for someone his age. Izuku had noticed it too. After he devoured the man with the hardening quirk, his body had noticeably changed this time. He was for sure more muscular, and even a little taller. However, Genkei still had the size advantage. But in experience. All the people Izuku has killed, their skills were at his fingertips. He knew how to fight. All Izuku needed was to test himself. This was why he was here. Fighting here against these people would make him stronger in fight capability. In a way, it was a hardcore way to train. And that's exactly what Izuku's going to do. The thing about this place is that most fights lack the use of quirks. No, quirks make things happen too fast. The people here enjoy drawn-out fist-to-fist combat. Nice and long. And to be honest, Izuku liked the sound of that. Well, the bets are set, and the fighters are ready, Yato announced to the crowd. The burst in cheers was more than enough of an answer to display their excitement. These people wanted to see blood. And they were going to get it. Now, remember, you two. The commentator spoke directly to the two in the fence. The rule you must always follow is that there are no rules in beatdown fence. He called out to hype the crowd for what was so popular about this warehouse. Once two people were in, there was nothing keeping from only one coming out alive. Fight! Yato slammed his hand down on his desk. Naturally the man was just as hyped as the rest. Neither males wasted much time as they walked aggressively towards the center to meet into a bare-fisted brawl. Izuku wasted even less time as he threw out the first punch. The sound of flesh hitting flesh could be heard, but not in the way he expected. Izuku made a mistake. And that was exactly why Genkei's fist was able to land the first strike. Right in his jaw, and partially his nose, Izuku feels pain shoot back through his head as he staggers backwards. If the cage wasn't as small as it was, then Izuku wouldn't have had anything to catch him. He was able to get one hand locked into the sections of the fence before he fell to the ground. The punch was able to sway his vision slightly, but he was far from done. If Izuku had received that punch a few months ago, he surely would have been knocked out. But now? All it did was make him grin. Genkei was just about to deliver another blow to knock the boy out cold and finish the fight. That plan changed when the same boy looked up at him with a dribble of blood that ran down his lip. There was a clenched smile on his face. Izuku ran forward. Genkei put his guard back up and prepared another straight jab. He expected the same result as before, but something different happened this time. The fist that was aimed for Izuku's face instead went over his left shoulder. Then, Izuku's left hand shot up and collided into Genkei's cheek. The sound produced from this was noticeably much louder from the harder impact. The force swung the man's head to the side and created a pain in his neck. He then felt his missed punch get clutched by the inner side of Izuku's elbow that prevented him from getting away. Izuku used his right hand to uppercut Genkei in the gut. This caused the man to curl over, completely exposing his head once more. Izuku quickly repositioned to Genkei's right side with one step and used the inner elbow of his left arm once more to clothesline the man's throat. The cough of pain in response was hoarse that made Genkei stagger back as fast as he could to get away. Both his hands were gently gripped around his neck for protection as he tried to breathe again. Throbs of a heavy pain struck the bones in his neck each time he coughed. In fear of the next attack, Genkei shot his gaze up to find the boy. To his surprise, he stood on the other side of the ring, still and staring right into his eyes with a grin. Alright, this was definitely not normal. None of this added up. First, some random kid not only knew of this place, but didn't hesitate to put himself in the ring with a high bet. This place was full of brutes and villains, yet he didn't seem to care at all. Who the hell is he? You could have kept attacking. Genkei coughed out. Why didn't you? He questioned Izuku through clenched teeth. Because, Izuku spread his grin and bared his teeth. His body lowered itself into a wide stance. Like a curtain had been pulled back, Genkei suddenly saw the malicious aura that surrounded the boy. He choked on his breath as he stumbled in place. It's less fun when they don't last long. Genkei tensed under the evil feeling this boy gave. The same boy that charged from the spot and rushed with unrestrained speed. Izuku put his full weight forward into this attack that led with his right elbow. He let his body fly towards the man with his strike aimed at the man's chest. The last thing he expected was a hand to get in the way at the last second. Genkei blocked the attack just in time with his left hand. It was as Izuku realized that his momentum kept going that Genkei didn't block it, but rather redirected it. The man dragged the attack past his chest and led his left knee into Izuku's gut. The speed of both force left a large pain in the entirety of the teen's lower abdomen. The air was knocked out of him along with a cough full of saliva past his opponent's shoulder. Genkei used the leg he still had on the floor to keep himself grounded. He grunted with just how much he needed to try to meet the same opposing force the kid had intended to hit him with. Now to NT. Ka! Genkei yelped when he was hit square in the face with a fist he had least expected to appear. Upon seeing it, Genkei found that Izuku had still used his right fist to punch him, despite having been struck himself. The man sneered in frustration and grabbed hold around the wrist of Izuku's extended arm. He swung him around and threw him into the fence face first with his grip still tight. Genkei heard the boy growl in surprise but only tightened his fingers and forced Izuku into an arm lock. Genkei then pushed his own weight onto him to prevent Izuku from being able to move. Izuku was surprised at this turn of events as his other free hand clawed at the chain link fence. In front of them both, the crowd shouted with fully wide-eyed entertained smiles. Alright, kid. I went easy on you at first because I'm sure your family wouldn't like you coming home with injuries, but if you don't quit now, you won't leave me any choice. Genkei grunted into Izuku's ear. The threat was made very clear, but it made no difference to the green-haired teen. You can FING try. Izuku yelled angrily. In his anger, he was able to muster the strength to push back and use the back of his head to bash against Genkei's nose. Genkei called out in pain and instinctively let go of the boy to hold his nose. This time, Izuku didn't give the man any chance to recover. He spun around to his left and used his left fist to backhand Genkei in the side of the face. The impact made him turn slightly to the right, letting his side completely exposed. Izuku took that opportunity and landed a sharp right hook to Genkei's kidney. In retaliation, Genkei swung back with his own backhand. However, it only turned out to be a miss that left him wide open and at Izuku's mercy. That was what Genkei thought when he finished the backhand to see no one there. All that was in his vision was the shadow at the bottom of his view. Looking down, he saw that Izuku had ducked into full crouch. As the boy looked up to him, Genkei saw the predatory grin on his face once more. In an instant, Izuku leapt up with all his strength. The moment he could, Izuku grabbed both of Genkei's shoulders for extra speed. The next thing Genkei knew, Izuku's knee contacted the bottom of his jaw at great speed. The moment it happened, everything seemed to slow. Genkei's vision was pushed upward. He saw the top of the warehouse. He remembered each and every one of those bright lights that hung overhead. Only now, they were blurry as his eyes suffered from the hit. And then, there he was. Izuku was above him. His silhouetted form frozen in time. All that showed were his vigorous green eyes and his right fist ped all the way back. With that, time resumed. Genkei didn't realize that the power behind the attack lifted him a few inches in the air. And so, he fell. With Izuku's left hand still gripped onto the man, he fell with him. The moment Genkei landed on his back was when Izuku sent the finishing blow straight to his face. An audible strike rung out in the warehouse. but only barely, as everyone within that warehouse screamed louder than they had in a long time. In their eyes, an unexpected boy had fought against an adult with surprising skill. Enough to even win with an overwhelming attack of both power and flashiness. It fueled their drive like a bunch of addicts. So, Izuku stood over the unconsciousness body of Genkai. Blood ran down both his face and his fists. A mark that he had triumphed. Yato was on the edge of his seat with a bewildered look on his face and a mouth so agape he could almost eat his microphone. The boy FING wins. Izuku sat in one of the back rooms of the warehouse. There was a decently fat package of money that he held in his left hand while he counted the bills himself with his right. It wasn't just to make sure that he got his full pay, but also to keep his mind distracted. Izuku hasn't had the chance to heal himself yet, so he was in some rather good pain at the moment from the fight. In his mind, the injuries obtained in the fight were temporary. So, Izuku didn't focus too much on defense since he could heal it off later. That was why he had gotten himself beat up quite a bit. Not to mention Izuku's mistake. He never realized until now that he's never fought while not in his Blackheart form. The power difference is very clear after getting his lip busted and his arm nearly broken. In Blackheart form, Izuku was strong. But like this, he was still vulnerable. He needed to change that. Why I be a Sanuva Beach? The voice on his left made him look up. Yato met his gaze from around the corner. Izuku stood up from the bench. You wanted to talk to me? Izuku asked, as that was the reason he was still here, because Yato had wanted to speak with him after he won the fight. Yeah. Kid, to be honest, I expected you to get your sheet kicked in. Just as he said, Yato was honest in his expectations. Izuku really couldn't blame him, otherwise everyone in the warehouse would have been at fault. That's what they all think at first. Izuku responded with a sly grin. And that right there? Yato pointed out. I heard some of the stuff you said to Genkai. I suspected something about you when I first saw that look in your eyes, but now, I'm sure of it. Yato stepped forward with a narrowed his voice like he was solving a mystery. You're definitely not a normal teen. You have skill. You've made that apparent tonight. The way you fought in the ring got everyone real happy. You keep fighting here, I'll add 5% extra to your bet. Yato did what he did best as a talker. And Izuku was interested. 15%. Izuku liked the deal, but he of course wanted more. In his situation, the more the better. Yato shifted his stance slightly like he was surprised Izuku would try to haggle with him. Unfortunately, his expression told Izuku that was no deal before he could open his mouth. You either leave with 5% set in, or nothing. The only reason I'm giving you anything is because people like the ones that stand out. And another thing. Genkai, the guy you just fought? He was one of the weakest fighters we have here. You start tussling with some of the big boys, then we'll talk about higher bets. Throughout Yato's explanation, he pulled out a cigarette which he then lit. How strong are the top-tier guys? Izuku asked for information on his potential future targets. Yato took a drag of his cigarette before he answered as smoke slipped past his lips. Did you happen to see Crackler fighting before your match? Yato questioned first. Izuku gave a single nod. Izuku saw how the fighter was definitely on the heaver side, both of fat and muscle. Even if he were to give up illegal brawl bets, Crackler could probably still make a good living professionally. Stronger than him. But he comes around the most. It's only occasionally that some of the brutes make a show. This place has a large category of returning customers since there are only few people who like to watch quirkless fights and even less who can fight quirkless. Those words rang a rather familiar bell in Izuku's head. That's pretty much how this whole world worked at this point. The superhumans thrived while the powerless survived. That reminds me. Did you happen to use your quirk in that match? I still find it hard to believe for a kid to do that to a fully grown man. Yato asked as he blew another puff of smoke. Oh, no. Izuku chuckled at the thought of using his quirk in that fight. It would have been a bloodbath. You'll know when I'm using my quirk. It's a transformation type, I'll tell you that much. Ah. Well, I gotta go. I told them to sort out the next match while I take a smoke break, so they're probably waiting on me. Yato finished along with one last inhale of his cigarette before he skillfully flicked it into a nearby trash can. Then I'll let you get to it. Izuku said as he hit a raised eyebrow. As a commentator of such a violent fighting ring, not to mention very illegal, Yato was rather nice and well-mannered. Izuku leaned over to pick up his shirt and jacket off the bench he was sitting on previously. There was movement in the corner of his eye just as he did. When he turned back, he saw Yato with his arm extended with his palm fully opened. Izuku looked up to see a small grin on Yato's face. I look forward to doing business with you. The man said in a smooth voice. Izuku felt himself reciprocate this grin and take Yato's hand into a firm handshake. From there, the two parted ways with Yato headed back to the fence and Izuku to another exit. Just as he was almost there? No way. Izuku stopped dead in tracks as the whisper didn't go any further than past his lips. This whisper was not that of astonishment, but a low hiss. Izuku watched a person walk through the very same door that Izuku planned to leave from. This person was of moderate build and thick clothing to shield himself against the chilly weather. With the phone in his right hand, the man was completely distracted from noticing Izuku until he was merely a couple feet from him. The moment he looked up, he visibly flinched as he was not expecting anyone in this hallway. Can I help you, kid? The man asked. At first, Izuku tolerated everyone calling him kid for that past hour, but it had really started to get on his nerves. So, he merely said two things. Yoshiko Uemi. At this, the man narrowed his eyes in confusion. Why yeah, that's my name. How do you know it? The hell do you want? It was obvious that he was tilted by Izuku's presence and that he somehow knew his name. And that look? Izuku looked at him with fury behind his eyes. Chinatsu Saku sends her regards. Izuku said coldly. His voice would have disturbed the man even more if he weren't already busy trying to figure out why that name sounded so familiar. Uemi naturally let his eyes wander as he ran the name through his mind. Then it clicked. Oh, Saku, that quirkless beach dash. Uemi was barely able to finish his sentence before he stopped himself. Izuku now stood directly before him. But to Uemi, there was suddenly a completely different person who glared deep into his eyes. Skin as dark as the night and irises that shine the color of amethysts. Suddenly, the boy's right arm had also changed into the shape of an uneven blade. Uemi couldn't even react in time before it was plunged straight into his stomach. The man bent over in agonizing pain that struck every nerve to signal his brain that he was threatened by death. But even so, nothing more than a sour GG left his throat. It was like the blade that punctured through his body locked his voice in place. As quickly as it went in, the black sword slid out, rough edges raked against his organs. There was hardly a moment of freedom before Izuku shot his arm forward for a second time. Uemi was then stabbed through the chest at an angle that lifted him upward. The man, while taller than Izuku, couldn't feel the ground under his hanging feet. Both his hands clamped onto the blade that held him high like it was somehow going to save his life. Blood poured from Uemi's mouth to such a degree that it was also forced to come out of his nose. If the man didn't die from his injuries first, then he would quickly suffocate on his own blood. Izuku didn't care which, but the sight of this disgusting human trash dying in front of him still set him off. He threw down his arm and let the man fall of his blade and harshly onto the floor. The impact was hard and had a slight wetness to it. Whether he drowned on his blood, suffered from the two giant stab wounds in his body, or the fall hit his head hard enough to kill, it didn't matter. As Izuku stared at the motionless man, it was obvious he died right then and there in great pain. And most likely very confused. Izuku stood there and said nothing. He sent his hate at the dead man through narrowed purple eyes. The only sound was of frequent drops as the blood dripped off Izuku's arm. If there was any regret that came from killing that quirkless woman in that alley, Izuku could at least say he did the one thing she couldn't do for her. Izuku knew of her pain, and Eve shared some of it. In his life, Izuku had Katsuki Bakugo. In Saku's life, she had Uemi. And, someday, somewhere, Bakugo will meet the same fate. Izuku hit the ground. Hard. His arms were able to slow his momentum enough to save his face from busting on the floor. But up next came the rest of his body. The air in his lungs squeezed past his wheezing lungs as he coughed away the pain. Not exactly how he imagined this to happen, but you can't expect everything to go your way. I gotta say, kid, you're actually not that bad. I can see how you were able to beat some of the other guys here. The voice, deep and macho-like, but full of energy, howled behind Izuku. The boy turned to look over his shoulder with narrowed eyes. Crackler met his gaze without falter as he paced back and forth. Izuku had to strain to hear his opponent's confident voice. Almost all sound was drowned out by the eager crowd. Some even banged on the fence, they couldn't control their excitement. But in the ring, neither paid any attention to the outside. I've seen some of your fights even since you showed up not too long ago. Crackler continued to pace. Meanwhile, Izuku gradually began to pick himself up. You're an interesting lad, I'll tell you that. If I knew any better, I'd say you get stronger after each fight. A little bit more muscle. A little bit faster. That's why I was so interested when you challenged me to a fight. Izuku didn't even bother to respond. It was intently true. Ever since he realized his growth, he's been cataloging it. Before the slime villain attack, Izuku was only 5 feet 4 inches and 88 pounds. Now, Izuku could feel pride in his 5 feet 9 inches and 121-pound stature. However, it was starting to seem like it wasn't enough. But you still need to be stronger than that if you want to beat me. Crackler threw his arms out from his sides into a dominant stance. Couldn't have been more obvious that he was sure of his victory. Anyone in the stands would be. By then, Izuku had finally managed to stand up. No one could hear his grunt as he stumbled to his 2 feet, but that's how he wanted it. And Izuku himself didn't want to hear his own blood that dripped to the floor. Although, nothing prevented him from feeling it trail down his face and sometimes against his chest. A busted lip, a swollen eye, and a nose that was no longer quite as straight. Not to mention the bruises against his ribs and arms. Despite it all, Izuku still stood. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand before he spit some blood off to the side. Izuku had no control over the furious gleam in his eyes no matter how much he tried to hide it with a grin. You're right? I do need to be stronger. But for you? No. Izuku slowly shook his head and brought up his fists into a fighting stance. I just need you right here. The boy declared with no hesitation other than a pant in his breath. Ha ha. God, I love that look in your eyes. It's the reason I fight here. No other ring has people like you that fight with only their bare hands. Crackler howled in glee. His body fidgeted like he was nervous. However, anyone who knew the man knew otherwise. This is what Crackler was known for. I hate to disappoint ya, boy. I'll be the only victor today. The man slammed his fist in his other hand. The only one here who's about to be disappointed is you. Izuku yelled back defiantly, but equally as excited. Even in this situation where he felt like he was ready to collapse, there was still a hope of winning for the boy. It was because of that solitary trail of crimson that made its grand appearance from the corner of Crackler's lip. Come on then. With the words that left Crackler's mouth, the two charged one another. So, Izuku knew that the word was directed to him, but he didn't have much patience left to turn his head to face his aggressor. And if it was just some random person, then Izuku probably would have ignored them. However, Yato wasn't just some random person. With a small ache that coursed through his neck as he turned it, Izuku met Yato's calm expression. I take it you're a little sour about your first loss. It was hardly a question. Not that Izuku did much to hide it, but it was a distasteful reminder of who won that match. Izuku let out a sigh that slightly hurt his chest after he turned away to stare at nothing. Something like that. His murmur came just loud enough from his position for the man to hear. Izuku sat on the floor at his usual bench spot near the exit. One arm lay on the bench itself to prop him up while the other lay in his lap. Well, not much of a surprise there. There's hardly anyone that's able to take on Crackler without some sense of regret afterwards. Yato remembered several faces that the people made when they realized their mistake of challenging the huge fighter. Oh, I don't regret it. Izuku's quick reply caused Yato to focus back on the boy. That just means I still need more power. You really are hellbent on that, aren't ya? But you know, if you want to get better, then maybe you shouldn't get the sheet kicked out of you by fighting someone like Crackler when you've only been here for a couple weeks. Yeah, Yato was impressed this kid could hold his own against adults several times a week in this ring, and seemingly come back each time stronger than the last, but the fight with a more experienced fighter was just a given. I don't have a choice right now, Yato. Izuku turned back to the announcer. Yeah, I've only been for a short amount of time, but people are already starting to decline my challenges. They know now that I'm not a normal teen. You said it yourself. The audience here is mainly returning customers, so word spreads fast around here. If I'm to get stronger this way, I need to start challenging myself rather than fighting the weaker people. It was a slight annoyance the first time someone rejected Izuku's fight. But after that, it became a frustration in his plans and slowing his progress. Hunting has also gotten a little more difficult as of late. Heroes have started to patrol around his usual spots. The spots where Izuku has devoured his victims. He either needs to find new places or figure out a way to keep the heroes guessing. Oi! You spacing out on me? Yato's voice cut through Izuku's train of thoughts. Sorry. Just got a couple things going on at the moment. And now this to top it all off. Izuku gave a small growl with his words. Well, if it makes you feel any better, as he said this, a small sound of something small fell next to Izuku on the bench. He looked over to see a package next to his arm. Izuku glanced to Yato then picked up the familiar yellow package. Just as he suspected, there was a small amount of money within. What is this? Izuku questioned the man. Think of it as a gift from Crackler, I suppose. He's ruthless in battle, but he loves the hell out of M. Said that you gave him the tussle he's been missing out on for a while. So, he gave you a small percentage of your money back. Yato explained as he rolled his wrist before he took an inhale of his cigarette in the same hand. Izuku clicked his tongue in annoyance at this. Yeah, he would take money at any given situation, but what the small stack of yen symbolized felt like another loss on a personal level. He was for sure going to beat Crackler one day. But Izuku lost a lot of money in that fight. He needed it. I'll get him back sooner or later. Izuku declared those words with a heavy goal set in mind. Whatever you say. Yato lightly scoffed as he turned away. Of course, he didn't doubt Izuku's words were true. No, instead, he looked forward to it. It was going to be one hell of a show. You know that saying? New day, new me. Yeah. That saying. Say whatever you like, but Izuku was still salty about his loss last night. Sure, it served as a reminder of his limits, but it was those limits that set him off. The only way to get past it to keep pushing. However, Izuku was once again slowed by recent events. If these kinds of things continued, Izuku might have to start killing heroes who got in his way. He had no problem with that, but that was a surefire way to get a bigger target on his back, and Izuku wanted to as strong as can possibly be before that happens. Just stick to the plan and make changes accordingly. Unfortunately, a part of that plan was dealing with the rest of the school year. Izuku probably should have took in account that he challenged Crackler on a Sunday. So, he ended up bringing his sour mood to class. Nobody spoke to him, as usual. Although, he would occasionally realize his face slipping into that natural feeling of spite and had to correct himself. He always had his head down and said nothing. That didn't mean his classmates didn't exist though. They were always up to their normal charades. Some actually did what they were supposed. But there was always those who thought none of this mattered and instead indulged in their own secret activities behind the teacher's back. It was on rare occasion that Izuku found himself accidentally involved in some of these activities. Today was one of those days. Izuku had been copying down information from the whiteboard into his school notebook when it happened. From his left, a neatly folded piece of paper landed on his desk. Izuku leaned back out of surprise and blinked at the sudden intrusion. He turned to where it had come from to meet someone's gaze. Due to assigned seats, Izuku has only known this certain boy to sit next to him. Again, Izuku knew almost none of these people's names, but he at least recognized his face. And right now, his face showed the expression of expectance. He looked down to the note, then to Izuku with sudden head JRKS. With a sigh, Izuku picked up and waved it up. The boy nodded with satisfaction before then nodded around Izuku like he wanted him to do something with it. After a moment of the boy doing strange head gestures, Izuku finally got the message that he wanted him to look the other direction. When he did, Izuku understood what was going on here. Izuku had almost forgot who sat on his right. It was a girl. Unlike a majority of his classmates, he did know her name. Mika Harumi. A pretty girl that nearly everyone in the grade had a crush on at one point. Even Izuku a few years back before he realized there was absolutely no chance for him. She was one of the few that actually paid attention in class and did her work, resulting in scores next to Izuku's and Bakugo's. Izuku also knew that several people have asked her out, all of which she rejected kindly. From what Izuku could tell, she was kind and never participated in any variety of bullying. Sometimes even stopping it. That was the main reason Izuku even knew of her. That was how Izuku figured out the piece of paper in his hand was a love letter. Yeah, right. Izuku turned back to the boy with an unimpressed look. He didn't seem to notice at first as he inconspicuously pointed to the letter, then to Harumi. Izuku did the same. He flipped his hand that held the letter to Harumi. The boy nodded vigorously with a smile that Izuku had figured out his intentions. At least, it looked like that. Izuku suddenly flipped his hand forwards and up the classroom. It whizzed past several other kids' heads before the sound of a light thud nicked the front wall. Right next to the teacher. A noise akin to something like a gasp escaped the boy's lips. It honestly brought a silent chuckle to Izuku to see his reaction. The teacher not only heard this, but saw the quick movement in the corner of her eye. She stopped instantly writing on the whiteboard and looked down to it in confusion. She spared a narrowed look to the class before she picked it up. As Izuku knew she would, she realized it was a letter. So, shall I read it aloud, or does the butterfingered culprit want to come up and read it themselves? Bullseye. In the corner of his eye, Izuku saw the boy sink into his seat and lock his eyes on his desk. It was pretty obvious he was getting up anytime soon. All right then, let's see what we have this time. The teacher said in her usual uptight and serious fashion. She began to unfold the note. And as the entire class leaned forward in anticipation, the boy sunk even further. Dear Harumi. And just like that, the entire class's eyes were on the girl. Even the teacher paused to look with a raised eyebrow. Harumi's face instantly turned red as she tensed in her seat. Oh? Since Izuku was next to her, he was able to hear her dreadful voice at having been involved. That however did not stop the teacher from reading. There are some days that I can't even find the words to describe how I feel. Nor about how your beauty can be compared to nothing else. So, I want only to ask that you please go out on date with me, and I show you how I feel through my actions. At this point, basically everyone in the class was holding back their extreme amount of laughter. Even Izuku had to indiscreetly hover his hand over his mouth to show he wasn't smiling. Then, sincerely, She looked up. Suda. Everyone whipped their heads towards the boy that sat on Izuku's left. The greenette could pretty much see his heart drop to the floor out of embarrassment. And, God, did it want to make him burst out laughing. Not that the rest of the class had much trouble with it though, as they let it all out in an uproar of cackles and wheezes. The teacher was quick to silence them, as she was not the humorous type. It didn't take long for her students to do as told, as they knew of her punishments. Ahem. Now, Suda. Firstly, you know of the repercussions for such things in my class. From the way she spoke, it was clear as day that Suda would not be left off the hook. The boy merely sat frozen in time like a statue as he stared back at the teacher with wide eyes. Secondly, if I taught language arts instead, you wouldn't even dream of passing my class. The sound of the note being crumpled into a ball was accompanied by some more strained laughs. I expect you to stay after class. Understand? Why yes. Suda squeaked out his last bit of dignity. With that, the teacher turned and resumed her teaching like nothing ever happened. She didn't even ask how the paper landed next to her at the front of the class. Just like how Izuku knew she wouldn't. Izuku knew how this teacher worked. She didn't care about status of students or anything alike. In her classroom, her rules were law, and that was that. Izuku, much like some of his classmates, had to take a minute to calm back down. It's been a long time since he's been this humorously entertained that a trace of a smile was still etched in his lips. But what made it all worth it was to see the look Suda had afterwards. Fierce anger in Suda's eyes shot daggers into Izuku's skull. The greenette merely returned the gesture with a mocking grin. Besides, he was already busy receiving the hateful glare from the boy now. You. RFING. Dead. The amount of venom that poured out with his words would have made some snakes jealous. But Izuku's blood was far more toxic. Come on, man. Joke's over. Your letter was funny enough. Izuku replied in a demeaning tone full of mockery. Suda fidgeted in his seat. He looked ready to leap up and punch Izuku in the face right then and there. To Suda, he could probably thought he could. Izuku was of course still known as the weak little runt that trembled before his superiors, but that act had really started to get old. Bet you won't be talking shit when I break your DMN nose. The boy hissed in rage. Neither said anything else before the boy whipped back around to sit quietly at his desk. Not exactly as Izuku planned, but once again, replan accordingly. He would find a way to deal with this without getting his hands dirty. A way that would hopefully get Bakugo to stop watching him from the other side of the class. Slam. Izuku watched as the basketball slammed into the wall just a few inches in front of his face. If he hadn't stopped walking when he did, it for sure would have struck him hard. It was only because Izuku had managed to remind himself to taste the air for everyone around him. His tongue had alerted him to the near presence of Suda and reacted on instinct. He was starting to get the hang of this. Izuku turned to look at the fuming boy. He stood not too far away, so Izuku could see the small emotion of surprise that he had missed. Alright, motherfucker, I told you you're dead, so I'm kicking your FING butt, right now. No longer within a classroom with a teacher present, Suda yelled without restraint. Izuku once again expected this to happen. It was now later in the day and during their gym class. That might sound fun to most, but here at Aldera, the gym teacher was by far the most lazy and uncaring man. So, naturally, he was nowhere to be seen while the kids were free to do whatever they pleased so long as they remain within the gym. Quite the perfect setting. Whatever do you mean? Izuku pretended like he didn't know any better. Suda's rage grew. This caused him to be less aware of the crowd of students around him. You were the one who threw my FING note to the front of the classroom. All you needed to do was pass it along like I told you, but you can't even do that, you useless pathetic BSTRD. It was at the point where Izuku thought Bakugo was in front of him due to the amount of swears. I'm useless? At least I would have the ball to ask someone out rather than having someone else hand them a note like a coward. Izuku no longer had his previous grin from in the classroom. It was truly hard to rid of this sour mood from the fight, but he continued to keep his cool. If he lost it now, heh. But you know who didn't keep his cool? Suda. The boy's face lit up red with both anger and embarrassment. Especially when some of the surrounding teens OOO'd at Izuku's retort. You piece of shit. Suda finally put some truth to his words and lunged forward. He lashed out with an unsteady fist. Izuku read the attack like a book and simply stepped to the side. Suda's knuckles buckled against the unmovable cement wall directly behind Izuku. The boy howled in pain as he stumbled backwards and held his right hand. The impact had happened right next to Izuku's ear, so he knew for a fact that he heard a crack of bone. The skin on his knuckles were split and now began to bleed. Seriously? Everyone looked to Izuku in their stupor. The greenette had an unimpressed expression as he looked down at Suda. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Izuku scowled upon the boy. Suda, for just a moment, felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Or would you rather get beaten by someone with a useless quirk like me? Izuku knew it was a 50-50 shot. It didn't matter though. Not to Izuku. All that mattered was that he was right in his assumption when Suda looked ready for murder. I'll kill you. Suda screamed out all his wrath and charged forward with another punch. Izuku dodged once again like it was nothing, but Suda was smart enough this time not to hit the wall. That didn't mean he wasn't smart enough to continue the attack. Suda threw punch after punch, each one missed by a mile as the boy stumbled each time his fists hit nothing but air. Like a ridiculously one-sided game of cat and mouse. It became apparent to Izuku that Suda had never fought a day in his life, despite his snobby and confident attitude towards it. In the end, Suda was left panting and on his knees. Quit. Fing, moving. The sad boy said between long pants. Quit missing. Izuku jabbed back. Suda had nothing to respond with and simply grunted in frustration. Oh, I won't. Izuku raised an eyebrow at this when Suda grew a slight grin. Izuku quickly found out why, as it was hard to miss. Suda's clothes began to sway, like a gentle breeze had coursed over his body. It began to increase gradually. Now, his clothes fluttered as if he stood in front of a large. It was around then that the winds around Suda became visible. It became obvious to everyone that Suda was using his quirk. Now that Izuku thought about it, he didn't know Suda's quirk, despite that they sat right next to each other in class. Whatever it was, it had something to do with wind control. When the air around him grew to the power of a strong wind, Suda looked ready to act. From the look in his eyes, it was any moment. Until something else happened instead. And to this today, it put a huge sadistic grin on Izuku's face. Harumi stood between them with her back turned to Izuku and her hand outstretched defensively toward Suda. Everyone, especially Suda, had wide eyes at this unexpected turn of events. Enough is enough. As usual, her words were soft and pleasing to the ear. They however did not hold that same effect to Suda. Harumi? What are you doing? Suda was both confused and distraught. Stopping you. No more. There was a strong conviction in Harumi's tone as well as an expression of disappointment towards the boy. And me? But he started it. Like a child, Suda was quick to place the blame on someone else. And look how it ended. Harumi shot back. She gestured towards the defeated form of Suda. Yes. Look, I'm all fed up because of him. Suda pleaded in desperation. He held up his right fist to show his bloodied knuckles and shaking wrist. Me? Peh. Izuku took his turn to speak. Look at yourself. You're sweaty and trembling after flailing around like an idiot for the past couple minutes. I'm pretty sure you fractured something in your hand as well, yet you still continue to think that you're the victim. Let me to remind that I haven't laid a single finger on you this entire time. The more Izuku talked, the more fallen Suda looked. Every word he said was true and the boy knew it. You, Harumi didn't even say his name, but she turned to look at Izuku with an authoritative glare. Also stop. You've antagonized him enough. That was fair. Boo, but dash. But nothing. Harumi whipped back to interrupt Suda. That's it. You're both done. It was as Izuku watched her that he was reminded of one of the biggest reasons he admired her for some time. Whenever she broke apart a fight, she always did it with such stature. Her voice could carry an edge no one expected, and she knew how to use it. In that case, there was no point being here any longer. Very well. I was just about to take my leave. Dealing with you is a waste of time. Izuku gestured to Suda with a nod of his head after he stuffed his hands in his pockets. A wisp of anger flickered in the boy's eyes again before he finally dropped it altogether in defeat. Harumi shot Izuku a short look, but he ignored it. These people didn't matter to him anyway. Izuku walked off with a new feeling of strength amongst his classmates. They even parted when he approached the wall of the crowd. When they were all behind him, Izuku couldn't help the biggest grin to stretch the corners of his lips. The greenette went through the closed door and turned down the hallway. He had a plan to skip class. Not that it was going to be hard with their useless gym teacher. Plus, he doubted anyone would tell on him. And if someone did, Izuku knew very well who the culprit would be. However, he figured it would be easier to stand there for a moment with the door about 10 feet behind him. He expected the door to reopen any moment now. After all, Izuku knew that Bakugo had watched the whole thing. Speak of the devil. Izuku turned on his heel to confront the blonde and... Oh. Well, guess Izuku couldn't be right every time. Otherwise, it would be boring. Harumi? Izuku said the name of the girl that stood by the door with calculative eyes. What was that? She simply asked. What was what? Izuku played dumb. He wanted her to say it herself. That. She pointed towards the gym. Literally everyone is talking about what just happened in there. No one has ever seen you stand up against someone like that. You always, Harumi got stuck in her words, like she was unsure of what to say. Let myself get bullied? So, Izuku decided to finish it for her. Harumi blinked at this, but didn't correct him. You never made a problem for someone else and tried to avoid others. You're quiet and do your work. But that was something completely different. You acted almost like a completely different person. Then maybe you don't know as much as you think you do. Izuku made sure to have a slight edge to his words. And what does it matter to you anyway? I recall only once that you actually helped me in my troubles against people like Suda. Past all of Izuku's respect for the girl, there was one thing that he disliked about her. Despite that she was known to be kind and stopped several bullies, there was only one time she had even come to his aid. As Izuku said this, a flash of shame swept over her face. Because I didn't think I needed to. Harumi said with a sudden confidence, like it was the right answer. What? The single word came out in a hiss. Because you didn't think you needed to? So, what? Were my cries for help not good enough? Were my injuries not big enough? Were the number of times I complained to the principal not high enough? Izuku gradually began to raise his voice in anger. Or perhaps was it that you finally decided not to care about a useless little loser like me who has the most pathetic quirk in the school? Because I know for a fact that everyone else did. I got to meet each and every single one of them at one point. Izuku had to scowl at the girl. There was simply no other feeling that could properly portray his emotions at the moment. It wasn't just Bakugo that hurt Izuku. It was so many others. Way too many to count. All of them added to Izuku's experience of hellish torture that accumulated to his feeling of despair and anguish. Each passing day, those feelings shifted to rage and anger. Right here, right now, speaking with Harumi about such things was speeding up that process. No, as it always did, Harumi's voice was firm and strong. I didn't think you needed my help, because I thought you were stronger than me. Izuku flinched. Those words struck him as odd and made him feel a pang of something unknown. I wanted to help you. It was the first thing that came to mind every time I saw. But before I could even try, you always got back up. Every single time. There was only truth in her voice. Izuku could tell. She spoke like she was fueled by conviction, and perhaps even pride in her words. That's why I stopped. Because you didn't need me. This all came from nowhere. It came crashing down on Izuku, who was completely unprepared for the high position someone apparently put him in. All of this was too much to deal with and continued to look Harumi in the eyes. Izuku lowered his head to where his hair blocked the girl from view as he grit his teeth. Someone Izuku could only call an acquaintance called him strong. And it set him off. You're right. Like a gentle river, Izuku's voice floated into Harumi's ears. And for a moment, she thought that was a good thing. I don't need you. Before she suddenly realized Izuku's balled fists. Her heart skipped a beat when he began to walk towards her. I don't need you to tell me the torture I've been through. And definitely not that I had to force my body to pick myself up from the dirt and try again, even if it meant being shoved right back into it. The gentle river quickly began to pick up pace. You know of my pain. Good for you. You want a cookie? But what about me? I lived that FING nightmare. What do I get? Oh, I know, a life full of misfortunes makes me question my life choices and several-minute debates of whether I should even get out of bed every morning. At this point, Izuku had taken his final step in front of Harumi. As the two stood less than a foot apart, it became suffocatingly clear to the girl just how much larger Izuku was now. She met his downwards gaze and inhaled out of fear. His eyes were wide with full hatred brimming in every detail of his expression. The worst part? Izuku had a grin slowly widening across his face. But not anymore. His whisper was able to easily reach Harumi. I'm tired of being the one knocked down. It doesn't matter how strong I am if that's the only thing I'm capable of. No more. I'm done. From now on, I'm the one who will knock people down. And if they even think about getting back up, they better hope that you'll be there to save them. Izuku suddenly shot out his left fist. Harumi shrieked, but only for a moment. It happened so fast that her reaction was more out of surprise. But what she saw gave her that fear she was still missing. Izuku's fist was outstretched to his left and embedded into a locker door. The black metal dented around his knuckles as his hand shook with emotion. Harumi felt weak and stumbled backwards. Her body told her of the danger that loomed in front of her, but she refused to run. What happened to you? The girl stuttered the last words she would ever say to Izuku. He almost seemed to calm down from his high as Izuku regained a calm expression. Izuku yanked his fist from the locker and opened his palm to look at it for a moment. It then closed to reform the fist. Izuku looked Harumi dead in the eyes. I got back up. And for Izuku, those were his last words to Harumi. The former turned and walked away. Harumi could only stand there on wobbly knees as she stares at his back, slowly getting further and further away. Another day full of excitement. The events kept playing over and over in Izuku's head. Each time it did, he would feel those emotions once again like he was still there at school. That combined with his previous sour mood made it really something. Izuku wouldn't say he was still in a bad mood. But the combination of yesterday and today definitely made him feel something. And it just wouldn't go away. So, in other words, a little too much excitement. His hands still trembled with such an urgency to do something with them. Hit something, strangle someone, rip a person's FING throat out, whatever. Anything to help him satisfy this aching need. However, each time he tried to concentrate on doing so, those events kept popping back into his head. His spite for losing to Crackler. His anger that he gave him money back. His annoyance for the few successful hunts lately. His resentment of the heroes he has to keep avoiding. All of that until today that was the cherry on top. A tingle ran down Izuku's spine very time he remembered Suta's face. So full of hostility that Izuku could feel his ire even now. The way he weakly stood with an injured hand and out of breath made the greenette wish he had returned the attack to feel his fist against flesh. To break bone. To slosh in blood. To hear screams like no other. The very thought of it all just? Jaya. Izuku gasped in uncontrollable excitement. Both of his hands were up against the brick wall to hold him steady. He panted heavily with his head down, but no matter if he slowed or quickened his breathing, his head still felt light. No pain came when he raked his nails against the hard brick. And no matter what, his hunger wouldn't leave. Izuku remembered how the cook looked at him when Izuku stopped by a pickup shop. The greenette inhaled the whole meal in minutes. This was not something that could be satiated by normal means. Izuku couldn't go to the ring. Even if someone accepted his challenge, there would be no guarantee Izuku wouldn't kill them. He knew what he had to do. He didn't care it was a school night. If he found someone, he wouldn't need to sleep anyway. All that he cared about was that the sun was almost down. A few last rays of beautiful orange light painted the nearly cloudless sky. Once darkness enveloped the city, no one was safe. He gnawed on his finger. The ally was dark. Almost no light was able to penetrate deep into the cluttered and isolated walls. The only viable source of light was the full moon that hung above and bathed the darkest parts of the city in its pale glow. He gnawed on his finger. Sounds were faint and distant alike. Perhaps the occasional skitter of some rodent seeking refuge under the cover of night. Only noise that followed a pattern was the faint breath that curled around his hand. He gnawed on his finger. The wall he leaned up against served as one of his many reminders of why he was here. Its rough texture managed to make its way through his jacket and against his back. The hood was left down to let the cold air nip at his ears. He gnawed on his finger. And lastly, the slight pain in his finger managed to keep the last bit of his sanity in check. He knew it. He was on the brink of losing it. The closer they got, the better their smell was. In order to keep the ambush tactic and ensure a kill, he could not mess up. No matter how tempting it was. Drool slipped past his open lips and down his pointer finger that had the second knuckle between his teeth. It kept the taste on his tongue of them as they drew near. It was sheer luck that such a fragrance had decided to come to him. Right to their death who hungrily imagined devouring on their corpse. It was like no other smell he had sensed before. At first, he thought it was multiple people based on how thick the scent of blood was. But no. It was only one person. And if this smell didn't hide its true self and reveal to be a disappointment, then it would be all he needed to satisfy his great hunger. Once that moment came when he heard the first hint of sound that they were close, it required everything in his power to keep himself still. Let the food come to him. All things good come to those who wait. He could hear the pattern now. The pattern of their footsteps. They were light but had a noticeable clack to them. Heeled shoes probably. He had learned to distinguish the character by listening to the way they walked before he even saw them. He knew they were on the smaller side. Good. They wouldn't put up much of a fight. Closer now. Even closer. So, close. He liked his lips. About time. Izuku spun around the corner of the ally and out onto the sidewalk with a single step. In one quick motion, he grabbed the person by their throat to prevent them from screaming and pulled them back into the ally. He spun to where he faced the same wall he was leaned up against previously and slammed the person against it. Only a small squeak was able to escape past their clenched throat. Izuku expected it when they gripped his wrist with both hands in defiance, but it was no use. He had them. He had her. She pushed and pulled at Izuku's hand to remove it. She tried to move, but her feet could only kick the air as they hovered above the ground. The more he watched it, the more he watched his prey squirm in his clutches, the more Izuku lost his sanity and reason. Heh, hee ha 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 ha. Izuku started slow before he fell into an all-out laughter. The girl looked at him like he was crazy, but not much afraid. Oh, if only you know how long I've been waiting for you. Izuku cooed as he drew himself closer. I've been dying for something to bite. You look a little frail, but that taste you have is exquisite. He could barely even get the words out as he let a short groan rumble his throat. Izuku leaned in and took a slow and deep open-mouthed inhale. That same tantalizing taste of a fresh human being danced on his tongue. With Izuku so close, he was able to get a better look at the girl. And he could see the glare she shot at him. And Izuku had to admit, "Oh, I hate to waste such a pretty face, but I'm so hungry that I don't think either of us have a choice." Izuku didn't know if it was because of his fogged mind, or if he genuinely though so, but the girl in front of him wasn't half bad looking. He always did have a weak spot for a girl with ferocity in their eyes. "Oh well. What do you say we at least make use of those lips of yours, A daring growl forced its way past Izuku's grip from the girl. She was obviously not happy about it. This only tempted Izuku more. He bit down on his lip hard enough to pierce the skin. A drop of black blood formed around Izuku's tooth. The girl saw this and noticeably looked curious. Izuku then jerked forward closer to the girl, forced his lips onto hers. Her surprised gasp was muffled as Izuku pressed more. He made sure that his blood made its way onto the edge of her mouth. As he did, he couldn't help but notice its texture. Izuku never expected a girl's lips to be so soft. He was slightly taken aback by this as he dared to enjoy this short experience. The puncture in his lip leaked more and more of his blood that began to trail down both his and the girl's chin. Their lips became slick against one another due to the warm liquid. Izuku could questionably tell himself that it was somewhat of an artsy sensation. However, this discovery took a huge turn. Izuku could exclaim his surprise in an audible hum. He felt that the girl's hands were no longer on his arm and instead cupped on the back of his head. She pulled him in much closer than before and found that something else pressed against his lips. Was that her tongue? It lapped aggressively against the spot where Izuku had bit himself. With each time her tongue slid over the wound, he heard her hungrily gulp down what she had collected. She was drinking Izuku's blood. How is she not dead? Izuku could feel her shocking strength in her grip, but he was far stronger. With the hand he still had around her neck, Izuku pulled himself away as he kept the girl against the wall. There was a quick wet sound as their lips were forced apart and a trail of blood and saliva fell between them. This whole thing had managed to help Izuku sober from his trance and get a moment to catch his breath. The F-dash? Izuku shouted, both out of shock and confusion. He glared at the girl and was about to force her to answer him obvious questions. But when he saw the face she had, Izuku immediately knew that he wasn't dealing with an ordinary person. Her face was a mess of melted pleasure. The wide sadistic grin was the first thing that caught Izuku's eye. The second thing were her fangs. More. The girl's was strained, but it was clear as day to Izuku. That was when a sharp pain erupted in the armpit of the same arm the Izuku held the girl with. His entire arm suddenly felt weak as Izuku looked to see that there was a knife embedded in the underside of his shoulder. The culprit? Obviously, the girl, as she held the knife with a tight grip. She yanked the blade outward and further severed the nerves in his arm. Izuku's left limb fell completely useless to his side as the girl used the wall behind her to lunge forward and tackle the boy to the ground. The sudden force along with the added weight knocked the air out of Izuku's lungs. Because of it, he was unable to prevent the knife from finding a comfy place against his throat. Oh, how the tables have turned. The girl lay on top of him with a predatory glare in her golden eyes. Izuku could see that now. Her fangs looked ready to bite down into him at a moment's notice if it weren't for the blade she wielded. Never in my life have I ever tasted such a thing like you. The girl ummed in euphoria as she continuously glanced at the spot on Izuku's lip. She paused for a moment before she liked her own lip to wipe up a bit of the black substance that stained her mouth. I already have a different meal planned, but after that appetizer, I'll gladly settle for you. The girl was so close to Izuku's face that he could feel a few strands of her blonde hair tickle his forehead. The knife pushed ever so slightly against Izuku's throat. Just enough for a small cut to be made and a small trickle of blood to leak out into the open air. Yeah. Not happening. Izuku scowled up at the girl. She blinked at this before her eyes widened when Izuku used the slime villain's quirk to shift himself into a liquid and surged on her left side behind her. He reformed in a standing position and stepped down on the girl's back with his right foot to pin her down. She grunted with pain out of surprise and tried to pick herself back up, but it was no use. Ah. No fair. She complained, clearly upset. The loss didn't settle too nicely on her as she stabbed the ground with her knife out of anger. Shut it. How are you alive? Izuku spoke over her. It didn't matter how upset the girl was, Izuku was far more annoyed. The taste of her smell was much stronger than anyone else's he's encountered so far, yet she seemed unaffected. Heh? She hummed out loud as she turned her head to look at Izuku in the corner of her eye. My blood. It's basically poison to anyone who ingests it. So, how is it that you're still breathing? Izuku made himself clearer for her to understand. For some reason, she grinned at this. "HMP, I don't know. Maybe you need to give me more for it to work." The girl didn't make much effort to hide the obvious intention. Izuku clicked his tongue before he let out a hissed sigh. His anger had come back now after all the excitement died down. He couldn't eat this girl, so there was no point to let this drag on. He could kill her. If he left a body, it would be out of the ordinary of his previous killings and throw off the cops and heroes. That was an idea. He was still hungry and in search of prey. He couldn't waste any further time dealing with this girl, despite his curiosity of how she was immune to his blood. Wait, no. He couldn't do that either. She had his DNA on her. His fingerprints on her neck. His blood on her mouth and knife. If he just killed her, they would have all the evidence they needed to find out who he was. Damn it. All because she was still alive. Hello. The girl's voice broke his train of thought. She sounded bored all of a sudden as she waved her head slowly in place like she was waiting for something to happen. "If you're just gonna stand there looking all cute, then you could at least let me EY." She suddenly recoiled back in fright as the large black blade stabbed into the ground in front of her head. When she turned, she saw that the boy's arm had formed into a jagged sword. "Interesting. Shut up and listen. You are of no use to me in any situation, but I especially can't kill you." Izuku leaned down and put more pressure on his right foot to almost stand atop of her. She groaned slightly from the weight but continued to stay silent. "So, I'm willing to let you live if you pretend we never met." "Oh?" From the tone of her voice, Izuku knew she was about to test his nerves. "And what if I don't? What if I go to the police and tell them that I was attacked?" She threatened with a devious grin. "You won't because, 1, I will find you again and make you regret it. And 2, I know that you're not exactly an innocent citizen yourself." Izuku returned the threat. She raised an eyebrow at this statement. "I've killed enough villains and regular people to know the difference. You may be a killer just like me, but I would have no problem taking that head off your shoulders." A deep edge sharp as Izuku's arm in his voice made the threat very clear. He knew this when the girl simply stared at him with one eye for several silent seconds. The longer the two stared at one another, the closer Izuku could feel his hunger start to creep up on him again. He needed to end this as quickly as he could and get back on the hunt while he still could. "Fine then. You got yourself a deal." The girl had a much merrier tone than she should in her situation, but Izuku didn't care. He got the answer he wanted. He pulled out his arm from the ground and shifted back to its normal state. He said nothing and turned away back into the depths of the alley. But the boy didn't get far. "What do you say to another deal?" Like a snake, the girl's words slithered straight to Izuku's brain and caused him to stop. He knew he shouldn't, but something compelled him to do so. Perhaps it was that he could still taste her aroma of thick blood. He didn't know, but it didn't matter now when Izuku had already turned his head to look back at her. Her grin widened even more. "You said that you were hungry, right? That you wanted to eat me?" She spoke in a way that she knew she had Izuku's full attention. She slowly began to walk towards him, her blue skirt gently swaying with each step. "It must be a real shame that you can't. I know how that feels, believe me. But you know what?" Her words had a teasing pull that piqued Izuku's bizarre interest. "I know where you can. It's actually what I was on my way to before you got a hold of me. Plenty of people who are ripe for the taking. What do you say to a deal that you come with and help me? That way we both can get something out of it, Just as she slipped the last alluring word into Izuku's ears, she was upon him. Much like earlier in the day, Izuku stared down while they looked up. He was much taller than her and could completely overpower her, even without being in his Blackheart form. Yet, she held all the confidence in the world as her golden eyes gleamed with sick pleasure. Izuku narrowed his own vibrant purple eyes down at her as he thought over her offer. "What makes you think I should believe you?" Izuku questioned in an intense tone. "Because I think you can't afford to reject my offer." The girl whispered sadistically. As she said this, she traced a finger down his chest. Izuku quickly swatted away. "If this is a trap then dash. Then you can kill me." She interrupted Izuku. It honestly caught the boy off guard. There was no hesitation in her voice and seemed truthful, despite how fed up in the head she was. But, damn it, she was right. Izuku couldn't go any longer without feeding on something. Just the mention of it from the blonde intensified his hunger. Izuku probably wouldn't make it through the night before he snapped. So, with clenched teeth and reluctance in his response, Izuku gave in to his desperation. He locked gazes with the fanged girl. "Take me." It was a quiet night. Not in the depths of the city of course, but less dense areas. Houses were scattered, surrounded by the wilderness and lit under the half-filled moon that silhouetted the treetops. It gave a sense of tranquility that couldn't be made in the busy streets of the nearby cities. Or so it would seem. As again, it was a quiet night. The kind that you wouldn't feel a disturbance unless it made itself known. Or unless you decided to go looking for it. Somewhere in those woods, a house that looked nothing out of the ordinary might be what you're looking for. Because out here in the isolated woods, no one could hear the screams. There was a rough impact as his body slammed against the ground. He choked on nothing as the air was knocked out of his lungs. He didn't even have the time to catch his breath as a hand clenched around his throat. The first instinct was to grab it and try to pry it off, but there was no way to remove the unbreakable grip. He could only struggle to SCK in little gasps of air as he looked up at his attacker. Fierce purple irises radiated insanity as they locked eyes with him. Cowering before those eyes was his only option as the villain's bladed arm ped back. Kia! Kanoo! His plea fell on deaf ears. The blade shot forward and straight into his gut. It felt like the greatest pain the world had to offer as the life poured out of the giant slash in his stomach, along with gulping amounts of blood. The same crimson liquid burst from his mouth as it rose from his throat and drowned his lungs. His death was quick, but agonizingly so. Izuku stared down at the dead man who couldn't be any older than his bloodied body lay before him that added to the thick smell of iron. But it wasn't enough. He needed more blood. And the screams around could give it to him. Izuku looked up for another kill. And right there, screaming and collapsed on the floor was a defenseless woman. Again, didn't even look any older than the last few people he's killed. Not that it mattered when she left her neck wide open. Izuku rushed forward in the blur. She only had time to blink out of reaction before her screams completely died as her head went sailing through the air. It fell and rolled directly in front. Another small group of people backed up in a corner. Two larger men stood at the front as a line of defense. Despite their size, they looked ready to throw up as their eyes were glued to the horrified expression frozen on the disembodied head. They all looked to Izuku, who was crouched down behind the dead girl with his bladed arm pulled back in a finishing pose. Large amounts of blood dripped down the jagged edge that added to the several pools splattered around the room. "Get the F away!" one of the two men yelled. His brave shout was betrayed by the crack in his voice, as well as the fact that it only made Izuku want to kill him more. They understood this as Izuku began to laugh sadistically, starting off as just a giggle before he bellowed his psychotic amusement. He stood up straight and looked the man dead in the eye. "The only way you can get away from me is by dying. Maybe then God can save you," Izuku said with mixed chuckles, completely driven by bloodlust. He whipped his arm to the side, which caused the blood to fling against the floor in a wet splat. The whole scene sent chills down every inch of their bodies that made them shake uncontrollably. It was only enhanced by the LED lights. The colors were mixed, but red was the dominant. A sick coincidence, as Izuku's dark skin and blood-covered body made him look like a genuine demon. Izuku ran for the two who stood against him. The one on the right tensed his whole body. Izuku took notice that he had two small tusk-like teeth on his bottom jaw. The scara in his eyes shifted to a blood red and his body buffed up. He let out a rageful shout before he sped to meet Izuku in the middle. The boy merely grinned at the challenge. Although, he was greatly disappointed when all it took was one deep slash diagonally down his torso to end him. He didn't even stop as he passed the dead body and charged the other man. This one couldn't even hold up their courage as Izuku cut them down before they could try anything. And just like that, the screams were doubled in volume as the group realized their deaths were inevitable. Izuku lowered himself and reared both his arms behind him. He transformed his left arm into a blade that matched his right. "Cover the walls." His whisper hinted at the gruesome death that awaited them. "Quick, man, while he's killing them." He pulled himself out of his hiding spot where two others concealed themselves. "We're just going to leave them?" A smaller guy questioned the first as he felt uncomfortable to leave them to their deaths. "And what? Die with them? F that." The first man sprinted towards the stairs while he did his best to stay out of the killer's line of sight. The third person who was with them was a woman who had a similar plan and quickly followed behind. In the end, the second man did the same. They made it to the stairs on the other side of the large room with fail and turned around the railing to head up. In their blind panic to escape, the bloodied body near the bottom went unnoticed by all except the smaller man. "Wait!" he yelled. But it was too late. The man didn't even stop to acknowledge the other's warning. It was only until he saw the glint of metal that he realized his mistake, as well as the pair of shoes that were barely illuminated by the limited light that traveled up the stairs. The man exclaimed in shock, but his voice only came out as a wet cough as he stumbled backwards and onto the woman directly behind him. They both fell down the flight of steps, noises of cracks all along the way. Both fell before the last man, who looked on with horrified eyes as the woman lay crushed beneath and the man with a huge slit in his throat that continued to spew blood long after he was dead. He diverted his terrified gaze from the bodies and up the stairs. Mainly to keep himself from puking, but also to learn who had killed his friend. The limited lighting made it difficult, but just before the reach of the LED light was cut off, a pair of shoes could be seen. The rest was a silhouette of a figure who stood directly in the middle of the steps and with their arm extended to the side. They held something in their hand that had a very light reflection in the darkness. Even with the minimal detail, it was clear what had happened. "Sorry, but I can't let you do that." Whispered words of a skilled murderer flowed down the stairs. The voice was young and feminine but held an evil in every word. "I have to hold up my end of the deal." Whoever she was, she slowly walked down until she was entirely bathed in a red hue. At this sight, the man instantly felt his stomach plummet. Why you?" As he tried to grasp what he was seeing, the girl made her way down the rest of the stairs. "You go to the same school as my dash." In his shock, he didn't see the blade before he felt it. A sharp pain erupted in his abdomen as the knife was plunged into his soft flesh. He hardly uttered a groan of pain. He had accepted death at this point. The man fell back and slid down the wall. It was right at the moment he hit the floor that his life perished. The girl grinned at his corpse. As the blood continued to stain his shirt and pool beneath him, sadistic desires brought the knife to her mouth where she liked the blade from the base to the tip. The thick taste of blood satisfied the eager taste buds that have been teased by the heavy aroma in the air. The scent of death. She turned her attention back to the reason she had stayed back. Her golden eyes fell on the purple-haired boy who had just torn into the last survivor. Their body dropped the moment Izuku pulled his bladed arm from the center of their skull. By this point, he was completely drenched in red. It painted his dark skin like runes that overflowed and constantly dripped to the floor. And he had only just started. Past the alluring smell of bodies all around him, he could still taste the presence of several living elsewhere. Plus, he could hear panicked whispers and the clatter of movement. His attention was set on the doorway that framed the beginning of a hallway. Izuku walked over and down the short hall. First up came a closed door. Upon testing it, he learned it to be also locked. Not for long. With one hefty kick, he busted it right open, nearly knocking it off its hinges. The panicked whispers changed into shouts of mercy the instant he laid his eyes on four others. As Izuku stood there in the doorway, he heard pleas, begging, threats, curses, and even attempts to trade their lives for a while other list of things. Among them, there was a thin man who was halfway through a basement window and into the open night. From what he could tell, he was stuck and struggling to get through as his legs kicked for a foothold. This was the side of life that far and few between got to experience. And as Izuku took all this in, he was glad to be one of them. One of the men suddenly got brave and charged Izuku with a switchblade. Izuku smirked at how the man thought he could try anything with his tiny little weapon compared to his arms that were literally huge swords. So, he felt obligated to scissor cut the man's hand when he got close enough. Both his hand and the blade fell to the ground. The clink of the metal on the floor started the gradual rise of a pained scream from the man as he held his bleeding stump. Izuku quickly silenced him by stabbing his right arm horizontally into the man's mouth. Not only did it immediately stop his screams, but the thickness of the blade separated his head and there was a pause before his body fell with a thud and left the upper half of his skull resting on the black blade. It was now made clear what awaited the others as they cried in despair. No longer did they try to help the man in the window, but instead curled in on themselves and prayed. Guys, please, come on." No matter how much he kicked, he couldn't get himself through. He was barely able to get his arms out with the help of his friend. The woman was in front of him on the dirt as she tried to pull him out. She had been small enough to squeeze through. With him being the second smallest, he had tried to get out next, but that plan failed due to the window being even smaller. The sounds of screaming behind him was dreadful as he knew the killer was in the room with them. But no matter how much adrenaline was running through his veins, neither he nor the woman was able to get him loose. She had been pulling on his arms the entire time without progress. He was just on the verge of telling to run and get help when it happened so fast, he didn't even realize what it was at first. The sudden jolt in his body caused him to ball up, but he was only able to look down as his vision swirled. By then, all he knew was that shock was replaced by speechless agony in his chest. His voice was gone as forced grunts left his throat. Once his vision was finally able to come back for a few more seconds, he saw that there was a long black needle that protruded from his chest. Yes, now that he felt it, it came from the center of his back and through his torso. All of a sudden, his hands were dropped by the woman. With energy he could feel leaving his body by the second, he looked back up. He was unable to visibly react to the horror he saw. The needle had gone far past his chest and extended long enough to pierce the woman's throat. Blood seeped from around the black needle that kept her lifeless body hung up with a sick decoration. The needle suddenly pulled back out of her throat and out of his back. It was somehow only until now that he realized the room behind him was silent. His friends were dead. The woman whom he had a crush on was dead. As his vision faded to complete darkness, he knew too that he would soon be greeting death. The man's body hung limp from the window. A life so insignificant to Izuku that he left right after he knew he had died. There were still people to find. His night wasn't over yet. There was one last room yet to be explored. At least, one more that had yet to be victims inside. He could taste two of them behind the locked door at the end of the hallway. Just like the last door, it proved unable to hold against a single kick. Izuku entered into a room with enough light to see that it was a bedroom. There were clothes on the floor and an odd smell in the air. Those only served as temporary distractions from the taste on his tongue that led him to the right side of the room. He stood before the closet doors. Both were closed, but Izuku could taste the two hidden within. His left arm shifted back into a hand as he gripped the handle and pulled. Hiya! As soon as he did, a man jumped out and swung a metal baseball bat at his head. There was a metallic ring as it smacked against skin. Not the kind of sound you would get if it connected against a skull. No, instead, the bat was gripped in Izuku's left hand, merely a few inches from his forehead. The man gasped in fear. His surprise attack had failed. Izuku pulled the bat to the side to inspect it with a thoughtful expression. Blunt, Izuku looked to the man with a devilish grin. Good idea. With that, Izuku brought up his right arm. The blade softened and changed shape into a short, yet thick, club. To top it all off, he formed short spikes just to add an extra F.U. to the whole situation. The man had figured out Izuku's plan and tried to yank that bat free, but Izuku's grip was superior. Besides, it was already too late as Izuku had now hardened his arm and pet it back. And no. Wait. Those were the man's last words as the club picked up momentum and smashed straight into the side of his skull. The raw power and brute force ripped the man's head right off and sent bits of it to make a large stain against the wall. The rest of his body was driven by the force and flung in the same direction. He fell with a large thud where he lay before his brain matter dripping down the wall. From here, Izuku got a good look at him. The man had a decent build. It was easy to tell since he was completely naked. That explained the clothes on the floor. That also meant he wasn't alone. But, of course, Izuku already knew that. He turned back to the closet where the last survivor is within. They were all in the back against the ball. It was a woman with her only clothing being a blanket she wrapped around herself. Like a child trying to hide from monsters underneath the bed. Or, for a more fitting situation, from the closet. She met his gaze with a petrified expression. Eyes so wide that they looked like they might pop out of her head. Cheeks so wet of tears that they reflected any kind of light. Body shook so much you would think she just got back from the Arctic. It brought out every ounce of bloodlust in the crazed teen. He stepped forward. Please. A whisper so soft and subtle you would have thought it was the wind. Izuku didn't react. I beg you. The woman was barely able to keep her voice together past the short stutters and hiccups. But again, Izuku didn't acknowledge it. The further he walked, the longer the trail of blood became as it dripped from his clubbed arm. It yearned for a fresh layer of red life to coat its shiny surface. Izuku was more than willing to fulfill that yearn. He stood before her, his demented grin bore down on her as she shrunk beneath his stare. Izuku began to lift his right arm. But before he could even get it past his waist. Wait! She stuck one arm out in desperation. Her tone gave the impression that she had an idea. Although, whatever it may be, her face afterwards showed reluctance. The woman hesitated before she slowly unwrapped herself of the covers. Bit by bit, she revealed herself to Izuku. She now sat naked and under the instinct to cover herself. But the urge to survive was stronger. She lay back against the wall and turned her head away in shame. Her final SBMSN ended when her knees were spread far apart to show her offering. Izuku stared down at her, his eyes unmoving. There was almost no sign of recognition of the situation. But his slightly elevated arm began to shift once more. His right hand returned to normal in seconds as he crouched down. The woman tensed when she saw his movement, but no pain came. Neither did she feel anything enter. All she did feel was a hand against her face. She squeaked in fright to see Izuku's right hand cup her cheek to force her to face him. Her stomach churned as she smelt the blood on his fingers as it smeared on her cheek. But her attention was quickly taken by the expression of the teen. His grin had fallen into a neutral look. His eyes no longer brimmed with insanity as he seemed completely normal, despite his out-of-the-ordinary appearance and blood-covered body. Just for a moment, the gentle touch of his hand on her cheek was almost alluring. He then brought up his left hand and mirrored his right. This caused the woman to be confused. Especially when his grip changed so that his palms were placed on opposite sides of her head. The woman slightly exhaled in realization. She brought up her own hand gripped Izuku's. A simple pull was all she needed to know what her fate was soon to be. She used both hands to attempt to yank herself free of Izuku's right grip. Cries for help and shouts of pain filled the small closet. It was around the time she felt like she was having the worst migraine of her life that Izuku began to lift her in the air. All the while, the woman beat at Izuku's hands in a last attempt at freedom. All of her efforts, completely in vain. Blood began to run down her nose and her eyes felt ready to burst. The pressure on her head created a grinding sound within her skull as she squirmed and kicked her with her dangling legs. She felt her jaw dislocate and hang freely. Fractures and cracks roared in her eardrums. But now all sounds were muffled as blood also flowed out of her ears. Her vision swam due to her nervous system being crushed within her head. All the agony topped at its peak when the woman screamed with all her might in her final moments. And then, pop! Pieces of bone, brain, and plenty of fluids erupted from the gory pulp the moment Izuku's hands clapped together. Bits of it ran down Izuku's hands and arms. The woman's hands now hung limp just like the rest of her. Izuku let the body fall to the ground with no remorse. She crumpled like a rag doll, which ended with a splat as he mashed head smacked the floor. At last, the final person was dead. And Izuku's grin returned to his lips. The only ones who lived past the ordeal were the ones who caused it. One of which sat in the main room where the massacre started. She sat in the middle of the slightly stained couch that had been victim of a few stray blood splatters. As she sat leaned forward, the girl lightly poked the end of her knife in the back of the long dead man. It kept her occupied as she waited for the other teen to come back. Until then, she hummed with a wide smile and continued to stab into the corpse. Footsteps warned of his approach. The girl turned her smile and laid eyes on Izuku just as he re-entered the main room. She instantly noticed how there was no longer a single drop of blood on him anymore. "Finally done?" she asked bubbly. "I had to pick up all their money and valuables." Izuku returned a response with divided attention. He kept his pace towards the center of the room. "Well, that should have taken a lot longer then." The girl tilted her head in confusion as it would have taken her about 20 minutes to loot all of the bodies. "I already knew where to find them." Izuku still didn't meet her eyes before he stood directly in the middle of the large space. Many torn bodies surrounded him in an even radius. Now that the girl looked at it, it seemed like he purposely killed them on those places. "Oh yeah? And just how did you know that?" the girl asked in a teasing manner to prompt him to talk. However, he didn't answer this time and instead shifted his hand into a small blade. The blonde watched as he brought it up to his other hand and cut into his palm. Black blood seeped out and made a tiny pool of the dark substance in his hand. Then he brought his arm back before he moved it forward and flung the blood in a wide arch around him. The reaction was nearly instant. The moment the black blood connected with the red stains, crimson was overtaken in a frenzy. It filled the puddles and sped across the trails. Every last drop was sought out by the black blood like a hungry virus. Whatever blood was on the girl was even taken as she watched the dark substance crawl over her skin and slither elsewhere in search of food. Then, it was the bodies. Each body had some sort of open wound that it could slide into and infect the corpse. Every cell was devoured and left behind as one of its own. A block drop that joined the swarm under the command of a single mind. Once it was done, nothing was left except for the masses of inky liquid. At one simple thought, it came forth and conjoined at the center of the room. A small boom erupted as the large ball of blood slammed together. It swirled around Izuku as, little by little, it was absorbed through his skin. The speed and force, not to mention the sheer size of it, created a slight wind to build up within the room. In a sense, it really was a tornado at its peak. It didn't last long when it was all taken in by Izuku. Like one giant gulp, it took its place within Izuku's veins. The sudden rush of it all crashed down on Izuku as he felt overwhelmed from the largest meal he's had by far. His body tenses as he arched backwards before her fell to one knee. The impact of it along with a fist to help hold him up shook the room for a brief moment. Izuku stayed there before he let out one large exhale. A lungful of hot air slipped past his lips. Before then, it always seemed unnoticeable by consuming only one body. It was after Izuku had consumed several that he noticed the difference in his body. But after he had devoured the number of people here, he could already feel the power in his muscles along with the access of new memories, skills, and especially quirks. He needed a moment to let his body adjust, but he could definitely get used to this. "So, that's who you are." Izuku opened his eyes. He then looked to the girl who had a satisfied expression. "What?" he asked for her to clarify. "Word is on the street that a new vigilante, possibly villain, has been roaming the streets for the past months, leaving only a pair of clothes." It was rather easy for her to figure this out as the same result was scattered all around the room. "But it looks like you are a villain, seeing as you don't care who you kill." The girl hummed like she was pleased with her findings. "Oh, yeah, that's right." Izuku looked around the room. It took a second, but he remembered what the girl had told him. It had been difficult for him to grasp the information in his previous state, but he was able to fully comprehend it all. She had brought him to a college party. All the beer around and the age group of the people made sense. They were currently in a large basement of a rich room. Something about the parents being gone on vacation while the oldest son threw a party. A perfect situation for one of the drunken students to be picked off while no one suspected a thing. Or, in Izuku's case, just murder them all, as the furnished basement was basically soundproof from the outside. But back to what was on hand. So, my presence is known in the community? Izuku asked after he turned back to the girl. Pfft, oh yeah. She rolled her eyes like it was obvious. I can't name a single person who can pluck a person's body right out of their clothes. Makes a lot more sense now after seeing how your quirk works. But they call you the Taker, duh. The girl put emphasis on the name. The Taker? The blonde nodded her head. That's a terrible name. Izuku groaned to himself with his shoulders slumped. Out of everything, despite the little detail the community had on him, they decided to call him the DMN Taker? At least they went with that rather than Body Bandit, duh. She shrugged her shoulders. Izuku felt himself cringe. How about neither? Izuku hissed half to himself at the thought of finding the guy who thought Body Bandit was a good name. Besides, we're done here. The boy turned away and began to walk towards the clean stairs. He was able to make it 2 feet before the girl was next to him. Hey, just where do you think you're going? She teased the words like she greatly anticipated his answer. Izuku narrowed his eyebrows down at the girl, as it was apparent he wasn't going to be able to get rid of her easily. Leaving. I got what I wanted, so let me go. Izuku knew the reason for her clinginess, but he had hoped he could have gotten out of her reach before she could have done anything. Izuku now realized she never took her eyes off of her prize. Oh, but surely you didn't forget about our deal. Of course, Izuku didn't. Which was why he wanted to leave. She was a villain. He didn't have to be loyal to deals. And who was to say he couldn't be forceful about it? How about a new deal? You let me go and I won't break your arm. Izuku wasn't able to finish that last word. As he went to reach for her arm to accentuate his threat, the girl swiftly snatched his wrist and pulled him forward. Izuku tripped when she kicked out her leg, which kept him from catching his balance. The move happened in a blur. Izuku only knew that he had spun midair at some point and his momentum knocked his back into a soft surface. He quickly learned that he had landed on the couch. He learned right after that the girl was on top of him. She straddled his lap with her face close to his. Because of that, he could easily see the dangerous glint in her eyes and toothy smile. How about we stick with the original deal instead, Her snake-like whisper came as a threat. One that Izuku finally acknowledged. You're not the only one who's been out for the taste of blood tonight, so you're going to have to share. Seeing as you got quite the fill, I'd say you have plenty. So, how about you SCK it up? The girl's expression softened after her eyes fell on Izuku's neck. While I SCK you. Izuku didn't even have time to object before he heard the sound of his jacket zipper as it slowly came down halfway. It was pushed off of his right shoulder where the girl sank her fangs in. And she definitely didn't do it nicely, as Izuku gritted his teeth when the sting zapped throughout the area. He felt her 4 long canines sink into his flesh as his began to spill from the punctures. She kept her mouth tight against his shoulder as her tongue lapped at his wound. Izuku didn't like the idea of helping a villain. Or, in this case, feeding one. But her persistence had paid off and she was now feasting on his poisonous blood. He still found it annoying that she was able to ingest it like it was nothing. So far, he could tell her quirk had something to do with drinking blood. Was she a vampire or something? That could be the only possible reason she would be still alive. Izuku let out a soft sigh. But, she did help him. Now that he was in his better state of mind, he remembered the plan she had told him. She made sure no one got out while he got to have fun with the college students. So, yeah, fine, she could have her little treat. Besides, Izuku could take a moment to adjust to all the memories of the people he's killed. Izuku has never devoured so many people at once, so he would need more time to sort through it all. Izuku tensed as the girl shifted atop of him and let out a small He couldn't do anything else other than sit there and wonder how the hell he had gotten into this situation. Izuku had now realized how close she was. He could feel the warmth of her body. Especially where she sat on him and from her hands that gripped behind his neck and shoulder. Okay, seriously, how the hell had he gotten himself in this situation? Did she not notice the position she was in, or did she just not care? The third possibility was that she needed blood just as much as he did. The girl had been drinking it down aggressively this entire time without stop, only to pause to catch her breath, which was what had caused the It wasn't too long after that the girl began to slow. Izuku was thankful when her lips pulled away from the base of his neck. She straightened up so that her face was in front of his again. Izuku could see the expression of satisfied pleasure written in every detail of her face. but her could also see a kind of calmness in her eyes. There was a smear of black blood on her bottom lip. Her mouth was parted by the continuous slow and soft pants. "I'm Toga, by the way." In a soothing exhale, the girl spoke her name. After that, the two stared at each for several seconds. One with a look that they wanted more, and the other with a look that they wanted nothing to do with this. The staring contest was abruptly ended with a small noise of surprise when Izuku's body turned into sludge and slipped away. The girl whipped her head around to the right to see the slime reform at the base of the stairs. Izuku stood there and zipped his jacket back up before he pulled his hood over his head. She didn't see it, but the bite mark on Izuku disappeared with a roll of his shoulder. He gave her a glance with one eye that locked with the girl's gaze. He said nothing as he turned away and walked up the stairs. The door opened but never closed. It allowed the girl to hear his footsteps fade in the distance on the wood floor. The girl, Toga, stared where she had last seen him. A grin slowly stretched across her lips before she licked at her bottom lip. "Until we meet again." "This is just absurd," Izuku had concluded. There was no simpler way to say it. He almost couldn't recognize himself on this new body. Not even half a year ago, Izuku still remembered how easily he could be pushed around like a rag doll. But now, to sum it all up, Izuku looked like a lifetime bodybuilder in his prime. Moving any part of his body in the slightest caused his muscles to bulge and flex. He looked like he could beat the hell out of some heroes without even using his quirk. And he probably could. However, there was absolutely no way he could be seen like this. His feast from last night had made a clear change to his appearance. If anyone were to see him like this, they would for sure suspect one thing or another. It was already bad enough that he had grown his body in such a short amount of time before yesterday. The school shirt he had taken from the fellow Aldra student he killed had done nothing recently to hide his development. That meant his pants were in a tighter situation that left Izuku uncomfortable no matter which position he sat in at his desk. He would have to order a new pair soon. But for now, he had a small solution. Izuku had sighed in relief when he was lucky enough to get a helpful quirk from one of the women in last night's party. It was a simple body alteration quirk. It didn't do much to change his face, but it was more than helpful to decrease his height and reduce his muscles back to a believable state. He even went a little under than what he was before to catch a little less attention, but not so much that anyone would notice that he had gotten smaller. Izuku now looked at himself eye level in the center of the mirror. Back to where he should be. His muscles no longer looked capable of crushing someone's skull. And he had to admit, he looked pretty DMN good. "Izuku?" The teen was barely able to catch himself from shouting out of surprise. Instead, a gasp of shock was muffled by Izuku's clamped hand before he gave a short sigh. Once his mind cleared, he quickly shifted into his normal state. His dark skin faded as the black blood was washed away by normal red blood. He really needed to get into the habit of tasting the air. "Yes, Mom?" Izuku said through the door after he relaxed. "You've been in the bathroom for a while now. Is everything all right?" Inko's worry was evident in her voice, mainly because she had heard the boy's muffled voice in the bathroom for nearly 10 minutes. Or, at least, that's how long she's been awake before Inko saw that bathroom was already occupied. "Yeah, I'm fine." To prove his point, Izuku opened the door just as he said this. "I guess I didn't brush very well last night because I woke up with something stuck in my teeth." Izuku reassured her with a smile and a wave before he walked past her and towards his room. Oh, okay." Inko trailed off when she didn't have time to say anything else before her son had already closed his door behind him. "Sorry, Mom," Izuku whispered within the walls of his room. "But I'm busy at the moment." The first things Izuku did was head over to his dresser and put on his school uniform. He was relieved when it didn't put as much pressure on his frame as before, although it was definitely snug. There wasn't time for much as he was back out his door with his school belongings. "Wait, Izuku, are you not going to eat breakfast?" Inko asked from the kitchen. "Not hungry," was all he said in return. Izuku realized that her work must not have called her in so early today, which was why he could hear the click of the stove being turned on. He felt bad, but he had absolutely no appetite after that satisfactory meal last night. Izuku has been brimming with energy and didn't sleep at all since. Which reminded him. "Oh, and I got you another one of those meal trays for work today. It's in the fridge." Izuku called out over his shoulder as he reached out for the front door. Inko had been reaching for the fridge door to make breakfast when her son said this. When she opened it, sure enough, there is the familiar small box of food that Izuku had been getting her for work every day. When did Inko wasn't able to get the full question out before the front door was shut behind her. She turned to see that Izuku had already left. Quite the transition in excitement. Around 6 hours ago, Izuku was quite literally committing a genocide on a bunch of college students. Now he was listening to a man being paid hardly enough to teach a bunch of 14-year-olds who couldn't care less about what the man talked about on the projector. Truly the double life Izuku lived. He looked on his left to see boy who tried to get him to pass the love letter the previous day. Izuku already forgot his name again. The boy met his gaze and discreetly flipped him off. Izuku merely smirked and faced forward. The day had to end sometime. That was all Izuku looked forward to. He had quirks to test. He thankfully got a handful of physical-based quirks like the one that allowed him to morph his body. Some of which were very intriguing. Especially the one that allowed some survival traits based on his environment. If only time didn't seem to slow down every time he looked up at the clock. Izuku sighed each time only 5 minutes have passed since second PRD. Lunchtime finally came around. Which wasn't the end of the school day, but it was better than sitting in a classroom for obvious reasons. Not only that, but Izuku has realized something. When he devours someone, he gets their physical traits and adds it to his own. Not only that, but also their skills, talents, memories, and some other mental attributes. He already knew this, but there was something else to it. In his shifted form, his strength and speed are dramatically enhanced. Like the combined power of everyone he has consumed. The same went for his mentality. However, all that doesn't go away when he's normal. He still pertains those skills and memories. And it is now that he suspects that it also accumulates their intelligence. As Izuku was sitting in class earlier, he was finishing problems before the teacher could even explain them. It felt natural and smooth. Like the whole process played out for him without hardly even thinking. Izuku wasn't just getting stronger. He was getting smarter. Izuku's flat expression grew a hint of a grin as he mindlessly scrolled through his phone. What's wrong, Deku? Not hungry? Izuku's peace of mind was interrupted by a voice along with the sound of two people that sat on both sides of him. It wasn't hard at all to detect the slight mockery in the tone of the boy on his left. He looked in the direction of the voice to see that the teen next to him was someone not in any of his classes. Neither was the boy on his right when turned to face him. Both had fake smiles that revealed their true intentions. The greenette knew he should have hidden himself elsewhere during lunch. Izuku said nothing and returned his attention to his phone. Ah, come on. We're just curious and have some questions. The boy on Izuku's right said. I don't have any answers. Izuku curtly responded. He made himself obviously uninterested in furthering the conversation as it was clearly about what happened yesterday in the gym. That was when Izuku felt a hand fall on his left shoulder. I'm pretty sure you do. The left boy's words caused Izuku's jaw to clench in annoyance. His tone was as if he were speaking to someone lesser. Like someone insignificant. There's a lot of people in here. Izuku said in a low tone loud enough for the two boys to hear. It would be a real shame if they all saw me kick both your buttes and be known as the two dumb FS who got thrown around by the weak little Deku. Izuku couldn't have made the warning more clear. Both teens at least had enough common sense to consider Izuku's words. They leaned back out of surprise of his dangerous tone, but they remained in their seats and the hand still gripped his shoulder. After a few moments, "TCH, okay, buddy." It would appear the boy on the left had more courage as he ignored the warning and patted Izuku's shoulder like nothing was wrong. Like he thought it was just a bluff. If it makes you dash. The boy's words were caught in his throat when Izuku turned to look him straight in the eye. A new sensation overwhelmed the boy as it felt like his heart plummeted down into his stomach. A great chill ran down his spine and his body instantly began to sweat. He was frozen out of fear as this feeling locked his body in place with no way to escape the greenette's gaze. Izuku's face was flat, but the intense emotion in his eyes said it all. The boy didn't know it, but this feeling was the intent to kill. He was suddenly able to move again as his brain went into survival mode. He let go of Izuku and jumped back out of his chair. The cafeteria went silent after the crash, followed by a shout and clatter. All eyes landed on the fallen boy. Him and the girl he had backed into. They were both covered in food from the tray that the girl had been carrying. What the hell? The girl's pained voice came after her eyes locked onto the boy her legs were stuck under. And no, it wasn't me. The boy stuttered as he scrambled to get up. He was about to say something else before he met Izuku's gaze once more. Izuku glanced at him with disgust in his eyes. The boy quickly shut up after that. In the midst of the confusion and distraction, Izuku stood up and walked out of the cafeteria. Ugh, thank God that's over. Izuku said to himself when the first breath of fresh air filled his lungs. He stepped out of the school entrance and down the steps. The rest of his classes were an absolute drag. Not only were they boring, but now he heard whispers everywhere about Izuku's involvement of the scene at lunch. If this keeps up, he might have to go on a hunt again tonight. Izuku had checked the news during lunch before the two boys showed up and saw that the cops had reported the scene of the college party. But yet again, no trace of who or what it was could be found. That meant, if he was lucky enough, they would be distracted with that and Izuku could go elsewhere. Hopefully, he won't have any more surprise. So Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin from the voice that popped up on his left the moment he passed the stone wall of the school. His breath got caught in his throat before he eased into a sigh of annoyance. He turned to face the culprit and was stunned to see who stood there. This is what you actually look like. A pause? You've gotta be kidding me. Izuku ummed. Before him stood the DMN girl, Toga, from last night. She smiled at him with curiosity for his different appearance, her head tilted and her hands behind her back in an innocent pose. Nope. She popped the pea in a way that she knew would annoy Izuku. How the hell did you find me? Izuku asked dramatically as he gestured to himself. Toga's smile shifted slightly to a smug grin. Once I've got a taste of someone's blood, there's nowhere in the world for them to hide. Toga rose her chin and her eyes narrowed in a devilish way. That was when Izuku realized the possible danger he was in. He was in his regular form. He was vulnerable this way, and now this girl knew his true face. Izuku guessed that this realization showed in his expression, because Toga changed her posture with a giggle. Oh, quit worrying. I have no foul intention. For a moment, Izuku only responded with a glare. He had no idea could trust her in any way, or if he even wanted to. He went to open his mouth and say something. Deku. Izuku tensed at the name, but more importantly the voice that said it. He looked back towards the school entrance to see Katsuki quickly making his way to the greenette in an intimidating walk. Oh, F off. Izuku groaned before he hurriedly grabbed Toga's wrist. She let out a sound of surprise when he sprinted off and pulled her along with him. Oi! Get the hell back here. When Katsuki realized that Izuku had taken off, the blonde sprinted after him. He was then confused to see a girl in a different school uniform being dragged by Izuku, but he would ignore that at the moment. For now, he just wondered how the little twerp was able to outpace him. Next thing he knew, both were out of sight after a short and unsuccessful chase. Damn it, Deku. You can't run forever. Katsuki shouted into the empty sidewalk. He felt his hands heat up with his anger before he turned and trudged off. Unaware that he was much closer than he thought. Izuku peered around the corner of the building to see the distant figure of Katsuki as he stomped away. The sudden race left a slight pant in his breathing which was accompanied by Toga's own. He just doesn't know when to quit. Izuku had begun to think that Katsuki was actually obsessed with him. He can't do anything without the blonde forcefully involving himself. Friend of yours? Toga asked next to him. Far from it. Izuku side-eyed the girl with a grumble at the thought of them being friends anymore. Those thoughts were cut by Toga giving a humored huff. And here I thought you didn't care about anyone. Toga teased. Izuku was confused at what she meant and turned to look at her. He then looked down when he remembered that he still held her wrist. He whipped his hand back to his side. Toga reacted with a giggle. I just don't want you telling him something you shouldn't. Izuku had done well so far to keep both of his identities separate, and he planned on keeping it that way. What? Like that you're a villain who mercilessly kills his victims with a smile? Toga was clearly rhetorical, but Izuku answered anyway. Yes, that. Izuku hissed in a whisper of warning to keep her voice down if someone were nearby. A quick taste of the air informed Izuku that they were alone between the two houses. He breathed a sigh of relief and paused to gather his thoughts. So, I can't get rid of you that easily, can I? Izuku faced the girl with his back against the wall. You can try. Toga's tone hinted that Izuku was more than welcome to do just that. However, her confidence was more than enough for Izuku to accept the fact that he was stuck with her. Toga paused before she leaned in a little closer to make sure she had Izuku's attention. Deku. Another pause. Izuku slowly turned his body to fully face her. Toga reacted to his slow movement with a look of confusion before it progressed to worry when Izuku inched his hand to grab a tight hold of Toga's collar. He slowly pulled her closer until they were face to face. She could see the hidden anger in his stone-cold eyes. Don't call me that, was all Izuku said. The two stared at each in an intense silence. Then, Toga said in realization to the situation after she regained her smile like nothing happened. It's an insult. Toga was barely able to see Izuku's reaction when he narrowed his eyes in the slightest. He said nothing and let her go. Toga dropped down from her tippy toes and readjusted her sweater. She didn't seem bothered by any of it, however. She then realized that Izuku had started to walk away and turned back onto the sidewalk. Toga quickly followed and kept pace at his side. So, what's your name? That way we can prevent any name calling. Toga watched him as they walked along the path. What do you want? Izuku ignored her question. But Toga again didn't seem bothered. To make a partnership, she announced bluntly. It caught Izuku off guard for a moment, but he already didn't like where this was going. Great. He whispered sarcastically to himself. And how could making a partnership with you possibly be good for me in any way? It was Izuku's turn to be blunt as the idea was not at all pleasant to him. Ah, come on. You don't have to sound so upset about it. Toga changed her tone of voice. She was talking to a frustrated toddler. This obviously gained a glare for the boy. But if you want a genuine answer, then what could go wrong with something having your back? A knife in the back. Izuku quickly answered as he gave a quick look over the girl to see if he could find any hidden blades. You are far more valuable to me alive than dead. Toga responded with a hum. Izuku figured her statement to be true, otherwise she would have already tried something the night before. Think about it, we both have similar desires. Your quirk is based on blood, right? So, that means you need to eat what only other living things can give. And if your little frenzy from last night was anything to go by, you also enjoy it. As Toga talked, she continued to get uncomfortably close as she saw right through the greenette. She then jerked back and faced forward as they walked. I know how it feels. That uncontrollable bloodlust. To see that wonderful red spill from a deep stab or wide cut. To feel pleasure from screams of pain and splattering on the walls. The more she spoke, the more Izuku could see the predator that hid behind those golden eyes. Dare Izuku say that she sounded more effed up than he did. Then again, Izuku was only full-on crazy half the time. Everything that she said was true. They did have similar urges and styles, but he still didn't understand the benefit of teaming up with someone, let alone another blood-crazed serial killer. So, what exactly do you want out of this? Partnership? The two kept up the conversation as they wandered through the neighborhood. So glad you asked. Toga clapped her hands together. It's simple really. With the two of us working together, I can't think of anything we couldn't do. I'm sure that whatever it is we do, there will be blood. You get to have all the pretty little bodies your heart could desire, and then I get to have a little bit of yours in the end. I don't think it gets any better than that. Toga didn't lie when she said that it was simple, and it really was. But the problem was Izuku didn't get why they couldn't do this separately. He didn't know about her, but Izuku didn't doubt he could become a force to reckon with, both for heroes and villains, eventually. Izuku was curious as to why she seemed persistent about this. Why do you want my blood specifically? Izuku was about to say something else when Toga's hand gripped Izuku's right shoulder. She spun him to face her before she grabbed both of his shoulders and stared him dead in the eyes. Izuku was off-put by her expression of lustful insanity. Because? I have never tasted blood so dash, she cut herself off with a shiver. Izuku could literally see the goosebumps on her arms. Exquisite, Toga finally let out with a dramatic tone. I haven't been able to have regular blood ever since. It hasn't even been 12 hours, but your black blood is all I can think about. The blonde's confession was ended with a lick of her lips as she glanced to his neck. To say Izuku was uncomfortable was an understatement. Okay. Izuku brushed her hands off of him. Firstly, don't do that. He gestured to her crazy behavior. Secondly, you still haven't told me what's in it for me. With his arms now crossed, Izuku looked down at the girl who appeared to relax. You seem to forget what I said earlier. Once I've gotten a taste of someone's blood, I can track them wherever they may be. Over the years, I've built up quite the list of potential victims. Toga pointed up at him as a matter of fact. She leaned in closer with a big smile on her face. I've seen the look in your eyes after you've taken a life, and I can help you do it again. Both villains stood with locked eyes for several silent moments. Izuku didn't budge with his narrowed eyes. Toga didn't falter one bit as she felt confident in her proposition. Prove it. Izuku suddenly said. Heh? Toga reared back with a tilted head. Prove that you can be useful to me. Then, I will accept this partnership or whatever you want to call it. The greenette elaborated so Toga couldn't understand. And she understood fully. All right. How do you want me to prove it? She asked with excitement for their possible upcoming teamwork. For the first time since their encounter, Izuku grew a small smile. How else? We hunt. Izuku announced. Toga basically beamed with her pointed canines and wide eyes. She was obviously as eager as Izuku was. I couldn't have thought of anything better. The excitement could be heard in Toga's voice as she bounced on her toes. Then let's get going. Izuku turned and started to walk he had been originally going. Toga didn't waste a second in following him. May God have mercy on whoever those two visits tonight. This is getting out of hand. Tsukachi and his partner, Tamakawa, sat on the stairs. The bridge of the detective's nose was pinched between his fingers. An easy tell of his immense stress. Tamakawa put a hand on his shoulder, but there wasn't much else he could do to help the situation. It's only a matter of time before they slip, Tsukachi. And when they do, we'll be there. We just have to keep finding clues. Tamakawa's feline eyes fell to the ground as he too felt more lost than he wanted to admit. That's the thing, though. Whoever they are, they leave little to no traces. No fingerprints on anything, and whatever they do touch, they take with them as everyone's wallets are gone. The only things left are the disarranged clothing with increasingly various signs of the villain using some sort of large blade. Tsukachi finished his short rant with a long sigh. This attack is on a whole new scale, Tamakawa. Before, they've only killed one person at a time. Not a whole houseful of 43 people. The detective's stomach churned at the thought of the families. They didn't even have the body to bury. This was worsened when he could still hear the heavy sobs of the household mother in the driveway. The family of the 20-year-old had arrived from their vacation not long ago and have been understandably distraught since. He couldn't even imagine the officer tasked with going to each house of the ones that died last night. Having to see each face fall into despair when the news of a death of a relative broke this otherwise calm day. Whoever this murderer was, they were easily capable of killing 43 healthy college students in one night. This was an issue that the police could no longer solve on their own. If they wanted even a chance at bringing in this new villain's arrival, a hero's assistance was direly needed. And Tsukachi knew just the guy. The sudden force in his shoulder forced the man to drop his drink on the ground that he had just paid for. He turned to confront the person he had just passed. But he was interrupted before he could even get a word out. "Watch it." A second man that had bumped into the first shoved him again and nearly knocked the smaller guy off his feet. At this point, he decided to accept this humiliation and turn tail. Any nearby people did nothing but watch the short interaction and move on with their day. The second man huffed and continued toward his destination. It was a short walk around the corner before he approached the local bar and entered, unaware of the eyes on the back of his head. "So, what's the deal with this guy?" Izuku asked as he watched the man disappear behind the door of the building. He looked over to Toga, who laid on her stomach at the edge of the building they hid on that just so happened to have a perfect view of the bar across the street. "Never got his name since he's no one of super importance, but he's part of a group at this bar that always gets drunk and storms the town afterwards. I was able to get his blood in an aftermath of a fight he and his group got into with a few junkies a few blocks away," she explained with her head on her hands as her legs rocked back and forth. "Much like how a kid would while playing on their favorite rug. He also just so happens to be my neighbor, so that's a plus." Toga chimed at the thought of ridding of that annoying man. "Didn't realize I would be helping you deal with your grudges." Izuku half murmured to himself. "So, what now? Are we just waiting for these guys to get sheet-faced and walk down a quiet alley, or what?" "Pretty much." Toga chirped like it was the best part of her day. Izuku let out a sigh. If he had known there would be waiting, then he would have run by his house to change and drop off his backpack. Hopefully, things wouldn't get too rough and get his clothes roughed up. He'll have to pack his nightly walk clothes in his backpack for occasions like these. At least they would provide decent camouflage due to being nearly all black. It already helped since the sun had already dipped halfway below the horizon. The tall skyscrapers of the city next over casted a long-reaching shadow over the small town. As time would pass, the shadows would continue to grow until they were completely submerged in a field of darkness only illuminated by the lights of the neon signs and street lights. Izuku leaned further onto his backpack to exhale as one would do after having done a continuous amount of work. He took a moment to relax before he sat back up to view the notebook in his hand. Izuku wasn't a bad drawer to begin with. But after he consumed one of the college students who happened to be an art major, he could just stop right now and pursue a career in art. The drawing was that of himself in various poses with several different sketches of clothing. It had only taken him less than an hour to come with a collection of ideas for his costume. Funny that he would be doing this, as he definitely won't be a hero by this point. But that doesn't mean villains are running around in your everyday clothes. Especially the top dogs, which Izuku considered himself to be. He liked his usual jacket, but it would eventually get torn up. And there was no way Izuku was going to run around looking like a hobo. Professionals have standards. Maybe he'll get lucky and run into a secret villain costume maker to make him something custom. Speaking of, Izuku looked over to Toga. She had remained silent this entire time, which was strange for Izuku's impression of the girl. Even stranger, she had stayed absolutely still besides the shallow rise and fall of her torso. Her head was lowered on her arms as her eyes remained unmoving from the bar doors. Not the behavior of a killer, but rather a predator. Izuku looked at the sweater she wore. It was a personalized item she wore over some sort of school-styled uniform. Something about it caught his eye. "And here I was thinking you weren't that type of person." Her words cut through Izuku's thoughts as he realized she caught him starting. He turned away with a huff. "Your uniform. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." No matter how many times Izuku tried to scratch his brain for answers, he was only left with a faint sense of familiarity. Toga blinked at this statement before her expression shifted to that of a fine memory. She spaced off into the distance with a pleasured look on her face. Ah, this was the last thing she was wearing before she disappeared, wasn't it? Toga slightly fidgeted in place like she couldn't contain herself. Good times. She finished her scene and settled back into place. What the hell are you talking about? Izuku spoke up after a moment. Her answer to his question had disturbed him somewhat. You've probably gotten a glance at some lost person papers somewhere. Take a second look when you get the chance. Was all Toga said before she turned her attention to Izuku. But what about you? Who was your first kill? Izuku pondered a moment to share such information. But it didn't matter too much and it would help to pass time. Some BSTRD villain with a slime quirk. Izuku leaned his head back to stare up at the sky as he recalled that short PRD of time that he had died. It felt like yesterday. He tried to kill me to disguise himself. So, I simply returned the favor. Oh, how cool. Toga commented on the short story. So, did you always have that curiosity to kill, or did it just smack you in the face one day? The girl asked, eager to dig into Izuku's personal life. Again, Izuku questioned whether to share this information. But something about being able to tell someone these things. It was calming, somehow. F it. HMP, honestly, once upon a time, I would be revolted by the thought of killing another human being. Izuku raised his hand to look at his palm. But now, I'm revolted by something else. Izuku flexed his fingers at the thought of the man who turned him away. Toga could see that there was a key factor in Izuku's life that regarded his shift towards villainy. However, before she could ask, Toga suddenly changed her expression before she swung her head back towards the street. In that instant, that calm sound of the night city was abruptly ended by the noise of drunken laughter and cheers. Izuku followed her gaze back to the bar to see a group of men that had exited the open door of the building. Within that group was the man they followed here. A few of them still had beers in their hands that threatened to slip from their unsteady grips. The two teens looked back to one another. That's our cue. Her expression turned into that of gleeful anticipation. As Izuku gathered his things and swung his backpack over his shoulder, he too felt a grin pull at the corner of his lips. Oh! Everywhere the group went, they were followed by hearty laughs that endlessly bellowed down the streets. Despite that they are JRKS to the outside world, they were close friends that told of good times and always tried to make memories. Too bad for them, they were also followed by two who planned to end all that. The group had drunkenly roamed around town without aim. Because of this, it had led them at the beginning of a backstreet between several apartment buildings and small shops that were all closed at this hour. They were too deep in their drunken states to realize the two that stood on the other end. You want to kill them here. And I thought you were the cautious type. Toga teased as Izuku's sudden behavior. I'm getting tired of their voices. We're here to kill them, not look at the drool on their mouths. Izuku was admittedly a little annoyed with their behavior and how long it took to get to a somewhat secluded area. He tossed his backpack off to the side behind a standing restaurant sign. Like it was breathing to him anymore, Izuku activated his quirk. His body felt numb for a moment as his original heart stopped and his black heart took hold. It pumped his body with black blood that changed the color of his skin, hair, and eyes. Izuku felt his muscles thicken. He felt light as a feather and strong enough to crush stone. The effects of devouring all those young adults really made him grow. So, that's how it works. Toga mumbled in awe as she watched the transformation finish and Izuku begin his walk towards the group. She hurried closer to a good spot to sit tight and watch. The girl felt as excited about seeing Izuku murder them almost as much as doing it herself. Due to their intoxication, it took them longer to notice Izuku's approach despite how close they were. But once they did, it didn't take long before it was clear why they always got in fights. Oh, what's this? Boys, we got a kid this time. One of the men cooed like he's seen all this happen before. Ah, she's. What? They can't come out themselves to tell us to keep it down anymore? They gotta send their DMN kids out? Ha ha ha. Another man stumbled through his words as much as he did on his feet. Of course they did, man. Don't you remember what happened last time they tried to tell us to shut up? They tried to pick a fight with us. A third member of the group spoke up as the bear in his swished around in the dark brown bottle. They did pick a fight with us, dude. Taji got his nose fucking busted, remember? The second man recalled the memory as he spoke like a blubbering mess. Oh. My. Gosh. That's right. He looked straight out of an action movie. In his excitement, the guy nearly toppled over, but was able to catch himself on one of his friends. Yeah, but I still won that fight. Knocked out his DMN tooth. Taji, the man that Toga had taken blood from, exclaimed with glee. It would seem that they had already forgotten all about Izuku at this point. The boy's narrowed purple eyes displayed annoyance as one of them twitched with impatience. He let out a fake cough that brought their attention back on him. Oh ho ho, that's right. The first man from before spoke up as he made his way forward. Alright, listen little buddy. We're having fun here, and it's a real damper on the mood when someone tries to ruin it for us. So, how about we make a little deal instead, alright? Eventually, the man was able to step up to Izuku with uneven steps. He leaned down ever so slightly because of his tall height to match Izuku's. Because of the short distance between them, Izuku could smell the heavy scent of alcohol in his breath. It was also because of that, the man was able to get his first good look of the boy in front of him and process his abnormal appearance. The man only acknowledged it with a face before he spoke. If you can go back to whichever one of these little shithole apartments you live in and tell your mommy and daddy to SCK it up and take their buttes to bed, then I'll let you have a little taste. I'm sure all you kids are curious, heh? The man made a big goofy grin that looked even dumber since one eye was slacker than the other. He held his beer up to his mouth and pretended to drink it with ridiculous gulping sounds. Meanwhile, his friends all snickered in the background as they waited for Izuku's reaction. They didn't have to wait long. A wide and sinister smile suddenly grew on the boy's face. The man only a fraction of a second to register the haunting grin before he saw his life flash before his eyes. Izuku pushed the bottle into the man's mouth with his palm with vicious force. The man recoiled as the back of his throat was lodged with the tip of the bottle. He didn't have time to scream before Izuku threw a wide uppercut and slammed the man's jaw upwards. The bottle shattered in the man's mouth as both shards of glass and broken teeth erupted from the impact. The man once again had no time to scream before Izuku spun on his right foot and sent a powerful spinning back kick to the side of his head with his left heel. Izuku's strength had vastly increased as the man flew to the side with great speed and crashed into a pile of boxes before he fell to the ground limp. In a moment of horrifying realization, the rest of the men felt a wave of cold soberness. One man reacted almost instantly and lunged forward to swing a punch. To Izuku, it felt like slow motion as the fist went right over his head as he extended his own in the blink of an eye. Izuku didn't hold back in the slightest, and as a result, Izuku's fist burst through the man's stomach and out the other side, his spine clenched in Izuku's fingers. The drunk let out a final breath as the life was sapped out of his body before he sagged in the boy's hold. UBSTRD. Another member of the group charged forward. But not before he leaned low and scooped the concrete ground beneath him like mud. The chunk in his hand morphed into a katana-like weapon that the man held with both hands as he swung as Izuku's head. To the man's dismay, it never met Izuku's head. As time froze for a moment, bits and pieces of stone broke over Izuku's hardened arm that he had raised to block the attack. Before he could jump back, the man's head was gripped in Izuku's other arm before he was pulled to the ground where the man's face was crushed in the concrete. His body fell along with him with no resistance. Spiderwebbed crack filled with blood framed the man's head perfectly as Izuku stood back up to face the last two remaining fools. The smaller of the two screamed in spite before he ran towards his inevitable death. With his arms outstretched, he attempted a tackle. Only to be met with air. He fell to the ground face-first in a pathetic attempt to catch himself. What the hell are you aiming for? Izuku taunted the man with a psychotic grin. He leaned over and grabbed the man's ankle. Izuku lifted him up over his head with ease before he slammed him back down onto the ground. There was a slight crunch and the sounds of ripping flesh. The man's vision swarmed as his body struggled to process his surroundings and stay consciousness at the same time. He looked down with great effort to find that his chest had been impaled on a thin pole. He made a pointless effort to grab hold of it. However, he only made it halfway before his body gave out and his arms and head fell back to the ground. His head rolled slightly to reveal a puddle of blood had begun to form from the cave-in on the back of his skull. After Izuku watched the life leave his eyes, he turned to the last survivor. Or, in other words, the last victim. Oh, how ironic that it would be you to die last. The one who led us here today. Izuku spoke to Taji with an unhinged tone. The man had been reduced to a mess on the ground with snot and tears that ran down his face and a soaked pair of pants. He scurried backwards on the ground like a little bug just waiting to be stepped on. What's wrong? You were acting so high and mighty earlier. Izuku unexpectedly reached forward and grabbed the man by his shirt. The man panicked in the few moments he was just mere inches from Izuku's bloodied face. Jaya! Ah! Hell, help! Somebody, help me! It didn't take long before he was reduced to his basic survival instincts to call for anyone to save him. Although, the man probably knew that no one was going to. And Izuku knew it as well. You were talking about looking so cool with a bloody nose. You and your friends were having such a great time going on about it. I want to see it too, you know? Izuku's wide eyes and smile portrayed his psychotic playfulness that terrified the man to no bounds. Izuku slowly pared back his right arm and clenched his fingers tight into a fist. The man saw this and immediately began to scream and struggle even more. And no, please. I'll do anything. I'll stop, I swear dash. He wasn't quite able to finish his sentence before the blur of Izuku's fist connected with the center of the man's face. There was a crack and an impact of flesh. Just from that one hit, the man looked completely dazed and confused as to where he was and how he got here. His nose was entirely crooked and leaked a great amount of blood down his chin and over his cheeks. He did manage to blabber about a few incoherent words. But those too were silenced by another strike. The man blacked out for a moment from this punch. It was only because of the intense pain that he was forced to regain consciousness. Both of his front teeth were smashed in and his lips were busted. Upon the third punch, the man's shirt ripped and he landed on the cold hard ground. Now, there was pain in the back of his head while the rest of his body felt numb and weak. Through the last specks of light his wavering vision could see, he saw the form of Izuku above him. He saw him lift one of his feet high above his head. Then, there was release. Like the sound of stepping on a pumpkin, the man's head caved in and squished with a gushing splatter. Blood and gray matter burst from underneath Izuku's foot the moment he slammed it down on the man's skull. It was so satisfying to watch as Izuku took it all in. To kill was a pleasure he never knew he needed. There was a slight rustle to Izuku's left. He tilted his head slowly to direct his smile at the near-lifeless figure of the very first man. He was still alive somehow, despite that there was definitely glass in his throat and stomach. Guess that would explain why he was so pale and blood would constantly pour from his gaping mouth. He struggled to sit up and meet Izuku's gaze with a horrified expression. A weak cry came from his destroyed mouth before he worked his way on his feet and barely managed to work his way into what could hardly be called a jog behind the murderous teen. Izuku didn't even watch him go. He just smiled even more. That's the wrong way, Izuku said to himself. The man knew nothing of this and continued to run away. A trail of blood oozed from his mouth onto the ground, straight towards his end. He didn't notice it until it was already too late. A flash of metal and yellow eyes. The man slowly came to a stop. The ring of thick splatters filled his ears as his life drained from his slit throat. All at once, his body gave out. And he fell. Toga walked to Izuku's side in the middle of the backstreet as she liked her bloodied knife along the way. Was it good? The girl inquired with an expectant tone. Too good, Izuku muttered after a brief moment. So glad you agree, Toga replied, satisfied with his answer. Izuku looked back to the body below him. He raised his hand to his mouth and bit the end of his pointer finger. He felt the blood ooze out onto his tooth. The teen outstretched his hand forward above the mess of the man's head. A single drop of black blood landed in the center and immediately took effect. It consumed any blood it touched and took over the corpse like a disease. Toga, still fascinated by it, crouched down to take a closer look to watch the process. Izuku turned and flicked a drop towards the other bodies. For the man that Toga killed, Izuku flung a droplet at the beginning of his blood trail at the pile of boxes. The black substance followed the crimson path like a spark on a fuse. In less than a minute, Izuku had killed 5 people. In less than 15 seconds, all their bodies had disappeared within Izuku's veins. He moved his body to adjust the new feeling. It was a sense of power. Not as great as the one he felt at the college party, but still desirable. This was the life meant for me, Izuku mumbled. When he thought about back to the time when he wanted to be a hero, he was now disappointed with himself for thinking such an idiotic thing could be achievable. Now then, let's search their dash. Toga had leaned forward to listen to Izuku. But in the blink of an eye, she had been knocked to the ground. When she focused on the spot where Izuku had stood, she saw nothing but an empty spot. With movement in the corner of her eye silhouetted by the faint light of the pale moon, she turned to see a figure in the sky. A figure with large bat-like wings and a smaller figure clutched in its grasp. Midoriya! Toga yelled into the night while she heard the distant sounds of Izuku's voice that was slowly lost in the space between them. Oh, son of a! Izuku shouted in anger as he struggled to free himself. There was a tight grip around his waist that went up to his shoulder. It securely locked him in place against the body of his captor. He was quickly able to deduce they had a hard body. In the few times he was able to twist himself and see the large black figure above him, he could see a massive wingspan and white eyes. Good. Now Izuku knew what to aim for. With some help of his slime quirk, Izuku rotated his body to face the wing thing and grab hold of its head. He hardened his forehead and bashed the thing's head with his own. He heard a human-like shout of pain before the grip on him was released. Izuku was now in a free fall from high up. If he were to turn entirely into sludge, then the impact would mean hardly nothing to him. However, that plan never came to be when he was grabbed by the leg and swung aggressively due to the sudden change in direction. Izuku only had another moment to struggle before he was thrown forward. He flew backwards into a wall that gave way from the impact. Next, there was solid ground as Izuku landed hard and rolled for several feet. He was able to right himself at last and land on his feet. Immediately, he surveyed his surroundings for the BSTRD that brought him here. Wherever here was. At first, Izuku saw no sign of the winged man. There were only the unfinished walls around him. That was when he realized he had been brought to a construction site for a tall building. In the hole Izuku had come from, he had a long view of the town beneath him. Now, only to find what had grabbed him. A quick shadow caught his attention. Izuku spun in place to follow it, but it was already gone when he checked. Another flash of darkness. This time, Izuku was able to see that it had come through a window. Whatever they were circling the building from the outside like a vulture. And it put a smile on Izuku's face. Come on! Don't keep me waiting. Izuku's voice echoed through the rooms of the building. And his command was answered. A loud crash roared from behind Izuku. He quickly spun and faced his attacker. Scum! A deep voice bellowed from the massive man covered in stone. He had broad wings and a muscle-toned body comparable to All Might. He wielded a large sword that was pared back and ready to cleave Izuku's head straight off his shoulders. Izuku leaned back just in time to watch the thick blade miss only inches above his nose and cut a few strands of his purple hair. In retaliation, Izuku brought his arms over his shoulders and dug his fingers into the ground. He lifted himself up to perform a backflip. Once the timing was right, Izuku tucked his legs in and shot them back out to kick the Tone Man right in the chest. He felt the air get knocked out of the man as he flew up into the ceiling. His momentum carried him along the surface before he flew out of the same hole Izuku had made. Izuku got back on his feet and watched the man right himself midair and let his wings catch the wind. The boy's eyes stayed on the figure as he once again circled the building. His position was kept track of so Izuku to anticipate his next move. Everything has happened so quick that Izuku hasn't even gotten time to think of who this person was. Most likely a hero who just witnessed a boy devour several dead bodies. If so, then that would make this man the first hero Izuku would kill. And the thought of that enticed him. Izuku tensed when the shape of the hero did not follow his eyes. He searched through the windows around him to look for the incoming attack. But then, Izuku opened his mouth and inhaled. He tasted the air that left a chalky texture on his mouth. That was when he knew. Izuku jumped to the side. Just as he did, the man burst from the ground beneath him with his sword at the front. Izuku could clearly see that was a move intended to maim or kill. Okay, maybe not a hero. Izuku came to a stop from his dodge but realized he was quickly followed. The sword came at a vertical that Izuku narrowly dodged. He decided to go in for a counter when the man's side was fully exposed. Izuku hardened his fist and went in for a straight jab to test his opponent's durability. With his movement blurred, Izuku's knuckles slammed into his attacker's liver. The impact rang loudly and the man was forced back. He was able to keep himself on his feet since he stabbed his sword in the ground that quickly stopped him once he slid halfway across the open room. Izuku could clearly see that there was a look of surprised pain on his face. His free hand was held over the spot where the boy had connected his fist. When he pulled it away, both could see a chunk of stone was broken away. A few pebbled and particles chipped away to the ground from the cracks on his fractured wound. But no blood. The hole in his side revealed this not to be armor, but an entire body made of it. The man seemed shocked at this but kept his furious expression. "You're stronger than you look," he said cautiously. "You're weaker than you look." Izuku jabbed back with a wide grin. The man grunted in anger at his reply. Izuku was fully capable of breaking hard materials at this point. If this guy's body was made of only stone, then it would be like ripping apart cardboard for Izuku's current strength. Actually, the more Izuku looked at him, the more he saw resemblance to a gargoyle. Stone body with large wings. He was bald and had two tiny little horns on his head paired with pointed ears. Completely white eyes with no sign of blood or flesh. Who are you anyway? Izuku now felt curious about his identity. I am the Vigilante, Stone Sentinel, the guardian of the night that protects the innocent from black-souled villains like you. The tall man exclaimed as he pulled his sword from the ground and aimed it at Izuku. Oh, well, then I'm afraid you have the wrong person. I'm more black-hearted than anything. Technically, Izuku spoke the truth. But with his devious smile, it was of course hard for anyone who didn't know that to believe his words. Do not toy with me. You look no more than a child, but the sins you have committed are unforgivable and must be atoned for by divine punishment. Sentinel bellowed with confidence. Oh, so you're preacher type. The one who thinks God is whispering in their ear, guiding their actions and other bull like that. Izuku continued to mock the man. Insolence. You will see for yourself once judgment has been set upon you. Sentinel lowered himself into a stance and gripped his sword in both hands. Tonight, I will strike you down so that the people you've killed can rest. Only moments after the last word left his mouth, he was surprised to see Izuku had begun to laugh hysterically. Ha ha ha. You really are serious, aren't you? Once the boy was able to get it out of his system, his light-hearted smirk morphed into a dark grin. Sentinel faltered in the moment he saw such a stained expression. The only thing that you'll do is make my night more entertaining. The teen's voice came out like a cold stream that sent a chill down Sentinel's back. The vigilante said nothing and prepared himself for the fight. Izuku did the same. They both stared each other dead in the eye and waited for a sign to engage. May God guide my blade. Sentinel beckoned his prayer in the form of a sword swing. The two charged at the same time. Sentinel brought back his large blade and swung it forward. In the middle of his swing, Izuku brought his left arm up and hardened his forearm. He held his hand with his right for support and tanked the attack. The weight nearly caused his knees to buckle, but he held strong. Izuku threw his arm left to create an opening. Sentinel's sword was shoved to the side that revealed Izuku's next attack. He used the slime and solid-state quirk to shift his right arm into a long blade. Sentinel looked surprised, but not unprepared. Just as Izuku slashed forward, the gargoyle used his wings to propel himself backwards. Although, it would seem he wasn't quite fast enough when a shallow cut was left on his chest. So, that's your secret weapon? Sentinel yelled as he charged back in. One of them. Izuku called back mysteriously. Their blades clashed together in a continuous bout due to their equal strength. Sentinel had the weight advantage that made his attacks hit much harder because of the size of both his body and sword. Izuku was smaller, therefore harder to hit and easier to move around. Despite that the vigilante had wings, they were hard to use in this enclosed space, so they were only good for simple directions and small dodges. It resulted in a match of Izuku dancing around his opponent while trying to get around the wide blade that acted as a surprisingly good shield. Sentinel went for a wide swing that would have chopped Izuku's body from his legs if he hadn't done a side flip over it. He heard the large chunk of metal hiss through the air as it passed just underneath his head before he landed low on his feet and swept out his own blade to slice one of Sentinel's leg off. Too slow. Just as the voice came, so did the broadsword that pierced that ground right next to Sentinel's foot and blocked Izuku's attack. Right as the clash of their blades rang in their ears, the man's other foot launched a straight kick for Izuku's face. I could say the same. The teen was quick enough to raise his hardened left arm to block the kick. The force behind it was enough to send him flying backwards. Izuku's agility was enough to right himself midair and plant his feet in the wall he otherwise would have hit into headfirst. Izuku then rebounded from the wall and flew back toward Sentinel. He raised his bladed arm over his shoulder for a heavy strike. Sentinel was able to react in time and blocked with his sword. The momentum was enough to push the gargoyle back a couple feet as it strained to hold Izuku back. Then, he noticed the boy's smug expression. In one swift movement, Izuku's arm reformed. Just as it did, his other arm came up to clamp on the surface of his foe's sword. He pressed his fingers onto the cool metal and breathed in deep. In the blink of an eye, the boy's right knee shot up like a bullet while Izuku's pushed down with his hands. The blade broke in half between his hands where his knee smashed through. Tiny shards of metal decorated the scene of Sentinel's shocked face that his weapon was broken in the next moment. Izuku caught the end piece with his right hand and swung it at the man. Due to him caught off guard, the blade cut deep in his left shoulder. The vigilante howled in pain, but it was cut short when Izuku sliced again. He unleashed a flurry of gashes upon the man as he carved more and more into his stone body. Sentinel was lost in a panic as his weapon was used against him and his body was being broken apart. Once he was satisfied with that, Izuku moved his arm forward and pierced the blade right in the vigilante's stomach. Izuku let go and raised his right foot that kicked the blade deeper inside and launched him into the next room and against a pillar. Sentinel coughed with pain before he fell to his knees. The support beam crumbled from the impact and fell apart into chunks that half buried the broken gargoyle in rubble. It was a pitiful scene to see the high and mighty outlaw hero fall so far. So much that Izuku couldn't help but widen his smile. Where is your god now? Surely this is not all one of his faithful followers can accomplish in the face of evil, Izuku gleefully taunted. NN. A barely audible sound came from the man's cracked lips. Heh? Speak up. I don't think God can hear you. Izuku humiliated the man even further by putting his foot on top of his lowered head. Not when scum like you still exist. Sentinel raised his head against Izuku's foot. The boy didn't look much impressed, but he didn't care. Sentinel used his good arm to pick up one of the chunks of concrete and bring it to his mouth. It was Izuku's turn to be surprised when he saw the man bite down on the stone. It crumbled into pieces as he chewed vigorously before he swallowed. Are you actually eating concrete? Izuku voiced his amused question. He leaned back and howled with laughter at the bewildering scene. Meanwhile, Sentinel continued to devour blocks of rubble. And with all of it around him, it was like a feast. A feast that gave him strength. You are a fool. Izuku stopped when he heard the deep tone of the man. It was different from before. He looked down to see red eyes just as he felt the strong punch to his stomach. The air was shot out of Izuku's lungs as he was thrown backwards. Izuku had managed to land on his feet along with a hand to hold himself up while the other held his aching gut. He coughed a few times and caught his breath. When he looked up, he saw that Sentinel had risen from the pile of broken chunks. Izuku knew he hadn't imagined it when he saw that the man's white eyes were now a faint red. But now that he had a closer look, he could also see the injuries on his stone body were healing. It was as if the stone itself was alive and spreading over the cracks and left a polished surface. Oh, so you can heal by eating a bunch of rocks. Izuku made it sound much more pathetic than what it really was. But a healing factor was a healing factor. Izuku knew the importance of one since he had one himself. Not only that, but it hardens my body and gives me a boost in power. Even if you were to crumble most of my body to dust, I can still come back to enact judgment upon you. Sentinel walked with clenched fists towards Izuku, confident in his words. So, are you ready to atone? The gargoyle's serious tone was counteracted by Izuku's chuckling. I'm sorry, but I can't take you seriously when you talk like that. The boy made it all out to be a joke to anger the faithful Vigilante. And it worked just as Izuku predicted. Then perish. Both your body and soul. Sentinel lunged forward with his fist. Guess he planned to beat Izuku to death with his bare hands. Well, so can Izuku. A loud collision rung out in the taller section of the construction building. The unfinished ground shook slightly before everything went still and quiet. What was left was a shocked expression of agony on Sentinel's face. His vision showed his fist outstretched where it would have struck Izuku, only to see him gone. When he looked down, he found the boy close to his body. And his right arm through his stomach. You know, that actually would have pretty cool on your end if I had died there. Izuku mumbled casually like nothing was wrong. His stance was low to avoid the man's punch and he was basically shoulder deep in Sentinel's torso while his hand stuck out from his back. It's just too bad that I have my own power-up quirk. When he said this, Izuku looked up to meet his gaze. Sentinel was afraid of the eyes that gleamed into his with insanity. His black pupils were replaced by a vibrant red that had a soft glow. Veins of red extended from his pupil into his iris that mixed with the purple of his eye. It was the result of a quirk Izuku had yet tested. The one he took from the guy who tried to defend a group at the college party. A simple quirk really that enhanced one's strength at the cost of extra stamina in a burst of rage-like power. Berserk. In less than a second, Izuku pulled out his fist and spun on his left heel. His right heel flew like an arrow and crashed into Sentinel's side. But it didn't just hit him. The force was great enough to cleave the man's lower half from his upper. Sentinel screamed a throaty cry of panic and pain. The air was then forced out of his lungs when Izuku moved his hand forward and caved his chest in. He was launched back into the pile and broken pillar that created an explosion of dust. The halved man came out the other side and fell onto his face. After having seen his own body get cut in two with sheer strength alone was enough to cloud his mind with fear and put him in a state of survival. He spread his wings and used his arms to push off the ground. With a heavy flap, he soared into the air and towards an opening. Leaving so soon after all the trouble of bringing me here? Sentinel felt his heart drop when he heard Izuku's voice directly behind him. Izuku's arm was back into a large blade. With one swing, he severed his wings from his back. Sentinel fell back onto his face just a few feet away from the edge of the building. He didn't even get the chance to move before Izuku's foot was planted firmly on his back. I don't know about you, but to me, it seems like this justice of yours isn't all that great. Izuku grinded his foot between his shoulder blades. He then leaned down and grabbed hold of Sentinel's head to pull him closer. With Izuku's mouth next to his ear, Izuku gave his final words. That's because, in this world, there is no such thing as divine judgment. Sentinel's eyes widened in horror just before his head was ripped away from his body. Any sign of struggle or life was immediately ended with one move. Stone Sentinel's mouth was slightly agape in a perpetual state of lifelessness. His eyes were back to their original milky white. A few small specks and pebbles chipped away from his open neck. Justice is an illusion, and any of those who follow it are ignorant to how this world truly works. Izuku held out his hand towards the open sky where the crescent moon framed Sentinel's head. Anyone who believe in its lies are weak and deserve to be killed by the strong until there's nothing but a sick cycle. Izuku felt himself lost in the moment as he felt lighter as the words came out without much thought. He chuckled when he found it hilarious. But I guess I'm also a part of that cycle, aren't I? Playing this little game of heroes versus villains. Izuku's eyes narrowed and the corners of his lips pulled back. I can't wait to break it. Izuku crushed the head in his hand in one simple squeeze. Izuku was actually glad the Vigilante attacked him tonight. He felt as though his goal was closer and his resolve stronger. There was a slight nip the air. It was getting colder as the days went by. It was nice to stand there for a short time. But nice things never last. Izuku looked down to see the flash of red and blue lights far below and with plenty more on the way. They were too far away to see Izuku in the height of the unlit skyscraper. But that didn't mean it would be easy getting out. Izuku turned his eyes when he noticed a strange shape by his foot. It was a puddle of blood that was still flowing. He looked back to where he had left the corpse of Sentinel. Part of his body had turned back to flesh. The stone that remained was slowing, reverting back to skin and bones. And blood. That was all Izuku needed. On that night, the cops weren't able to deduce what exactly happened. Loud noises had drawn the police to the construction site. With all the recent events and murders, they weren't taking any chances. However, all they found in that building was a hole in the wall, a destroyed pillar, and a broken broadsword. Everything else hinted to an obvious fight. But to this day, no one knows who the fight was between. And now one saw the figure in the sky with large wings flying from the top. What was once a peaceful night was disturbed by sirens and lights of red and blue. Several police cars lined the bottom of a construction site. Officers scoured every inch of the building. At the end of their thorough investigation, all they found was damage to the structure on the 46th floor, a large broken blade, kind of waist garment and boots. Unbeknown to them, the person they were searching for was already gone. Aha! It's not fair. Toga cried atop of the roof with hopelessness. She gripped the chain link fence and shook it violently. The parade of cop cars in the distance became the target of her annoyance. She thought she had finally found a perfect partner in crime with the best blood she's ever tasted. But as she watched the construction site swarm with flashlights and pointed guns, she was certain the greatest thing to ever happen to her was now gone in the blink of an eye. Toga flipped around from the fence and landed on the yellow backpack that belonged to Midoriya. She held it tight and rolled on the ground as she wailed with frustration. No fair, no fair. She exclaimed once more. It felt as though her devotion was wasted after Toga had run all this way only to find Midoriya had already been taken by the police. In a sudden change of attitude, Toga's face darkened with killing intent as she sat up and brandished her largest knife. I'll go cut 'em all. Toga's conviction already had images of bloodied cops in her head. What the hell are you doing? A bewildered voice asked from above. Toga snapped her gaze to the sky where she saw a spectacular scene. Izuku was crouched on the chain link fence with large leathery wings that masked the stars behind him. For a second, Toga could only stare in surprise. How did you? She trailed off, unable to finish her question. Isn't it obvious? Izuku rose an eyebrow and shifted new wings around his back. It's easy to avoid attention when you're in all black. He gestured to his dark apparel as well as his dark body. The only thing that stood out about him were his bright purple eyes. So, what happened to the hero? Asked Toga as she stood to her feet with Izuku's backpack still clutched to her chest. Before he answered, Izuku jumped down from the fence and landed in front of the girl. Wasn't a hero. The winged guy was a vigilante. Otherwise, I might actually been in trouble if he had close contact with the government. Izuku explained after he turned to watch the flashing lights in the distance. We shouldn't stick around. Toga muttered. The longer she looked at the scattering officers, the more uneasy she felt. She extended the yellow backpack towards its rightful owner. Izuku glanced at it for a moment as he seemed to think something over. Hold on to it for me. It's too risky to walk around with this much activity going on. Izuku took his hands out of his pockets and turned towards the furthest fence wall. Hope you aren't afraid of heights. Huh? Toga voiced her confusion when Izuku lowered himself slightly. He turned his head to look at her expectantly. Come on. We don't have all night. Izuku flattened his wings to open a spot for Toga to sit on. The girl eyed it for a moment as spots of Izuku's muscular back shone through various rips and tears in his shirt. Toga faked shyness and grinned widely as she slowly giggled. Ah, no Princess Carrie? Toga attempted to ask innocently. Either get on my back or I'm taking my stuff and leaving. Izuku scorned past his embarrassment. Oh, but Midoriya. Toga paused while she approached. Izuku felt her presence on his back and pressed closely before he sensed her breath on the back of his ear. You were the one who invited me. A shiver ran through Izuku's body. He frowned upon himself for thinking this girl wouldn't do or say something creepy. You're already making me regret this. He groaned right as Toga settled on his back. She wore Izuku's backpack to allow her arms to wrap over his shoulders. When he found that suitable enough, he stood up. Toga's legs slipped over his side to find enough grip. Aren't you going to support me? Her voice hinted that she knew his response. I'm not touching you. Izuku told dryly. This might be sketchy at first. I'm still getting used to this. When the last word left his mouth, Izuku's wings snapped open. A whoosh of air announced their large presence. In the next moment, he took one large step. At the same time, his wings flapped down and launched them both just above the fence. Izuku placed another step down on the bar, kicked down once more. This time, they flew twice as high and soared over the buildings with ease. Toga was a little less than prepared when fall air blasted her in the face. She had to lower his head to protect herself from the wind. Toga wouldn't admit that she was a little overwhelmed by the quick takeoff. Although she couldn't see it, she could feel herself higher and higher from the ground. What happened to that smile of yours? This too much for ya? Toga could hear Izuku's taunt past the wind in her ears. Don't make fun of me. I've never flown on anything before. Toga defended herself with a glare at the boy. When she peeked through the crack of her eyelids, she caught a glimpse below. In a moment of clarity, Toga fully opened her eyes. Lights as far as the eye could see met her gaze. They were already a couple 100 feet in the air. Above the cold and warm fronts, it was surprisingly peaceful up this high. From here, one could see where the plane of city lights met the haze of the partially clouded sky. Like teetering on the edge of two worlds. Toga released her grip and reared up to sit on Izuku's back. She felt an experience she never knew of. A perspective of tranquility above everything else. I thought the same thing when I first saw it. Izuku's voice carried on the wind to reach her. She could tell that he was genuine. So, where do you live? I think we've had enough excitement for tonight. She didn't really know why, but Toga felt the need to smile at that question. She didn't bother to understand why and instead laid back down to point over Izuku's shoulder. That way. Oh. Izuku's foot touched down on sidewalk with a gentle touch. He was proud of himself to have learned to use his wings quickly. The memories of the gargoyle proved just as useful as his quirk. Toga hopped off from his back. When he turned to face her, Izuku had to stifle a laugh. Toga tilted her head in confusion when she saw this. What? Concern lined Toga's voice as she demanded an answer. Oh, no big deal. Izuku avoided looking at Toga's hair, which was blown back into one large cowlick. Anyway, this your place? Izuku looked back to the building they stood before. Rather than an apartment building he expected, Izuku was surprised to see an actual house. He could tell it was a little on the cheap end, but it was better in comparison to the small apartment he lived in. My little abode. Izuku wasn't sure what it was, but the way Toga said that hinted towards mixed emotions. Well, let's go. Just as abruptly as she spoke, Toga headed up the short walkway up to the house. Whoa. I'm just dropping you off. I got to get back to my home. Izuku quickly stopped her by holding onto the back of his backpack that Toga still wore. She turned her head to look at him with some sort of guilty smile. Oh, yeah. About that. Toga's hesitance worried Izuku. A couple minutes later. I can't believe you picked up a phone call from my mom. A groan stretched across Izuku's entire sentence. He had half his face buried in one hand with his elbows on his knees. Let alone that you somehow convinced her you're my classmate who needed help for semester finals. Hey, it worked, didn't it? Toga called from her room. She even sounded proud that you would be sleeping over at a girl's house. She teased. She was happy because you told her that there was a villain attack in town. She would have had a heart attack if knew I was out and about with all that going on at night. Exactly. Toga's voice sounded closer. Izuku turned to his left slightly to see her emerge from the hallway with a new set of comfortable clothes, being an oversized sweatshirt that made it difficult to tell if she was even wearing shorts. Everything worked out, so stop complaining. The girl pointed at him accusingly. Izuku rolled his eyes since he knew that she was right. Yeah, all right. Fine. I guess I should be thanking you. If she saw me like this, then she probably would have a heart attack. Izuku straightened up on the couch to look over his rugged and torn uniform. It was even worse on the back where Izuku's wings ripped large holes through the fabric. You're welcome. Toga responded proudly by placing her hands on her hips and lifting her head high. But Izuku didn't let her celebrate quite yet. I'm still confused how you were able to access my phone. It has a passcode or a Face ID scan. And not once did I open my phone at any point for you to have seen it. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the girl to let her know that he wasn't messing around. Despite his seriousness, Toga reacted with a grin and a cat-like gaze. Oh yeah. Guess it must be confusing when we haven't told each other our quirks yet. The words slithered from Toga's lips. She moved towards Izuku with one dramatic step after the other. Before Izuku realized what she was doing, she had already placed one knee next to his hip. Izuku immediately felt trapped as she straddled over him just like she did at the college party. He leaned back as far as he could and eyed her as warning. If Toga had any bad ideas, now would be the time for them since Izuku had already turned back into his normal form. All he could do for now is let her close in on his neck with her open mouth. He felt her sharpened teeth stab into the base of his neck. That same warm sensation of her lips and tongue pressed onto his skin as she sucked the blood out of his wound. Izuku continued to ignore the fact that there was a girl atop of him. The strangeness of the situation did the better part of distracting his mind since she still hadn't answered his question. And then, right before his eyes, he started to get it. He noticed it first when her weight increased. When he set his focus on her alone, he saw a waxy goo-like material expand over her body. Toga's frame grew rapidly to form muscles and increased height. Izuku's wonder exploded when he saw Toga's blonde hair get replaced by thick dark green curls. Much like his own. The goo patched together and looked much like the pants he wore now. He could even see his red shoes on her feet. Although he couldn't see it, Izuku suspected his ragged uniform to appear underneath Toga's shirt. Next thing he knew, Toga had leaned back from his neck to show him. Izuku stared at a spitting image of himself. Clothes included. There. Now you know. Toga held the same grin from earlier. She used one hand to whip the stain of blood in the corner of her lip before she liked it clean. It didn't take long for Izuku's black heart to pump blood, his body full of blood. Once he was able, he turned his body to sludge and shot back behind the couch and reformed a few feet away. A disturbed and bewildered look replaced his usual menacing grin as he overlooked his face and body with someone else's soul. Despite his reaction, Toga continued to smile. Can't blame you. The girl that looked like a boy leaned over the edge of the couch and laid her head on her arms. They say if you meet someone who looks exactly like you, it's your doppelganger there to kill and replace you because it's natural human reaction to fear themselves if it's not in a mirror. Which would also explain why I've seen that same face on everyone who's ever seen my quirk. For the duration of Toga's explanation, Izuku merely watched her. A pause fell over the room. When Toga began to look worried, Izuku relaxed with a sigh. His body drained of black blood and replaced with normal red. Once he was finished, he gave a slight bow with his head. Sorry. His voice confessed shame. Sorry? Toga echoed. It was now her turn to look confused. Izuku raised his head to meet her gaze. I'd be sick and tired if that was how people would react every time they saw my quirk. Izuku's statement wasn't based off just assumption. Izuku has learned to recognize the face of someone who has learned his quirk made him basically quirkless. So, in a way, he knew that feeling. Toga looked surprised with what he said. Sure, it was strange when she had the face and body of Izuku, but that little kid in him was still there somewhere. He was honestly interested in Toga's quirk. HMP, Toga turned her head with a huff and a light smirk. I learned to ignore it. Like how I learned to ignore a lot of things. In the middle of sentence, Toga's form once again began to shift. The same goo thinned and spilled from her body. For a moment, Izuku thought there was going to be huge mess. But the more he watched, he quickly realized the goo began to simply disappear not long after it disconnected with her skin. But what I can't ignore is you. Her tone changed and her eyes curiously looked over the boy. And you made it weird. Izuku sighed. He walked back over to the couch and sat on the opposite side. I mean your quirk. Toga corrected. I think I got you figured out. She twisted herself on the couch to face him in a crisscross position. Oh yeah? Izuku rose an eyebrow. It's kind of obvious after watching it happen a couple times. You consume people using your blood. Then, you can use their quirks for yourself, right? That's how you got those wings. You took them from the Vigilante. Toga pointed a finger at the boy for him to try and challenge her conclusion. Izuku hummed at her behavior. That's about the gist of it. However, I can't use just any quirk. It has to be physical type quirk, otherwise my blood can't replicate it. Izuku fixed the girl's description. Oh, so it's a copy quirk. There are certain conditions you must meet first before it can work. Toga tilted her head to process the information. On the other side of the couch, Izuku was a little surprised by her words. Yeah, I guess so. Although, I would call it more of a plunderer. It still seemed strange for Izuku to explain his quirk. There were things he was still learning about it since he hadn't used it for long. But isn't that basically what your quirk is? Izuku flipped the attention onto her. Plundering? Toga scrunched her face to show that she was puzzled. No. A copy quirk? Is that why you have to ingest blood? To copy the appearance of the person you take blood from? Izuku tried again. This time, Toga's expression changed to understanding. Yep. That's how my quirk works. The more blood I ingest, the longer I can disguise myself as that person. Toga nodded. Can you copy their quirk too? Izuku felt a bubble of excitement when he asked that question. However, the look Toga got already told him the answer he didn't want to hear. No. I've tried. The girl sounded disappointed. Well, it's still a useful quirk. To deceive is to win. And if anyone told Izuku otherwise, he would punch them in face. Ha! Toga bellowed with amusement. Alright, here's another question for ya. Why does your blood taste different? That was another question Izuku wasn't sure about himself. Can't say exactly why. Although, I have a pretty good idea that it's because my second heart is highly concentrated with quirk cells. So, I'm assuming my blood is the same way. When Izuku's wondering eyes landed back on Toga, he saw her perplexed posture. Okay, 2 things. You didn't tell me you had 2 hearts. She almost sounded offended. And, I was talking about how your black blood tastes different than your red blood. Oh yeah. Forgot about that part. Izuku admitted nonchalantly. But yeah, it's how every story of a 4-year-old goes. They get some sign that their quirk comes in. Mine was a pain in my chest. Later that day, doctor showed me scans of my chest with a completely new black heart. Izuku left out the part where it was basically a dead organ in his chest for most of his life. That would a story for another time. He was more concerned with what Toga said. And what do you mean that my bloods taste different? I thought it was just your black blood that stood out. Like a big juicy steak from a 5-star restaurant. But when I tasted your regular blood earlier, I noticed that it was also super good. But it instead tasted super sweet. Like fruit. Or maybe candy. Toga seemed to get lost in the thought as she chewed on the end of her finger. Izuku turned away to think to himself. Now that he really had no idea about. It made sense that his black blood would taste different. But his regular blood? Was it some sort of side effect of his quirk? No idea if I'm being honest. That's new to me too. Izuku put his hands on the back of his head and looked up at the ceiling. He really did have a strange quirk. A lot of things have been strange ever since it awakened. Speaking of things that are strange. You're not all creepy and unhinged for blood anymore. Izuku voiced his thoughts about how Toga actually seemed normal for the past few minutes they talked. Neither are you. She jabbed back with a grin. Izuku couldn't help but huff out a chuckle. Touché. Guess we both live double lives. Izuku found it amusing how similar their teen villain lives were. Oh yeah. Don't you have school tomorrow? Toga perked up in realization that it was a school night. Yeah, but one of the side effects of consuming a person gives me energy like they were an entire barrel of coffee. So, after eating nearly 50 people in the last 2 days, I probably won't be sleeping until next month. Izuku's only guess for why is because his blood also squeezes any energy out of the victims he consumes the same way he gets their memories. Or something like that. His quirk really didn't waste anything it ate. Bet that's nice. Toga mumbled with a hint of jealousy. As soon as she did, she paused to think of something. Actually, I think drinking your blood does something similar to me. My last 2 nights have been restless. As Toga said this, she flexed her hands back and forth between fists and open palms. This, again, aroused Izuku's interest. Do you normally feel side effects from drinking blood? He inquired. No. At least, none that I've never noticed. Maybe this has something to do with what you said earlier. About your black blood having a lot of quirk cells. Toga threw out her idea. This caused Izuku to fall deep in thought as he leaned onto his knees and held up a hand to his chin. Maybe. Our quirks both revolve around blood. So, I think there's compatibility between us using our quirks. Intriguing. The nerdy part of Izuku leaked out. That's what I like to hear. Toga interrupted his thoughts with yet another gentle whisper that made Izuku think of a snake right before it strikes. This girl was something else. Anyway, since both of us will be up, wanna watch TV? A sudden and genuine innocence accompanied Toga's question. Izuku was a little thrown off guard by how childish she seemed rather than the bloodlust-driven murderer she was just an hour ago. Don't you have school tomorrow? Izuku interrogated the girl who pouted at his question. What are you, my parents? Like I said, I'm restless and I want to watch Days Numbered. Another gleam of regular excitement flashed in her eyes as she reached for the remote on the coffee table in front of them. The first time was one thing, but the second time struck Izuku with a feeling that he wasn't bunkering down with an allied villain, but instead just a teenage girl with a simple life. Outside of the fact that she's a cold-blooded killer. Well, DMN, that's about to make this next part awkward. Alright, fine. I got nothing better to do. But first, this is driving me crazy. The loose threads of Izuku's shredded shirt kept tickling him. He stood to his feet and pulled of the top of his uniform. Just like that, he became a lot more aware of his muscular build and turned his narrowed eyes towards the blonde. Toga had a smug grin and even the audacity to have a slight blush. Don't make it weird. Izuku pointed an accusing finger to accentuate his demand. Toga said nothing but looked away with his smug smile still shining. I don't suppose you happen to have anything that would fit? Nope. Toga popped the P in her quick reply. It wasn't the answer Izuku wanted, but he'll just have to deal with it for now. He dropped his shirt on his backpack that sat on the floor next to the couch. Good thing his pants weren't nearly bad except for a few measly scrapes because there was no way he was taking those off in this situation. Somehow, the night had taken an unprecedented turn of events that Izuku would have never seen coming. Was that a bad thing? Well, he could think of worse. Honestly, sitting here on the couch watching some random TV show with a girl he hasn't known for long and wants his blood didn't seem all that awful. With the only light coming from the TV, Izuku felt everything around him to be surreal. The word strange once again popped up. It took him nearly a decade of torment in his sad life before it all changed in the blink of an eye. But not everything changed. He found that he would occasionally laugh at some parts of the show with Toga. They would sometimes comment back and forth about something generic. He could still feel what everyone else felt, despite being a villain. And for the first time in a long while, he felt that faintly familiar feeling of having something like a friend. So, no. Things weren't bad at all. Time felt non-existent after a while. The episodes blurred together while Izuku dived into his thoughts, or he noticed every single detail in the show while his mind was blank. This was a new kind of boredom Izuku never experienced before. His body didn't feel tired in the slightest. His eyes were wide open and his brain fully active. Yet, there was nothing happening to distract his hungry conscience. There's been nights like this before, but those were spent roaming the streets or doing his hobbies silently in his room. All he had here was his backpack and a sad excuse for a shirt. Wait a second, where was he? He became so disconnected with reality for a time that he forgot where he was. Izuku straightened up and gave himself a good double slap on his cheek. He then scanned the place around him. Oh yeah, Toga's house. Izuku honestly expected something a little messier, but he was impressed to see a tidy home. Then he remembered Toga entirely. Somehow, he had forgotten he wasn't the only one on the couch. Izuku looked over to the other side to see. She was still there. Only, now, she was laid down halfway with her head propped up by a pillow. Izuku had to avert his eyes when her outstretched legs caught the attention of his teenage brain. The fact that was how he learned she was actually wearing anything underneath was not his best moment. This girl for some reason trusted him way too much. What Izuku instead laid his eyes needed him to lean forward a tad. The sight caused him to huff through a smirk. And I thought you said you were restless. Izuku whispered when Toga's sleeping face lit up from the TV screen. Izuku stood to his feet before he took his sweet time to stretch. He was satisfied when several things popped and his body did that weird shiver. His silent steps brought him around to the back of the couch directly behind where Toga slept. Looks like you're getting that princess carry after all. Izuku rolled his eyes as he bent over and very carefully scooped up the still girl. She was light in his arms as she barely stirred from his touch. Don't stab me now. Izuku could honestly see a knife suddenly going into his throat if he woke her up wrong. Thankfully, he had managed to hoist her up and ready to go. Only bad thing was Izuku was once again conscious that he was shirtless. He took one step after another in the direction he suspected to her room. On his first try, Izuku approached a doorway where he saw what was most likely what he was looking for. He stepped in and headed for the bed. After a swift sequence of carefully calculated movements, he has successfully planted the girl in the middle of the bed. Izuku sighed with his task done. A simple look around the place didn't strike anything out of the ordinary for Izuku. It was a generic room with a slightly feminine touch. Maybe just a little more girly than his mother's room. Alright, a single look around was enough. Anything more and Izuku would feel like he was snooping. He turned and headed for the door past the same dresser he walked by on the way in. Although he had said no more looking, there was something that caught his eye. Izuku backstepped until he was back in front of the frame his attention picked up before. A picture frame to be exact. Out of everything else in the room, this was the only thing that stood out for the simple reason that it was broken. It didn't even stand on its leg, but instead laying down. Izuku picked it up and got a closer look. It didn't take long before he saw Toga in the picture in front of a house he'd never seen before. With her were unfamiliar people. But if he had one guess, the sandy blonde-colored hair they had made it easy for him. A mother, a father, and 2 younger siblings. Overall, it looked like a nice family picture. What made it seem otherwise was the 2 puncture marks that went through the glass and the picture. Directly through the parents' chests. Oh boy. A quiet sigh left Izuku's lips as he rubbed his neck. There's no way this wasn't going to come back up sometime later. For now, Izuku simply set the picture gently back down in the same spot he picked it up from and resumed his retreat out the door before he closed it behind him. A few seconds later, he was back in the living room. Alright. Got the room to myself now. Izuku lightly cupped his hands together in anticipation to pass the time. The only problem was, I have no idea what to do. Izuku groaned when he realized that the situation hasn't changed. He couldn't do anything that involved motion without risking making noise. Sketch in his notepad? He did a bunch of that earlier in the day. And he had no homework either. Izuku groaned again before he slumped back onto the couch. Maybe there was something else on TV he could watch. The remote on the table met his gaze. He leaned forward and reached for it. Just as hand was mere inches away, he stopped. He froze for a few seconds as his mind raced through the thought. It's been quite a while since all the fuss at the construction site. The cops will have most likely died down by now. And thanks to his knowledge of heroes, Izuku couldn't think of a single one who would patrol at night. Who can also fly? Izuku slowly turned towards the front door. A big smile stretched across his face. What? Whoa! Izuku's voice echoed in the empty expanse around him that was the sky. He pushed himself to go as fast as he could. His memories of the gargoyle's speed seemed promising. But that was before it was mixed in with Izuku's superior strength and smaller body. He sailed through the air like an arrow. The city below him zoomed past faster than he could count the streets he passed. The air felt cold on his skin, but it made him feel more alive. It's anyone's wish to be able to fly. But now that Izuku has experienced it for himself, he truly feels that everything in the past was worth it. Of course, not without dropping a few people from several hundred feet in the air first. But he would save that for another time. Izuku tucked in his wings and dive-bombed for the ground. An empty street closed in fast. In only seconds, Izuku was already a few meters away from cement. At the last second, Izuku unfurled his wings that caught the air with a vice grip. Izuku swooped up and came a couple feet from the painted yellow line on the street. Anything that was light enough and not attached to the ground was picked up by the wind of Izuku's wake. He continued to pull up to the sky. He flapped his wings to gain even higher altitude. Each powerful beat brought the sky closer to his reach. The clouds began to close in. And then finally, he broke the barrier. Izuku stopped his wings and held them in place to hold the air and himself still. It was so bright up here. Above the layer of clouds that separated this vast emptiness from the quiet city was an eye full of stars. In the middle of it all, the moon shined like Izuku had never seen before. The clouds were blanketed in its cold hue. Izuku exhaled. He saw his breath leave his mouth and join the clouds around him. He closed his eyes and felt the air around him. For a short moment, nothing else in this world mattered. He truly was alive. Hours passed. Not several hours due to how late Izuku soared above the city, but enough to draw him back into a blank state of mind. He may not have fallen asleep, but it felt like he dreamed with how loose his conscience drifted. The difference between this and actual dreaming was that he remembered everything, and time resumed as normal. Izuku will seriously need to find a new hobby to keep himself occupied on nights like these. It helped that he had his earphones plugged into his phone, which was playing music. But still, for the duration that he had been laying on this couch trying to embrace actual sleep was annoying. The world around him still had impact on his mind. Not sound nor sight, but mainly feel. The couch seemed like it was a part of him now. Because of this, he now felt bad for those with insomnia or were immortal. With there being millions of quirks, there bound to be a few people with immortality, right? Might as well as seal the deal and find one of them someday. Then finally, after hours of nothing to fuel his brain, something reacted with one of his senses. His nose. Were those eggs? Izuku felt his eyes peel apart and stir from such a long period of stillness. He craned his neck to lift his head where the sunlit house came into view. Oh, thank God, morning. Not just that, but ahead was the kitchen where steam rose from behind the counter. Izuku removed one of his earbuds and heard the sizzling of a pan. In the window to said kitchen, Toga stirred and moved things about which Izuku could not see. Izuku immediately took notice that her hair was down. Meanwhile, Toga must have also noticed Izuku's movement. Well, look who's finally awake. Toga teased from across the room. Izuku could only look confused for a moment. How the hell had she already gotten up and started cooking and he not notice at least the vibrations in her movements? Also, she can cook? I was already awake. I'm just confused how I didn't notice you. Izuku felt out of place on the couch knowing that Toga could have been right next to him at one point, and he couldn't tell. He really needs to breathe with his mouth every once in a while. After sneaking up on several victims, I've learned to have a light step. Her answer reinforced Izuku's wariness that he should be more aware of his surroundings. I'll keep that in mind. Izuku said half to himself after he sat up and did some light stretches. Did you teach yourself to cook too? Izuku asked. Not really. I can't even really cook. I just know how to do some easy breakfast stuff that I searched up since I get lunch and dinner somewhere. What about you? Can you cook? Toga asked as if she already knew. And the answer was, mixed. Izuku was only 14 and living with his mom, so he's never had any reason to cook. But since he's gotten the memories of dozens of adults who have, Izuku probably could. Sure. Maybe. Izuku gave his best answer. He'll have to test it out sometime. Toga appeared thrown off by his answer but didn't question it. But anyway, what happened to you? I thought you said you were restless. Izuku took his chance to tease the girl back. A chance which her reaction was not what Izuku expected. Honestly not sure. Toga started slow, her expression lost and puzzled. All I remember was being really into the show before feeling super dizzy and passing out. Next thing I knew, I was in my bed with my alarm going off. Which, by the way, I don't remember laying myself in. Toga finished with a smug look that flipped her previous statement. Yeah, whatever. You have some sort of condition or something? Izuku quickly ignored that last part. Other than a frequent thirst for blood, not that I know of. Toga answered like the blood thing was completely normal. Well, this was odd. And a bit of an inconvenience. Well, make sure it's not a reoccurring problem. It'll be a real pain in the butt if you pass out while we're out doing not so legal things. There would be trouble if Toga suddenly became a liability. Especially after she worked herself up to be useful to him. You're worried about me? Toga cooed with an overly pleased expression. Izuku simply didn't respond other than with an eye roll. Anyway, these are pretty much done. I made you a bowl too. This raised an eyebrow on the boy. Izuku didn't take Toga as a rude person, but to make him food was awfully generous. For the same reason he couldn't sleep, Izuku wasn't particularly hungry, but he too wasn't a rude person to turn it down. Toga did one or two more things behind the counter before she went to the left and entered the small dining room where she was no longer covered. She placed down the two bowls on the table and turned to see that Izuku had stopped halfway with wide eyes. What? She asked, clueless to the reason behind his reaction. You go to Some? Izuku voiced his shock. Toga was confused on how he came to that conclusion at first, but then she realized that she had already put on her school uniform which Izuku recognized. Oh, yeah. Is that so surprising? Toga waited for an answer with a tilt of her head. I mean, yeah, kinda. Isn't it a higher-class prestigious school that everyone parent wants their kids to go to? Izuku, for one, was thoroughly bewildered that Toga was a member of such a place. Not to mention that, well, she was a villain. Guess he was wrong to be surprised though since Toga responded with an upset pout. You know, as much as I like to see your face when you're impressed by me, I'm hurt that you think so little of me. Toga planted her hands on her hips and turned away. Great, and now Izuku had to deal with this. Okay, sorry. Sheesh. But you have to understand that from all the people I've killed, not a lot of them are as impressive. It's actually kind of depressing. Izuku admitted so that the girl could feel better. Oh, wow. It was Toga's turn to be caught off guard by Izuku's words. Wait, how do you know all that? Do you take their memories too? Actually yes. I forgot to tell you that too. Izuku figured it was better to just admit things as they come up. There was just too much to get out all at once. Their conversation was interrupted by Izuku's phone going off in his pocket. Ah, that's my alarm. I'll need to get going here soon. I still need to drop by my apartment and get my spare clothes. Izuku quickly turned off his phone and sat down at the table. He was quickly intrigued by the bowl of food that looked as good as it smelled. A fried egg lay atop a bowl of rice mixed with some sort of sauce. A simple dish, but the taste was pleasant after Izuku took the first bite. Toga also sat down and dug into her bowl. It became silent after that as the rush of things kept them busy. Not many words were exchanged after until Izuku was headed out the back door to prevent people from seeing leaving shirtless. Good luck getting home. Toga said from the back door. DMN, you even have a little backyard. And thanks. I might actually need it. Izuku replied as he looked around to find his safest escape point without attracting attention from neighbors. It might be better if you take the back path around the corner. The fences are a little higher over there. That way you can rush to the busier part of the city where it's a lot easier to hide. Toga pointed the way. As she did, Toga caught Izuku giving her a look. What? Another thing you didn't expect me? The girl half teased. Maybe. If I didn't know, I would never suspect you to be a villain. You just look like an innocent schoolgirl. It didn't help that she wore a Some outfit which instantly made anyone look like an esteemed member of society. Not to mention, her hair being down made a big impact. Toga turned away with a huff. It didn't last long before she grew a smirk and fluttered her eyes. Am I pretty girl? Toga cooed. And, I'm leaving. Izuku did a 180 and didn't look back. You already told me once and I'll get you to do it again. Toga called out for him to hear. Knowing that her statement would get Izuku's attention, she quickly closed the door just as Izuku whipped around. The F-dash? I never said that. Where the hell did she? Oh. Izuku was almost convinced she lied. But then, the foggy memory of when they met popped up. It wasn't direct, but Izuku did say something along those lines right before he. Oh God, he kissed Toga. The front field of Aldera Middle School was lightly populated by students. Mainly those who just arrived or refused to be in the halls they hated. But just outside of the surrounding gate wall, nobody noticed the flash of movement that shot from tree to tree. The blur then moved from the closest tree to behind the wall and out of view. Then, like nothing was wrong, Izuku stepped out from around the corner of the gate. Fresh uniform like nothing happened. He walked through the school grounds towards the entrance with ease. At this point, it felt stranger to do normal things without thinking of it like it was a part of his alter ego. Very few people acknowledged Izuku. Those who did quickly turned to their friends to talk about what happened last week with Suda and the two boys in the cafeteria. Izuku was done with everyone pushing him around, but all this extra attention was undesirable. Honestly, just coming to school anymore was undesirable. Maybe he'll start taking classes online and finish early. That actually sounded like a good idea. Funnily enough, Izuku passed Suda in the hallway. When the boy noticed, he stared at Izuku with a combination of hate and wariness. Izuku merely responded with smug smile. And with that, Izuku already knew that this was going to be an exciting day. So far, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Just another day with little to no personal contact with any of his classmates other than the occasional glance his way. Before, they were glances of disgust or devious for future plans. But now, Izuku could see caution in their eyes. He would be surprised if pretty much every student knew of his recent rebellions. The only one who didn't seem wary was Bakugo. Izuku made direct eye contact with him a little bit ago. The blonde had a more menacing gleam to his eye than usual. Probably because he failed to catch Izuku yesterday. Looks like he's gonna fail again today. The only future interaction Izuku wanted with Bakugo was to see his face when Izuku finally ends him. Only then could Izuku bear to even think of the explosive teen. Oh, what a glorious day that will be. But for now, it was time for gym. Alright, kids, get over here. For once, the gym teacher actually showed up to his own class. Only because everyone was interested by his rare appearance, students gathered around. It's close to the end of this semester, so that means another physical exam. His announcement was followed by a mix of either groans or hums of interest. Ah, shut it. We can either do the exam or I can get fired, so get a move on. Some of you help me set this stuff up. Izuku found himself in an interesting situation here. Should he hold back to not draw more attention than he already had? Or should he go all out and watch everyone with their dumb faces as Izuku crushes everything? It might be better that Izuku lay low. Considering everything going on, it might be bad if someone were to start pointing fingers. Yeah, right. Izuku is gonna have himself some fun. Due to the class size, 4 people would go at a time. Volunteers would go first until random people would be chosen. Izuku decided to not go first. He'll let a few go before him just to see how bad they were since Izuku never bothered to pay attention in previous exams. Once he's had enough, Izuku stepped up to the 50-meter dash. Izuku stepped firmly in place at the line. Barely a few seconds later, he saw someone step up next to him. When Izuku looked over, he was surprised to see Bakugo. At the same time though, was he really surprised? The blonde shot him a long look. The one that meant you're going to lose. Not anymore. Izuku couldn't care less to see who the other 2 runners were. All that mattered was himself and Bakugo in this race. Kick his butt, Bakugo. Izuku was pretty sure that was Suda who said that, but it was hard to tell since most of the class was cheering for Bakugo. Izuku couldn't wait to see their faces. Go! The gym teacher yelled. All 4 ran from the line, but only 2 launched. It wasn't a surprise for everyone to see Bakugo in the front. What was a surprise was that Izuku was ahead of him and quickly gaining distance. The F-dash? Izuku heard the shocked yell from Bakugo. A smile instantly spread across his lips when he heard those words. Before they knew it, the dash was already over. And for the first time ever, Bakugo came in second. A cacophony of chatter filled the class that Deku had just beaten Bakugo. Meanwhile, the blonde stood frozen at the end of the 50 meters with borderline horror in his eyes. He whipped his head around to spot the greenette with a fully confident smug grin. What happened, Bakugo? I thought you tripped since you were so far behind. Izuku let the words flow freely from his lips. And the result? If Bakugo ever truly looked like he wanted to kill him, it was in that moment. That's enough. Back in line. The teacher put minimum effort in the demand. It was only because of the teacher's presence that Bakugo didn't leap on Izuku right on the spot. Izuku said nothing and walked away. He didn't even have to look to know all the stares he got. Look who was weak now. And it continued for every exercise. Izuku figuratively crushed the grip test. Although, if he were in his black form, he knew he could have done it literally. The standing long jump was a breeze. Even without using his quirk, very few people came close to his distance. In the repeated sidesteps, it was easy to see who didn't take this seriously. But it was a full-on joke when some people tripped over their own feet. The ball felt weightless in Izuku's hand. It flew through the air like an arrow and hit the wall on the other side of the gym. Not even Bakugo was able to get that far before the ball would at least bounce once off the ground. Izuku felt like humming a tune during the sit-ups. Fast-paced and easy-breathing, Izuku had pretty much no competition until he was the last one going. Unfortunately, this was where Izuku's winning streak stopped. He was more in shape than anyone else here and for sure flexible. But his muscle prevented him from going those last few inches to surpass the smaller and skinnier girls of the class. Can't win them all. But that for sure as hell wouldn't prevent him from trying. Especially since they were on the last test. Once again, Bakugo was directly at Izuku's side. Unlike the previous tests, every student was in this one. A total of around 70 teens lined up at the starting point. I don't know how the F you were able to cheat the way you did, but I'll figure it out and show everyone just how pathetic you really are. Izuku mentally grinned from ear to ear. He looked over to meet Bakugo's intense gaze. Me? Pathetic? But, Bakugo, you're the one who's been stuck behind me in second place the entire time. If anything, that's what's pathetic. It felt so good to say those words. As expected, Bakugo looked ready to explode. I'm gonna crush you, nerd. Bakugo was practically breathing flames at this point. Anyone close enough to hear backed away a few inches. Sure you will. Izuku didn't take the threat seriously whatsoever. This nearly pushed the blonde to his limit as tiny cracks popped in his hand. Izuku wasn't sure why he kept egging Bakugo on, but seeing his irritated face made him not care. Sure, there was going to be repercussions later on, but he would deal with those when the time came. For now, he was just going to worry about rubbing Bakugo's loss in his face as much as possible. Go! Upon their teacher's command, dozens of students rushed from the line. It took no more than a few seconds to determine their places. At the very front, Izuku and Bakugo were shoulder to shoulder. Bakugo glanced to his left to see Izuku looking at him with a smug expression. He clenched his teeth when he saw that Izuku seemed unbothered or even tired. TCH. You BSTRD. Bakugo extended his left arm towards the greenette's head. Before he could touch a single strand of hair, Izuku ducked low. Next thing Bakugo knew, his leg was prevented from moving forward and something caught it. The ground came quickly after. Bakugo's effort to save himself didn't prove much useful due to his high momentum. He hit the ground hard and tumbled even harder. There was once his knee banged against the floor particularly rough. Bakugo's trip ended on his stomach. He strained a growl from the spotted pain on his body where bruises already began to form. He heard several of his classmates stop behind him. These extra better not dare to try to help him. He was filled to the brim with rage that the pain weakened. That BSTRD Deku tripped him and made him look like a fool. He'll show him. He'll kick his little FING butt. In the process of Bakugo getting up, he noticed someone directly in front of them. At the top of his vision, there was an open hand. Bakugo craned his neck to see Izuku. He stood tall with a stoic face. The hand he held out was perfectly outstretched to take. But as Bakugo looked Izuku in the eyes, he sensed nothing inviting from it. What the F has gotten into you, Deku? Who the F do you think you are? Bakugo smacked at the hand away. There was a short feeling of nostalgia before he jumped up to his feet and grabbed a hold of Izuku's collar with both hands. Now that they were eye to eye, Bakugo finally saw just how much taller Izuku was now. All it did was add to his fury. I'll kick your FING butt, shitty nerd. Bakugo yelled fully in Izuku's face. But not once did he blink or even react to the threat. Instead, Izuku merely sighed through his nose. Even when beaten on the ground, you still act as though you're above a helping hand. Izuku stated plainly like he wasn't surprised. I don't need anything or anyone. I'm the one to surpass All Might and become number one. Bakugo shouted what he's believed in ever since he got his quirk. And that's exactly the reason that someday Izuku lifted his right hand and gently put his pointer against Bakugo's chest. You're going to die. Izuku whispered what he believed in. And this was fact. Not that Bakugo knew it, of course. All that Bakugo knew was that the statement threw him off a little. His grip wasn't so tight anymore and his anger had been mixed with confusion. Hey, what's going on now? You guys couldn't even do a single lap without screwing something up. The gym teacher finally walked up after taking his sweet time. Can't say there's much going on anymore. Everything's been said. Izuku looked to the teacher and spoke with a relaxed tone. He then turned back to Bakugo with the smallest hint of a smile. Right, Kaken? It must have been the way Izuku said his nickname for him, but Bakugo was disturbed by his words. Even if the teacher weren't here, Bakugo wouldn't be sure where to go from here. As if it wasn't obvious already, Bakugo confirmed it. Izuku was different. And not just a little different. He was a completely different person. Therefore, Bakugo didn't know how to react. So, he simply clicked his tongue and let go of the brunette's shirt. Izuku brushed himself off before he gave the blonde a smile. Bakugo didn't know why, but that smile gave him chills. The rest of the school day went without incident. Mainly because Izuku didn't stay for the rest of the day. Once they finally got through the long-distance run, which Izuku got first place by the way, he decided to just say F it and excuse himself for the reason of feeling ill. Which wasn't entirely false since Izuku wanted to do something ill. The urge to make a lullaby with Bakugo's screams right there in that gym put Izuku in a mood to take his sweet time with his next plaything. Guess that was how Izuku found himself here leaned up against the brick wall that surrounded the Somei school grounds. Since Toga had done it to him, Izuku went ahead and took the obligation to do it himself. He was hoping she had someone quick and easy to get to. After that, he would see what came up next. The bus ride took the perfect amount of time to get here that left Izuku at the gate just 5 minutes before the bell rang. Students had already begun to pour out of the gate. Groups of students lingering to talk or get together to discuss plans. This was a Friday night after all. All the more reason to start it off with a bang. While Izuku kept to himself with his thoughts, he would occasionally get glances from others since Izuku was obviously from another school. Whether they knew he from Aldera or not, he didn't know. He doubted it since Aldera was a joke of a school compared to the things he's heard of Somei. But as the seconds flew by, Izuku noticed a few pairs of eyes that wouldn't leave him. He looked directly to his left across the open gate to see a small group of girls. Once they made eye contact, they immediately turned away and shyly giggled amongst themselves. At first, Izuku was annoyed that he didn't even go to this school and the students were already making fun of him. But then, the condescending snickers of his classmates didn't quite match what he heard from the girls only 10 feet from him. In fact, it sounded more like the way girls would act when Bakugo was nearby. Wait a fing second. Did they find him attractive? Izuku glanced back to them where he made eye contact with one girl in particular. Her cheeks tensed to hold back a blushing smile as she flicked her eyes between him and the ground. Ho, sheet. Never in his life did Izuku think he would get the puppy dog eyes. Now he was confused as to why. She didn't know about his quirk, that was checked off. Again, he doubted she knew what school he was from. And if she did, that would probably be a bad thing. So, that lonely left the only thing Izuku had to offer right up front. Just his freckled face and his, well, Izuku actually was rather well-built compared to most his age. But still, getting looks from girls he's never seen before felt unreal. And honestly kinda good. What would really make this whole was if she were the one to make the first MOV, and she's walking up to him. Never mind. Izuku took it back. He wasn't ready for this. Izuku came here to pick up his literal murder partner, not dates. He didn't even know the first things about dates. Could he even flirt? He knew some decent pickup lines from the people he's killed, but other than that he was fish out of water. Looked like Izuku didn't have a choice since the girl was already less than a few steps away. Izuku met her gaze again and saw she actually had pretty blue eyes. She opened her mouth to say something. Whatever it was, it never reached the light of day. Instead, she yelped in surprise when someone stumbled between them from behind the gate and fell to the paved path. Even Izuku was surprised by the sudden appearance. He saw it was a boy on his back. A slightly nerdy appeal with uneven glasses struggled to get up as they made frequent grunts of panic. Whoa. Chill out, Kenzo. We said we just wanted to talk. A voice announced around the corner where the first boy came from. Instantly, Izuku knew the tone the boy held. It was belittling. Like the tone Izuku heard so many times on the ground of Aldera. Immediately after, a larger boy emerged with a picture-perfect smirk that Bakugo always fashioned. The only difference was this guy had curved brown hair as dark as his eyes. Behind him followed a much larger gang of students than the two cronies that always stuck to Bakugo's butt. A group of maybe close to 10 teenagers exited the open gate and headed for the boy named Kenzo who lay on the ground with a look of fearful defeat. A look that Izuku knew all too well. You are here. Izuku recognized this voice to be Toga's. He turned back to the gate to see her right where the others came through. At first, she seemed surprised before she quickly adopted a teasing grin. You came to pick me up from school? How generous of you. Of course, she had to say it loud enough for anyone nearby to hear. Including the girl who had attempted to approach Izuku. An expression of embarrassed realization hit her before she quickly turned and hurried away. Probably for the best. Don't get the wrong idea. I just wanted to get some food. Izuku made it as discreet as possible that only Toga wouldn't understand if there happened to be anyone too close to hear. And as he hoped, Toga's reaction let him know that she knew what he meant. Again? Already? Wow, you have quite the appetite. Toga sounded impressed as well as eager to roam the night. Not exactly. Not hungry, just got an urge to bite into something. Izuku kept up the hidden meanings. You can blame all the dumbass at school for that. Speaking of, Izuku trailed off before he turned to look at the group who surrounded the boy named Kenzo. They were now off the path and on the edge of the tree line where they had him pressed against a tree. What's up with that? I thought Somei was a prestigious school with nothing but rule-abiding grade A students. Izuku continued to observe the very familiar scene. Kenzo had now become trapped in circle where his bullies threw him around from one person to another. Sometimes borderline punching him. So people say. At least, that's what Somei wants itself to be known as. And for the most part, it is. Toga gained a more serious attitude as she crossed her arms and also looked towards the group with distaste in her eyes. But because of Somei's popularity, plenty of rich families like to get their kids here. That includes snobby ones who get away with just about anything since their families give generous donations. But thankfully, those guys are about the only big bunch going around doing as they please. It's just unfortunate if you got picked out of the entire school to be their target. Little guy they have over there is a regular of theirs. Is anyone going to stop them? Izuku asked, a little disappointed that no one has done so already. Eventually. There's plenty of good people here too. Some are even kids of hero families. But other than that, it's just better to steer clear of them. And I agree. Toga held a certain tone when she said that. They aren't particular gentlemen to the girls here. Let's just go. You said you wanted something to bite, right? I think I've got an idea. Toga turned her head away from the scene, seemingly tired of it. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself staring. The way that they smirked while they threw him around like trash. The way the boy cried out and tried to stop himself from falling into the next pair of arms that hit or push him. And the FING way that most just averted their gazes and did nothing. It hit just a little too close to home. Actually, I've got one too. Izuku muttered. Toga didn't understand. She looked to him in anticipation for explanation. Instead, she got a taste of dread. There was nothing dramatically defined in Izuku's expression. In fact, he looked almost entirely relaxed. But his eyes glared with the menace of someone who couldn't care less about consequences. This wasn't bloodlust. Not any motive driven by insanity. It was simply pure hate. This is unacceptable. All at once, the intense glare on Izuku's face dropped. Both he and Toga turned toward the gate to see someone run past fast enough to leave a trail of dust. The gang all stopped at a moment's notice with a collective look. They didn't even get to say anything before another person stood in the middle in front of the victim who was on his knees. The taller boy with dark blue hair shielded the other from the gang and pointed an angry glare at each of them. As I've told you before, this behavior is intolerable of Somei students. Enough of this already. The boy yelled with an authority Izuku expected of a student of this school. Ah, what the hell, man? One of the teen thugs and many others complained while some actually looked small before the protector's arrival. Dude. The main head of the gang stepped forward. Do you really have to make such a big deal of this? Of course. The gang leader barely finished before Blue Hair quickly responded. I keep getting onto you bunch about bullying others, yet you never heed my warnings. Even after I reported you to the principal, you still continue these devious acts. The boy spoke without missing a beat. Talk about a walking dictionary. Izuku mumbled. I'm finished with these games you insist on playing. Then, the boy's tone changed. As much as I would hate to disgrace this uniform in retaliation, the boy reached up and pulled off his glasses. A serious glare met them all. Letting such heinous crimes go on would be even more disgraceful. It then became very clear what the boy meant. The gang backed up, not wanting to start a fight with him. Okay. We get it. DMN. The leader of the group more or less had a hint of panic in his tone as he and the rest hurried down the path and away from the school. Almost as quickly as the bullying started, it stopped. The atmosphere lightened a little and everyone breathed a little but easier. See? Told you someone would come by. Toga cut the long silence between them. And probably a good thing too. It wouldn't have been good if you gone and beat up a bunch of students on school grounds, not even your own. And I looked forward to slamming in his jaw too. Izuku said it like it was nothing. And then a pause. And then he grinned. On second thought, I still can. Izuku looked far down the path where he could still see the backs of the group. A small grin pulled at his lips. It didn't take more than that for Toga to understand his intentions. A grin to Izuku's spread on her face. I couldn't agree more. There was a particular chill this night. Any colder and Izuku would be able to see his breath. Even thought it was unzipped, his jacket made him feel warm and comfortable with the cold wall against his back. Although, the blood that stained his body had begun to lose its warmth. Still, the moment was surreal and relaxing. He had a somewhat obscured view of the ocean. The moon was barely bright enough to illuminate the vast shape of waves. Salt combined with iron filled the air and his lungs every time he inhaled. A rhythm of water crashing against the nearby dock sounded nice on his ears. Only was it interrupted once by a long panicked scream from the nearby warehouse. Safe to assume Toga found the last one. It was honestly a lovely place to be. So, for as long as Izuku sat up against the large pillar, he enjoyed this time tranquility. Some movement in the short distance on his left revealed Toga as she emerged from the large open doors of the warehouse previously mentioned. Her steps were slowed by the effort she put into dragging the body by the boy's wrist. Eventually, she did manage to drop the lifeless corpse off at the pile of bodies they both contributed to. 9 in total, as Izuku learned, was the number of Somei students he and Toga followed. The girl was covered head to toe in blood. Not a single drop of it her own. A socially unacceptable fashion the both of them shared. Thankfully, they didn't have to worry too much about being caught down here. Toga waltzed over next to Izuku and sat at his side. It would seem the relaxing vibe got a hold of her as well. No reason not to in a quiet place like this. Turned out the gang had a nice hangout place here at an industrial dock that was more or less abandoned. A perfect place far enough where screams reached no one and nowhere enough light to see the bloody massacre. Izuku usually avoided killing those his age and under, but those guys. The world was a better place without simple assholes like them. And he wasn't the only one who felt that way. Izuku could see the passion in each of Toga's move of her knife and the pleasure it brought her to slowly sink the blade into the softness of their flesh. Well, that was fun. Toga took the words right out of Izuku's mouth. I even got to get as messy as I wanted since I knew you would clean me up from the big mess we made. I can't tell if that's just your humor or if you're trying to tell me something. Izuku sighed as he tried to pay more attention to his peaceful surroundings. Even I don't know anymore. Toga chuckled since she was serious. There was a long pause after that. The only thing that stirred was the thought in Izuku's head. Toga. Izuku waited until he saw the girl turn to him in the corner of his vision. What do you want in this world? He asked slowly to make sure she heard every word of his question. At first, Toga was taken a little off guard by the legitimate subject. I don't understand. Was she could respond with at first. Izuku turned to meet her gaze. Up this close, he could see the spots of blood that freckled her entire face. A red smudge caked her lips that strengthened the brightness of her golden irises. As a villain, what is your goal? Izuku rephrased his question. At this, she seemed to make out what he meant. But again, she stopped to think. Well, you know my quirk. You know that it's not very friendly. It makes me not very friendly. At first, it gave me a lot of trouble. That was until one day I just said, this is who I am, so whatever. That was how I knew I was going to be a villain and that I wanted to find a way to live normally the way I want to live it. But after the moment to herself, Toga gave a solid and genuine answer. One that Izuku fully didn't expect. Oh. That's actually an impressive desire. At least, Izuku thought so. I guess. Don't really ever see it happening, but it would be cool. Why do you ask? Toga turned the question on the boy. Now it was Izuku's turn to stop for a second to prepare a response. I also have something that I want. Feels weak to call it a simple goal. It's my mission. If this partnership between us were to continue, I needed to make sure you wouldn't get in my way. But I don't think it'll be an issue. Izuku felt a little better knowing things most likely wouldn't get complicated in the future with Toga. He was honestly sick and tired of being betrayed. Ooh, what is it? What's your mission? Toga suddenly sounded really interested. It's really personal. Izuku tried to drop it at that, but he should have known better than to try to do so with someone like Toga. Ah, come on. I told you mine. Toga pleased. And she was right. Izuku did kinda get himself into this. But still, the subject was still heavy on his mind. It's a little complicated, but to keep things simple, Izuku could already feel the dark look fall on his face as he stared out into the ocean. I want to kill All Might. A moment of silence. Oh. Izuku turned back to see a bewildered look on Toga's face. Didn't expect that? Izuku was amused by her reaction. No. Well, I mean, a lot of villains wished All Might was dead, but, you want to kill him yourself? The great symbol of peace? Toga continued to show surprised as the idea of killing the #1 hero was a difficult one to grasp. There is nothing great about that man and he certainly doesn't deserve such a title. Izuku corrected. The slight edge in his voice made it clear to the girl that there was something deeper to this. Did something happen? She asked. Izuku looked halfway in her direction for a moment before he stared back to the ground. His lack of a reply was all the answer she needed. In that case, I'll help out. Toga suddenly announced in a cheery tone. Izuku looked at her like she grew a second head. What? Izuku nearly stuttered with how startled he was by her words. Sure. With the big man gone, who can stop us from doing whatever we want? And when that happens, we won't have to hide anymore. We can be whoever and however we want to be without anyone judging us. And if they do, it'll be their last mistake. Toga lifted up her stained knife and stabbed the air. That was until she was distracted by the hum of chuckles at her side. She focused back on Izuku to see he had laid his head back on the stone wall and laughed lightly through his teeth. That sounds ridiculous, he claimed with a smirk. Toga huffed at this and leaned towards him. But it sounds nice, doesn't it? She tried to make him admit. After all, it was a part of her dream to live normally like herself without punishment. Upon her question, Izuku stopped, but kept a hint of his smile. He looked far out into the horizon of the ocean. A sigh breezed past his lips as he seemed to truly relax on the ground. Perhaps. It didn't take him long. He honestly should have done it sooner, but with the constant changes and frequent nightly activities, it was difficult to find a good time to sit down and write all this down. Now that he was alone in his room with no other distractions, he could finally fill out the notebook he wished he could have written many years ago. The notes about his quirk, and the quirks of many others. Izuku could have sworn that the end of his pencil was smoking when he was done, but that wasn't what had his attention. It was the lengthy filled-out pages of everything he knew about his own quirk above the quirks of all those he devoured. 3.5 pages to be exact. Naturally, Izuku's quirk was at the top. Blackheart. To the world, it was a mutant type that did basically nothing. A second heart in his chest with no purpose other than to take up space. However, Izuku knew the truth. Izuku's quirk was also a transformation type. Upon mental command, Izuku can stop his first heart and let his second heart take control. It pumps his body of black blood that changes his appearance, enhances his strength, and alters his mental state. In other words, his black heart form is basically the embodiment of Izuku's darkest desires. Or at least, his urge to pursue those desires. Funny to think that his greatest desire was to become a hero. Now, he was the exact opposite. What Izuku had once wanted nothing more in the world, he now took from others. Power. Izuku's black blood was a virus. A poison that infects others upon consumption or insertion into their own blood. After that, Izuku takes everything that they once were. Memories, talents, and skills that were unique to them were now his. Not only that, but if the conditions were right, Izuku's blood could replicate their quirks. This unfortunately led to some complications as he could only copy what his blood was capable of copying, but Izuku won't complain since 2/3 of quirks are physical types. That didn't mean Izuku wasn't slightly envious of being able to shoot laser beams from his eyes. Instead, he would have to make do with the list of quirks he knew he was able to utilize that he has written down. One of which that was already one of his favorites were the large leather wings he got after his fight with Stone Sentinel. Of course, he couldn't deny that pairing Solid State and Slime is a perfect match to alter Izuku's body however he saw fit. Well, at least when it came to turning his arm in a weapon which can split a person in two. What he needs now is a full polymorph quirk. Until then, he has plenty of other things to work with. Starting with one that Izuku was particularly interested in. He sat the notebook and pencil down off the side and sat up from his bed. The isolation of his room provided enough comfort to test this out. Freely. A quick inhale through his mouth left an empty taste on his tongue, which let him know that no one was nearby. Inko was still at work on this slow Monday. Once he stood in the center, Izuku activated his quirk. His body felt cold when his first heart stopped, but only for a moment as his black heart came to life. The transition between forms had started to become quick and seamless. Black blood rushed through his veins and filled his body. He instantly felt the rush of power he had grown so grateful for. It only felt right that he flex some of his muscles and roll his shoulders to really feel it out. Once he was satisfied, Izuku raised his right hand to stare at his palm. Nothing happened for a few seconds as Izuku recalled the quirk he wanted to use. Suddenly, Izuku's hand spasmed. He tensed with how abruptly it happened. His fingers curled and straightened in random directions as if it were possessed. The bones in his hand made popping noises that shot tiny stings of pain up Izuku's arm. Then, a hole grew in the center of his palm. Izuku could see his blackened flesh inside. Before he could observe further, the hole spread and went up his fingers. It grew deep enough that the white of his bones began to emerge. In one last final JRK, the bones of Izuku's hand leapt outwards. With each piece intact, it landed on Izuku's wrist. It sat perched with the 4 outer fingers acting as legs and the middle finger as a head. Almost immediately, the skeletal hand began spasming once more. The bones molded and changed shape. Izuku watched in awe as the pinky and thumb turned into legs. The ring and pointer finger now arms with the middle finger a neck that ended with a head that had yet to fully take shape. An elongated skull about the size of a small bird's formed before its lower jaw snapped into place. Before his very eyes, Izuku saw the bones of his hand turn into a small skeletal creature. Its structure wasn't quite human. Perhaps more goblin-like with longer arms, orc teeth, and a slightly hunched back. A moment passed before its empty eyes came to life. The sockets were filled with large green orbs that rolled around in its skull before they focused forward with a shake of its head. Its eyes met Izuku's. Despite that it was made of bone, it was able to blink at Izuku with a blank stare. How about that? It worked. He mumbled to himself as he looked over the little creature. When he tilted his head, so did the little goblin, its large green eyes fixated on him. The moon doesn't talk to you, does it? Izuku voiced his concern, to which the miniature skeleton responded with one eyebrow raised in confusion. Forget I said anything. Izuku dismissed himself with a wave of his free hand. But tell me, do you remember anything? He asked the thing that looked like a Halloween decoration. It didn't need long to think as it answered with a quick shake of its head from side to side. Good. Izuku was satisfied with that answer. If it had the memories of when it was with its original owner, there might have been problems. Instead, he had a fresh start with this interesting quirk. It was called Necromancer's Hand. It was a strange combination of mutant and transformation that let the user's hand bones gain sentience and serve the user without a second thought. An undoubtedly useful quirk Izuku would get plenty use of. While it wasn't great for combat, Izuku had some ideas for it. Now, take notes for me. Izuku commanded and turned his arm towards the bed. The creature didn't waste a second and bounded from Izuku's wrist to the bed with an impressive leap for its size. It picked up the notebook and set it in front of itself with pencil in hand, which looked funny since it was large in its hand. Its eyes then peered up at Izuku, waiting for its next command. Flip back 2 pages and find the information on Necromancer's Hand. Izuku observed the skeleton as it did just that. Write down name. Izuku paused as the creature scribbled down the singular word. He took a moment to think to himself. Then, a smile spread across his lips. Scrat. Your name is Scrat. Izuku felt a chuckle in his chest as it was a fitting name. The creature, Scrat, looked up at him like it was in awe of the gift of the name. Izuku raised his right arm, his hand still limp from the lack of bone. Normally, the creature would have to return to the hand in order to fix it. However, in Izuku's case, that wasn't a problem. The seams in his hand began to seal. Before they recovered completely, the bones regenerated beneath. In just moments, Izuku had a working hand as if nothing happened. Izuku's original quirk is capable of regenerating his flesh using his blood as he concentrates. However, it can't do much to recover bone. Izuku was fortunate enough to come across a person with a healing quirk. A very specific healing quirk. Burst regeneration. Izuku is granted the ability to heal any damage, lost limb, burn, anything that wounds his body by any means in a very short time. However, there is a catch. This quirk has charges. He can only use this quirk 3 times a day, otherwise, Izuku would already be unkillable. No matter. It would be a matter of time before he found another healing quirk somewhere. Now then, time to get to work. Izuku clapped his hands together, eager to test out some powers. Flip to the first page and find the name. Izuku trailed off for a moment when he saw that his phone was still on the bed a foot away from Scrat. It saw the grin on Izuku's face and looked at the device. Izuku brought up his right arm and aimed his hand. A bit of focus resulted in his arm to extend in a groan for about 3 feet. Izuku's grabbed his phone before his arm shortened back to its original length. Limb extension. Izuku smirked. It was a simple quirk but could have its uses. It would let Izuku be able to stretch his arms and legs for several feet. Izuku used the quirk again to extend his arm and place his phone back on the bed. The motion was quick and easy, albeit it was a different sensation. Izuku looked down at his legs, which then elongated. He felt himself rise into the air. Izuku nearly lost his balance from the gained height until he reactively stopped himself from hitting the ceiling with his hands. While Izuku came back down to the floor, Scrat scribbled vigorously into the notebook. Izuku could already feel himself getting addicted to the anticipation of trying new quirks. He was already eager to try one in particular. Izuku looked to the chair tucked into his desk. He figured it to be a good option as any and walked over to it. With his right hand raised, he slowly reached for the back. His fingers grasped on the backrest. Izuku was momentarily overwhelmed by the rush of movement and sound. He felt as though he warped from one spot to another in a split second. In reality, Izuku didn't move, but something did in fact change. For one, all his clothes were now on the floor. However, that was a minuscule issue compared to the fact that he was now an exact copy of his desk chair. Izuku went to exclaim his excited surprise, only to find that he couldn't speak. Makes sense as the chair didn't have a mouth. He was however able to see. His vision came from the front part of the backrest. The back of his original chair was at the center of his vision with his monitor above that. With the memories of the quirk's previous user, Izuku knew that he was able to alter his point of view around the object he became. With a little effort, Izuku was able to slide his view around the backrest until he was on the other side. Now turned around, Izuku could see Scrat on the bed staring at him with a tilted head, obviously confused. Izuku was pleased to know that this quirk, mirror copy, worked. Whatever Izuku touched, he was able to transform into that thing, whether it be an inanimate object, person, or animal. The catch was that Izuku needed to come within direct contact of his target each time he wanted to take its form. Not only that, but as the name suggests, it's a mirror copy, which means the details of whatever Izuku copies is flipped. So, any prospective person who knows the original could spot the disguise. That and his clothes would always be left behind to make his presence. Izuku warped back into his human form. It was a rush that he would have to get used to. Just as he was naked. He wouldn't put them back on just yet though. He had an idea. Izuku walked over to the bed and up to Scrat. He extended a hand and poked the creature on the tip of the skull. Just like before, his body warped in the flash of an eye. Scrat was once again left confused as Izuku was no longer in front of him. A moment passed before his question was answered. Scrat, another Scrat, leapt up from below the bed onto its edge. Izuku now looked just like his quirk. He flexed his strange skeletal body, aware of the fact that he couldn't feel anything anymore. He couldn't even breathe, yet he was fine. This discovery was certainly an exciting one. Ha! So exciting in fact that Izuku let out a triumphant shout. This startled the second skeleton as Izuku cupped his snout with his hands. Even Scrat perked up in surprise. The two of them stared at one another with wide eyes. I can talk. Izuku tested his voice. Although it sounded strange, it was no doubt his own. Scrat shrugged his shoulders, unable to give an explanation. Peculiar, but I like it. Izuku noticed how his voice was more high-pitched, but he was too focused to care. He had his right hand to his chin before he brought his arm in front of his face. Yet another idea came to mind. He aimed his arm off to the side. Just as it had before, his arm extended up to a foot from his small body. Izuku couldn't help but begin to laugh like an actual gremlin. The fact that he could combine quirks like this could lead to limitless possibilities. To prove his conclusion, Izuku arched his back and peered over his shoulder. Soon enough, the back of his spine began to melt back into that black blood. It sprouted and grew into leather wings proportional to his size. There was no way Izuku couldn't test it out. Izuku was so light that he was shocked how quickly he took to the air. He fluttered around his room like a lost bird, but quickly began to get used to the change of weight. His desk shook slightly when he landed on the very top where he stored all of his books. Izuku truly felt like a mischievous little demon from the way he sounded when he cackled. He was honestly having fun. The ends of his arms melted into a black sludge before they lengthened and hardened into blades. What the hell was this demonic fairy that he had turned into? Imagine waking up in the middle of the night and seeing this perched above your bed. Izuku said half to himself, but loud enough for Scrat to hear. He could already see all the fun ways to terrify people with this. It wasn't a full polymorph quirk, however, it was pretty DMN close. I'm home. Izuku tensed when Inko's voice called from the front door. Sheet. He hissed. Izuku jumped forward into the air, did a front flip just for style, and landed on the ground in his base villain form. As he reverted to his usual self, Izuku urgently clothed himself at the same time. Hi, Mom. Izuku tried not to make it sound like he was struggling. Alas, he was finally dressed with nothing left to raise questions. On second thought, Izuku whipped around to face the bed. Scrat was still sat on the bed with a confused expression that morphed his skull. Thinking quickly, Izuku looked to his left where the barely open door of the closet met his determined gaze. Izuku spun and roundhouse kicked the poor thing across the room and through the crack of the closet door. The faint thud of Scrat hitting the wall perfectly matched the sound of Inko opening the door to Izuku's room. Izuku? Inko peeked her head in. She found Izuku sitting on the edge of his bed with a notebook and pencil in hand, a smile on his face to greet his mother. How was work? He asked as he commonly did. Long, Inko answered with an expected sigh. Which was why I was going to ask you if you wanted to go out and eat instead since it's already late. Yeah, I'm alright with that. Izuku was fine with the idea. Alright, I just need to go change real quick and I'll be ready. Inko nodded in relief as work left her not really wanting to cook dinner tonight. I'll meet you at the door then. Izuku said. Inko left behind the door with a click. Izuku quickly and silently walked over to the closet and opened the doors a little to look inside. There he found Scrat on his back on top of his old duffel bag. The little skeleton sat up, seemingly unbothered before it looked up at Izuku with a blank expression. Or perhaps it was an expression of silent, what the F dash, that Scrat had. Sorry about that. I would prefer if my mom doesn't know about you. You good? Izuku kept his voice down. Scrat looked over himself for a moment. He seemed satisfied with his self-checkup and shot up a thumb. Cool. I'm gonna be out for a while, so stay here and don't do anything. Alright? Upon Izuku's command, Scrat brandished a second thumbs up. Good, Scrat. Be back soon. With that, Izuku left a small crack between the closet doors and left. He would have to find another time to fully explore the rest of his quirks. However, he had already gotten all the interesting ones out of the way. Quirk. Blackheart. Quirks. Slime. Body Pocket. Solid State. Berserk. Gargoyle. Simple Body Augmentation Quirk. Adaptation. Mirror Copy. Necromancer's Hand. Burst Regeneration. Limb Extension. Other untested quirks. Status, not ready. It was hard not to look at the clock. Izuku glanced at the time on his phone more frequently than he would have liked. Each time reminded him just how slow things seemed to move when he wanted it to go by faster. Instead, his finger constantly tapped on the arm of his chair, a clear sign of his impatience. Otherwise, his room would be full of silence. However, before his finger could tap for a final time, he paused. Izuku's eyes drifted towards his jacket that hung on the hanger of his door. Screw it. It was still a little early, but he couldn't wait any longer. Only a matter of seconds passed before the hood of Izuku's jacket went from his door to over his head. Even shorter than that, and he was in the living room with his aim being the front of the apartment. Mom, I'm going out. As Izuku passed through the living room, he turned to his right where Inko sat on the couch watching TV. Okay, be safe. Inko had managed to get used to Izuku's sudden habit of strolls around town. While most of his nightly walks were done after Inko went to bed, there were times Izuku headed out during the day to scout the area. It always helped to get an idea of where heroes are patrolling. Are you perhaps meeting up with that one girl? Toga, was it? Unfortunately, Izuku had to deal with that question every once in a while. It's been some time now since Toga and he had formed a partnership in crime. Only once had Toga and Inko spoken, and that was the night he got attacked by Stone Sentinel. Ever since then, Inko had been curious as any mother would be when their son is close enough with a girl that said girl would allow him to sleep over. Izuku didn't help his case that he would answer yes most of the time, since that at least added some truth to the reason for his common outings. I'm always safe. And no, not tonight. I'm just going to go look at something I heard from school. Izuku said as he glanced over his shoulder. Oh, well, have fun, whatever it is. Inko gave Izuku a nod which he reciprocated. With his other hand on the handle, Izuku opened the door. There stood Toga with her hand raised up ready to knock on the door, her expression like a deer caught in headlights. Izuku turned back to look at Inko with a panicked smile. Change of plans. You came to my FING house? They didn't get far from Izuku's apartment before the boy voiced his state of mind. Yeah. Toga showed no sign of explaining herself or that she was even bothered by Izuku's anxious panic. Izuku groaned since dealing with the girl could be a pain in the butt sometimes. Okay, why? Izuku's footsteps were louder than Toga's as the two walked down the sidewalk away from the apartment building. I texted you that I have other plans tonight. Izuku recalled to earlier that day when Toga had texted him asking if he was free later on. Yeah, and I came to see what that was all about since it's apparently more important than hanging out with me. Toga said it nonchalantly with a bit of sass in her step. Izuku stopped to face her. Toga did the same, only now she had a smirk that wasn't quite hidden behind the scarf she wore. That wasn't the only addition to her usual outfit, as she also had a pair of yoga pants that replaced her skirt to accommodate the colder weather. I know I asked this before, but I really can't get rid of you, can I? Izuku shook his head, bewildered by this girl's determination to stick to him. Well, that's a dumb question, don't you think? Toga retorted with her own question as she leaned forward in a cocky manner. Izuku let out a light sigh, his breath slightly visible in the cold air. He looked back up to Toga and raised his hand to her forehead, which she seemed confused about. Tick. As soon as he said it, there was an audible thwack as Izuku flicked the middle of Toga's forehead. Dow. She recoiled back in surprise and rubbed the spot with one hand. Tick, Toga echoed. That's pretty much what you are. You've dug so deep into my skin that I can't get you out anymore. Tilted his head so that his eyes were slightly tilted downwards at her. And look how well you're doing. I'm no parasite, this is a mutual relationship. Toga pointed an accusing finger at him. Yeah. As long as it stays that way, we can keep it up. Izuku assured that he would stick to the deal so long as Toga kept up her part. Come on. We've already been at this for 2 weeks now. You still don't trust me. Toga now had her hands on her hips with a sideways stare. That's because you're a loose cannon. Just now, you showed up at my house unannounced. Izuku called her out as there had been multiple instances where Toga's actions have been out of left field. I was going to announce myself, but you opened the door before I could knock. Toga was quick with a comeback. It wasn't really a good one, but that didn't matter to her. Izuku stared at the girl with a deadpan expression. He raised his hand towards Toga's forehead again, which the blonde reacted quickly by leaning far back and covering her head with a hand. The two were then still in a pose of one waiting for the other to make a move. Eventually, let's go. Izuku reluctantly moved his hand to point ahead of them and began to walk before Toga could react. When she did, it was with a triumphant smile as he hopped to his side. Where we going? She asked. To settle a score. Wow, Toga let Izuku know that she was surprised. And you've been here before? Several times. They even gave me a name. Izuku tilted his head towards Toga as the two of them slipped through the crowd. Then, as if right on cue. Oh sheet, it's the young slugger. Someone among the group of people called attention to the familiar boy. Many pairs of eyes turned to face Izuku. Those eyes went wide with excitement when they realized it was true. You here fight someone? Another person spoke up. Wouldn't be here for any other reason. Izuku made it seem obvious, which it was. He and Toga got through the gap the crowd made for them until Izuku was before the high booth that a familiar man sat upon. Yato. Izuku called out. His head was framed by a small cloud of smoke. When he turned, the smoke trailed from the cigarette in his mouth. His lips pulled into a small smirk. Ah, you're here. You look like you're doing well. Well enough that you would plan this fight yourself. Yato pulled the cigarette from his mouth and exhaled another cloud. His eyes drifted to the girl at Izuku's side. Who's this? He asked curiously. A friend. Izuku went to open his mouth before Toga answered for him. Yeah, we'll go with that. Izuku just went with it. Trying to impress a girl, I? Yato had an eyebrow raised paired with a cheeky grin. Yeah. Izuku waved the man off with an eye roll. Is he here? Instead, Izuku wanted to know if the reason he was here had made an appearance yet. Heh. You're not the only one excited about the fight since he arrived just a couple minutes ago. Midway through his sentence, Yato used his thumb to point behind Izuku. Both he and Toga turned around to see a man of large stature some distance from them. Izuku felt a toothy grin spread across his face. Crackler. He announced the man's name. Been a little bit. I'm surprised you didn't challenge me again sooner. The large man folded his arms. His tone was full of anticipation and slight mockery. He had a grin that matched Izuku's. I wanted to let you gloat in your tower for a little bit before I come tearing it all down. I wouldn't as satisfying to see you beaten on the ground otherwise. The threat was loud and clear for everyone to hear. All who were gathered around looked to one another with animalistic excitement when they realized that this was a rematch between the young slugger and the Crackler. HMP. I look forward to it. Crackler's voice rumbled like a growl. He looked ready to fight Izuku right then and there. Oh, the tension is high tonight. Yato stood up from his chair and looked down over the crowd. You heard everyone. We got ourselves an interesting start. Go ahead and give yourselves 10 minutes to get ready. I gotta go talk with an associate of mine real quick. Yato jumped down from his post. He casted a glance between the two fighters before he walked through the crowd elsewhere. All the while, people hollered excitedly. Some even groaned that the fight wouldn't happen immediately, but they all already started to place bets for the winner. However, Izuku and Crackler continued to stare for a few more seconds. Either could hardly wait to step into the ring. So, that's why you wanted to fight him so badly. Toga finally understood the whole situation. Because you lost to him before. Toga would find it hard to believe that Izuku lost, despite how large Crackler is. Only reason she did is because it was a quirkless fight. Yes, but not this time. Izuku said half to himself as they walked down the hall. I'm not just going to make us even. I'm going to completely destroy him. Whether Izuku intended it or not, there was a wicked grin on his face. Oh, you look pretty scary when you say it like that. Toga had the left side of Izuku's face in the corner of her eye. She could already tell she was going to enjoy this. It was a few seconds later that they came across a door. Keep an eye out. Let me know if anyone comes this way. Izuku opened the door to reveal a small room. Ah, I don't get to see you change. Toga half teased and was half disappointed. I'm not even changing. I'm just using my quirk a little to alter my body. Izuku had half his body behind the door as he assured there was no reason for Toga to come in with him. I thought you needed to be transformed for your quirk to have any effect on your body. Toga tilted her head in confusion. I'll explain later. Just stay here and don't get in trouble. Izuku, order the girl like a parent would with their child. Toga responded with a huff and crossed her arms. With that, Izuku closed the door behind him. HMP, Toga pouted once again. As if I could get in trouble, and get caught. Despite her protests, Toga wasn't too upset with the situation. After all, she would get to see Izuku in a vicious fight. That meant she could possibly see him all bloodied. Toga was too distracted by the thought that she almost didn't hear it. She turned further down the hall. Her eyes scanned every nook and cranny in sight. Another sound. It was so faint, Toga realized she could only hear the echo bounce off the metal walls. Far more curious than she should be, Toga walked down the hall with silent steps. At the end, she could see she had the option to turn left or right. Toga wasn't sure, but she thought she heard the noise come from the left side. She was only a few feet away from the corner. She had to stop dead in her tracks. Sorry about that. The voice was directly on her left even though there was no one there. Toga looked around for a moment before she saw the vent higher up on the wall. That would explain why the noises were so muffled. I can already tell that tonight's gonna be a crazy one. Despite her best, she could barely pick out the words and had to fill in the blanks for what she couldn't hear. Luckily for her, there were some pipes that ran along the wall. Toga stepped up onto a stable pipe and grabbed onto another one that ran just below the vent. She could feel a cool gentle breeze flow over her cheeks. Don't worry about it. I'm a bit excited myself if I'm being honest. I've heard a lot about this kid. This voice was different from the first. Sheet, he sure as hell took this place by storm. Don't think I've ever seen a kid nearly as vicious as him. Now that Toga had a better listen to his voice, it sounded like the guy they just talked to earlier. What was his name? Yato? What else do you know about him? The second voice asked. Nothing much. He doesn't talk about himself a whole lot and he doesn't answer a lot of questions. Probably the most interesting thing I was able to get out of him is that his quirk is a transformation type, but no one's ever seen it. Yato made it sound that he too was curious. Based on what they were saying, Toga had a pretty good idea that they were talking about Izuku. Now I'm curious. If he's already as strong as you say he is now, I wonder what he's like using his quirk. It was clear how interested the man was, how his tone echoed through the vent. You thinking about introducing him to your little group? Yato inquired. That depends on if he wins. If not, then it'll be the crackler guy. We're trying to choose wisely. The second man answered. I see. Now what about you? I don't believe we've met before. Yato had a different tone this time. His question was met with silence. Don't take offense. He's more of a silent type. Things have been hard recently, and he wanted to see if he could let off some stress here if you don't mind. The second man spoke for the unknown third member of the conversation. Oh, of course not. That's half the reason people come to this place. As long as you put some money in the pot, you're free to enter the ring at any time. So long as it's after the first fight anyway. Yato explained. There was another silence after that. Toga thought she had heard a mumbled voice, but she wasn't sure. Oh. You want to fight the winner, I? Well, that's interesting. As long as they're up to it, I certainly don't see why not. It would sure as hell make it an entertaining night. What's your name, man? Yato's question had Toga pressed all the way up against the vent. She strained her sense of hearing to the max and barely breathed to make sure everything else was as quiet as possible. The hell are you doing? Toga nearly leapt out of her skin when Izuku had appeared at her side. She thankfully didn't yelp out in surprise and instead inhaled sharply as to not alert the people through the vent. Izuku also hadn't spoken too loudly, nor did Toga give him the chance before she jumped down from the pipe and put a finger to his lips. SHHHH. She hushed urgently and pushed Izuku away from the vent. Again, what the hell are you doing? Izuku got the message and lowered his voice to no more than a whisper. Toga didn't answer at first. She waited until they were back at the changing room Toga had left Izuku at. I think that was Yato talking in there with some other people. I'm pretty sure they were talking about you. Toga looked back at the vent as if it would burst open at any moment. Me? What for? And who? Izuku could already feel multiple questions piling up in his mind. They were talking about the fight and about how they were interested in you. They said something about a group and that if you win, they want you to join it. This piece of news raised Izuku's eyebrows in surprise. There was someone else in there that said they wanted to fight the winner of the match. Must be another strong fighter? Toga was slightly put off by the entire situation. Meanwhile, Izuku looked intrigued. 2 fights in one go? Sounds like a good deal to me. Izuku had a smirk on his face that showed no worry. In that case, Toga wouldn't worry either. If anything, she was more focused on something else. Hey, didn't you say that you were going to use your quirk to change how you look? Toga recalled what Izuku had said earlier. However, with one glance at his body, nothing seemed different. I did. Can't you tell? The way Izuku said it made it sound like it was on purpose. No, even after a second look over, Toga couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary. Perhaps, you're a little taller? Toga gave her best guess. That's good news for me then. Good thing this jacket is baggy. Let's get going. Before Toga could say anything else, Izuku had already turned and headed back the way they came. It was about time for the fight. Even before Izuku entered the ring, he had his gaze deadest on Crackler. The man nearly 4 times his size stood in the middle with his arms crossed, like how a boss would wait for you in a video game. Again, people parted to create a path for Izuku. Their calls were split between those who wanted to see him win and those who wanted Crackler break another fighter. Without even looking, Izuku slapped a fat wad of cash in the pot held by the woman. On his way out next to the ring entrance, he met Toga's gaze next to him. She had a jittery smile that matched how Izuku felt. By the time Izuku entered the fence ring, he had blocked out everything else. Just like last time, Izuku had to look up to meet the giant's gaze. From above, Izuku could see his big grin. I hope you can last longer this time. Last time, you gave up just when it was getting to the good part. Although it was an insult at its core, Crackler's statement showed his hope that Izuku was stronger than last time. Even so, Izuku's fists squeezed tightly in his jacket pockets. He hid his wrathful desire to beat the man to death behind an unhinged smile. There's only one thing I have to say to you, and it's that you better hope you have enough money to fix what I'm going to do to you. Izuku brought his hands out of his pockets and crackled his knuckles. Heh. A bit cheesy, don't you think? Crackler found it amusing. Doesn't matter how cheesy it is if it's true. Izuku had an easy retort. No matter what, Izuku was going to win. The intensity between them made the two not realize that most of the crowd had gone quiet to hear what they were saying. It was only until they heard the rush of a panicked voice that they focused on something else other than each other. Whoa, I'm not even up here yet. Yato hurriedly climbed up his booth and turned on his microphone. But I tell you what, I was able to hear most of that, and boy, there is some heat tonight. Yato's commentary flared the audience's interest. In that case, I'm not gonna waste any more of your time. Fighters, get ready. People hollered and cheered from every direction. Some watched in silent observation while others couldn't control themselves. Izuku and Crackler shared one final glance before they turned their backs on each other and walked forward. Crackler pulled his shirt from his body. As always, he was massive. Only his stomach had a slight bulge of fat which showed his incredible appetite to fuel his flexing muscles. It was around the time that he flipped his shirt over the fence that he heard a strange reaction from the crowd. Crackler looked down at some of the people in front of him to see that they looked past him. They had shocked eyes and gaping mouths. Crackler turned, one eyebrow raised. When he found what he was looking for, both eyebrows went up. What the hell? Crackler mumbled to himself. Even underneath his shirt, Crackler could see the bulging muscles that pressed against it. Izuku's jacket had been hung on the fence which left his arms exposed. They were thick as hell. His biceps shined in the light as he reached up and pulled his shirt off. Dark shadowed cast between each individual muscle that lined his back. When he turned, Crackler could see the hardened abs that lined his stomach and the solid pecs on his chest. Izuku was muscular before. But now? He was absolutely shredded. There were oohs and AWS from the crowd as they were once again impressed by the boy's ability to come back stronger than before. Some women were shamefully embarrassed by the fact that they were attracted by his body. Toga on the other hand? I think his chest is bigger than mine. Toga let out a hot breath as she pulled at the neck of her sweater. A bright blush on her cheeks as she looked over Izuku's defined torso. Like hell, that's natural. You taking steroids, kid? Crackler, like many others there, had a hard time fully believing that Izuku was able to obtain such a body in a short time. You can test me if you want. You won't find anything. Izuku assured. However, in a way, eating other people could be considered a type of steroid since it strengthens his body, and he was sure as hell loving it. Crackler looked to debate his words for a moment before he wiped the confused look off his face. It was replaced by a smirk and a deadly stare. Well, whatever. Doesn't matter to me. As long as you can make this exciting for me, then that's all I care about. Crackler popped his neck on both sides, ready to get to it. Good. Not like I care about what you think anyway. Izuku mocked in a light-hearted manner. You sure are a sheet talker, ain't ya? Crackler lowered down into a stance with his hands open wide. Got a problem with that? Izuku continued to edge Crackler on. He too lowered into a stance. You're about to find out. Crackler's final words came out as a mix between a rasp and a growl. The talking was over now. Despite that the outside of the ring was loud, the inside was dead quiet between the Crackler charged forth. Despite his large size, he moved much faster than anyone would expect. Nearly at the exact time, Izuku assumed a different stance that caught Crackler's eye. He had fought enough people to recognize the style. Boxing. That's not gonna save you. Crackler shouted with a wide smile as he reached for Izuku, ready to grab him. As soon as Crackler thought he was close enough to close his fingers, something strange happened. Where was he again? Sheet, why was everything so blurry? What was that ringing? Slowly, these questions were answered. Crackler wiped at his eyes. They were apparently teared up, which caused his vision to distort everything. When he could finally see, he realized the chain-link fence in front of him. He was leaned up against it with his left arm holding him up. His head hung as his senses eventually came back. Something he quickly picked up on was the pain in his face. More specifically, his nose. As he faced the ground, he watched the droplet of blood drip onto the ground and disappear in the tiny red puddle beneath him. Crackler stood up. He swayed slightly but kept his balance. When he turned around, his memory came back upon seeing Izuku exactly where he remembered him, still in his boxing stance. Crackler fully faced Izuku now, his conscience clear. Anyone could see the seething rage in the giant's eyes. "What the F did you do?" he asked in a calm manner that wasn't so friendly. Behind his fists, Izuku had a big grin. "Didn't you see it?" Izuku's question went unanswered. Crackler grit his teeth and tightened his fists. His nose throbbed with pain. It was hot and stuffy from the blood that dripped over his mouth. It was then that the man decided to take this seriously. Crackler took a large step forward. He began to walk towards Izuku with slow, deliberate strides. When there was a short distance between them, Crackler stopped. Despite how big Izuku had gotten, Crackler still towered over him like a wall. Only 5 feet split them apart from each other's reach. There was a vicious energy in the air. They stood like statues, unblinking. They didn't even seem to breathe. Some weren't able to see the blur. Crackler's massive hand lunged forward like the mouth of a python. It was aimed for Izuku's head. The man could see Izuku's eyes through his fingers. Then, he couldn't see anything at all. Crackler had to fight the clouds that filled his mind. After images of light swayed with his dizziness. Another explosion of pain erupted in his nose. New tears dripped from the corner of his eyes. However, he was able to stay focused this time. He was able to tell that he had dropped to one knee from the lack of balance. His vision came back faster this time. He looked up to see Izuku still in front of him. Still didn't see it? He mocked. Izuku could feel his brain flooding him with dopamine. The thrill of seeing Crackler lost and dazed brought him joy that he so longed for. If revenge was this good with someone who only beat him once, then how would killing Bakugo feel? Izuku felt the motion go through his body once more. He went in for another attack. For the third time, he hit flesh. And Izuku's smile dropped. "I don't need to see it." Crackler had a newfound confidence in his tone. His eyes peeked over his hand which he had used to catch Izuku's fist. "I just needed to know when it would happen." After he said this, Crackler began to force Izuku's fists backwards. Even with his best effort, Izuku was unable to rival the monstrous strength of the man. "I could see what had hit me, because my blood is on your knuckles." Indeed. Izuku could see the smear of blood at the base of his fingers. Izuku had wanted to make his strike too fast for the eye to catch, yet that simple mistake made it so Crackler could tell exactly where it would come from. In a burst of speed, Izuku lunged his left leg upwards into Crackler's gut. There was little to no reaction at all. Bad call to kick a fat man in the stomach. Crackler sounded amused. He had a tight grip on Izuku's wrist and pulled the boy in for an uppercut to his gut. Izuku felt the wind get knocked out of him. Anything he had eaten prior threatened to shoot from his mouth. His throat was locked from the pain and prevented him from breathing. It was a sensation not too dissimilar to the last time he fought Crackler. But this time was different. Izuku forced himself to focus. He looked up to see that Crackler had reared back for another punch. Once it was ped all the way back, it shot forth like a cannonball. He could see it coming a mile away, but there was very little Izuku could do about it since Crackler still had a grip on his arm. Izuku couldn't attack nor fully defend. Instead, he did both. Crackler's middle and ring finger cracked upon impact. F-. The man spat with pain. He had thought he had Izuku on the ropes, so he didn't even think about the repercussions. When Izuku brought his left hand to his right shoulder, he didn't think much of it. However, when Izuku was able to lower his body just enough, Crackler's fist went onto Izuku's elbow that acted like a blunt spike. As a result, Crackler was momentarily distracted. Izuku seized the moment. Crackler hadn't let go of his arm yet, however his reaction to the pain caused him to look up. Because the man was so tall, he had to look down at Izuku. Therefore, his neck would normally be guarded. Now, it was at Izuku's mercy. He leapt upwards and rotated around his body where Crackler still held his arm. With his left leg, Izuku swung it around for a powerful roundhouse kick. Everyone heard the thud of Izuku's shoe when it smashed against the right side of Crackler's head. They could see the spit fly from his mouth. As for Izuku, he could see Crackler's eyes haze over. Then his eyes met Izuku's. The boy only had a moment to gasp before Crackler's head shot downwards into Izuku's stomach for another gut-wrenching blow. His back slammed onto the hard ground and made his head swarm with blurry visions. As much as Izuku's body wanted to scream with pain, he was unable to. His chest felt crushed with Crackler's head still dug deep into his stomach. His right arm remained in a tight hold. His left leg was caught over Crackler's shoulder, which blocked the man's head from Izuku's left hand to clear shots. That only thing that was free was his right leg. Eat sheet! Izuku managed to grunt with all of his rage. He shot up his right knee straight into Crackler's face. His nose once again victim to another heavy strike. Crackler flung upwards with a cry of pain. Blood trailed through the air from his broken nose and busted lip. Just when Izuku thought he could get out, he was surprised once again by this man's durability to pain. Crackler's right hand was gripped around Izuku's throat. The teen really couldn't catch a break or his breath. Crackler looked down at him with a furious expression. Izuku went to hit his nose again with a left straight jab. However, Crackler's reach was longer than Izuku's. He couldn't reach him. The boy instead gripped Crackler's wrist and tried to dig his fingers into his veins to pinch a nerve. Again, his effort was useless due to the man's thick muscle and fat. All the while, Crackler stared Izuku dead in the eye, watching as the boy slowly ran out of breath. This merciless side of Crackler was something Izuku didn't see last time. Izuku had set him off and now he could see that he was nothing more than a sore loser. Well, so was Izuku. He aligned his left forearm to be parallel with Crackler's elbow. Because Izuku was held down by his neck, it was easy to lift his lower body. He brought up his left leg on the outside of Crackler's arm and back into lock around the opposite side of his head. Finally, Izuku tucked Crackler's hand tightly underneath his chin to make sure it didn't go anywhere. While the man had a look of confusion, the boy had a look of triumph. Izuku twisted his body to make his upper half turn right while his lower half jerked left. His quick movement was met with an audible snap that filled the ears of everyone preset and silenced them in an instant. Gaha! Crackler's howl of pain was the only sound. His agony came from his snapped elbow. Not only had Izuku broke it out of place, but he had also made sure to give it a good twist. In an instant, Izuku felt Crackler's grip go limp around his neck and his right arm. For a short second, Crackler could only think about the pain in his arm. Izuku took this prime opportunity and held onto Crackler's wrist as the man shot straight up. Unknowingly, Crackler had thrown Izuku above him. The larger villain was cut short when he suddenly felt a weight land on his shoulders. Before he could react, there was a squeeze around his throat. A shadow then loomed over him. In a panic, Crackler looked up using the little freedom he had. He could see Izuku looking down at him with an excited grin. Crackler could now see that Izuku's legs were wrapped around his neck. Oh, how the tables had turned. One tight squeeze later, Crackler could already feel his lungs screaming for air. BSTRD. Crackler barely uttered through a thin windpipe. With his good arm, he reached for Izuku's foot. Snapping his ankle was the first thing he could think of. A heavy strike to the top of his head sent a wave of nausea through his body. Atop his shoulders, Izuku had slammed his elbow directly on the top of Crackler's skull. The man wobbled on his knees as he struggled to stay conscious. In his hazed mind driven by desperation, there was only one thing left he could think of. Crackler jumped up into the air. He let gravity take control as his body turned towards his back and his view went up to the ceiling. He intended to crush Izuku beneath him. Crackler was even more dazed and confused when he felt nothing but a hard surface against his back. He blinked the stars away and saw that the light was blocked. Above him, Izuku straddled his chest. "You're not the only one who tried to use that on me." Izuku had his right fist pulled back and a dangerous glint in his eye. Crackler used his right arm to block the flurry of punches to his face. His limb quickly began to throb in pain. However, Izuku didn't let up. Eventually, Crackler's guard was broken. The onslaught of punches that followed were brutal. Each one had just as much force as the last. There was only a split second between each strike. Every inch of Crackler's face was a victim. His nose was completely bashed in. Both his eyes were swollen black. Blood gushed from his lips. Crackler couldn't tighten his jaw anymore. Even his throat was bombarded. Each punch was carried by Izuku's rage, but the taste of revenge made it so sweet. It only after several long seconds of the beatdown did Izuku finally stop. His knuckles were numb, but he only cared that they were covered in blood. Crackler's face was almost unrecognizable. He didn't move anymore. His only sign of life was the heavy breathing through his broken teeth. The Crackler was defeated. Izuku jumped up straight and yelled to the ceiling. The crowd yelled with him. They cried for a great moment, for they witnessed what had never been seen before. Not only was Crackler beaten, but he was beaten by a teenager. Izuku stepped away from the man's body and walked along the edge of the ring. Everyone cheered for him as he went around. Although it wasn't too long of a fight, it was spectacular. Izuku couldn't help but stick around for a moment in front of Toga. Strangely enough, he did feel pretty good that he was able to win in front of her. He might as well be somewhat proud about it, since she seemed to be more excited than him. He was a little weirded out by the fact that she had a thick blush and was giving him a strange look, but he'll ignore that for now. Izuku finished his round and looked back towards the center. He was shocked to see that Crackler had gotten halfway back up. His limp arm dangled, and blood constantly dripped from his face. Izuku approached him with a swagger in his step. When Crackler noticed him, he put up a hand in SBMSN. The once boastful man's eyes dropped to the ground. "No. I'm done. You win." Crackler admitted defeat. On legs that looked like they could give out at any moment, Crackler walked out of the ring, a trail of blood spots following him as he went. Izuku felt great satisfaction to watch his back as he left. His bare skin reminded Izuku to turn around towards the opposite side of the ring. Izuku saw Crackler's shirt still on the fence right where he left it. In an odd way, it made the realization of his victory feel much more real. Izuku wanted to get one last look at the man. He turned back towards the gate. He was confused. Who was this? In front of the gateway, there was another person. Izuku looked up to Yato on the booth. He had an unsurprised expression slightly hidden behind the smoke that wavered from the cigarette in his mouth. Yato's eyes then landed on Izuku. There was an unclear message in his gaze. Izuku looked back down to the unknown person. They were about the same height. It was difficult to tell their build since they wore a hoodie with the hood up, so Izuku couldn't see their face either. Was this the person Toga said she heard talking to Yato in the vent? "You're strong." Drawn out of his thoughts, Izuku heard the person speak. Based on his voice alone, he sounded a little young. Older than Izuku, but younger than most here. What gave it away? Izuku decided to joke about it. After all, he was still giddy about his win. "Have you ever killed anyone?" The second question came out of nowhere. Izuku visibly recoiled how blunt it was. Even the crowd began to quiet down at the odd conversation. Izuku felt a little tense because of it. It was certainly an odd question to go around asking. He should take this more seriously. If you're a cop, you made a dumbass mistake putting yourself here in the middle of this place. Izuku went ahead and warned the man. He could hear mumbles among the crowd after his threat. He then heard a short chuckle. "I can assure you that I'm a villain just like you. I simply want to get to know you better." The man gave his word. Even so, Izuku felt uneasy. Too bad curiosity was a thing. "Yeah." Izuku spoke loud and clear. "I've killed people before." He watched for a reaction. Since Izuku couldn't see his face, it was difficult, but he noticed there was a small pause afterwards. "What about heroes?" That was a small step up from the last question. "Do vigilantes count?" Izuku asked. The person seemed to contemplate that for a second. "Sure. That still means you're willing to kill anyone, right?" Izuku didn't know what the point of this was, but his interest was piqued. Over the man's shoulder, he could that Toga had a focused stare at his back. She must have been analyzing him just as Izuku was. "Anyone who gets in my way." Izuku was honest in his answer. The man let out a long hum like he was deep in thought. "You sound like the right type of person we need, but I'm not fully convinced." Izuku wanted to laugh at that. However, his attention was caught by small movement. "I'll let you join us, if you can survive this." Izuku's eyes widened at the implications. The man had pulled his hand out of his pocket and aimed it at him. If he were in his Blackheart form, Izuku could have dodged or blocked it. Instead, he could only process what had happened before it was already too late. Blue flames shot directly into his chest. Izuku was flown back by the burst of fire. For a moment, his figure was lost in the azure glow. The fence rattled from the impact when Izuku smashed up against it. Screams came from the people directly behind the fence. Hot flames licked through the chains, but everyone was fortunate enough to get back in time. The air hissed and warped from the heat that was left behind. It didn't stay, however, as the flames quickly ceased. From only one short spout of fire, the atmosphere of the ring changed. Everyone looked to the far side fence. There, Izuku lay leaned up against the ring. The flames had scorched mainly his chest. Several people gagged at the thick smell of incinerated flesh. The boy's charred ribs peeked through the blackened meat of his torso. His arms were even worse, for they had taken the brunt of the surprise attack. His head hung lifelessly, the front of his hair singed slightly. Steam rolled from his body as it made a sizzling sound. Steam also left the hand of the man. A small ball of blue flame still danced in his extended hand before they died out. A hum came from inside the hood. Disappointing. The man lowered his hand. He then felt a shock shoot through his body as his breath was caught in his throat. Time slowed in his moment of fright. He realized that the pain came from his back. He had been stabbed. The man turned his head to his right where he found a figure low to the ground. Their eyes glowed gold with animosity. From behind them the glint of another knife aimed for his throat. A burst of blue flames came down on them which seemed to set things at a normal pace. Toga landed on the ground between the man and Izuku. She was low like an animal ready to pounce. Her head was low to block the light from her eyes. She could see her knife in her vision, eager to sink it in flesh, adrenaline pumping in her veins that made the burn on her shoulder numb. "You're going to wish that I had killed you there on the spot." Toga's words were that of a snake's hiss. The man whipped around to face her. He grunted in frustration, then seemed to calm down, despite that Toga's first knife was still in his back. "Sorry, but I don't feel all that much pain anymore." Toga noticed that when he talked, there was enough light that entered his hood that she could see his mouth. When she had attacked the man, his hood must have loosened. The only reason she brought attention to it is because something about his mouth looked strange. His skin had a gross texture to it and was discolored. Whatever, it didn't matter to her. Her grip tightened on her knife as she prepared to slit the man's throat. She tensed when he raised his arm at her. She could already imagine the burst of blue flame. Toga would have to be fast enough to dodge it. However, those flames never came. Toga could see that the man hesitated. For that reason, she felt an impulse to lunge forward in his moment of weakness. The hand on her shoulder stopped that impulse. Toga turned her head to see what shouldn't be a surprise. His chest was already almost healed. The ends of his hair fully stood on his end. The fingers on her shoulder went from white to black. Last wisps of steam left his body. His eyes flashed a powerful purple. Izuku stood fully unharmed at Toga's side. And he looked sad. Izuku's eyes dropped down to Toga's shoulder where his hand was. Next to it was the burn mark where the flames grazed her. He then looked back up at the man, his gaze shooting daggers at him. Then, the corners of Izuku's lips were pulled into a dark grin. No one-liner. "I'm just going to kill you."
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.